Red Horizons. I and Mihai Pacepa. Chapter 14. I've got 2 bags of documents here, and I'll need a couple of tables in the conference room to spread them out on, I told Mania as soon as I arrived at Snagov. The comrade and Alina just came back from Bucharest. Their mood is still black. The comrade has already asked for you 3 times, boss. Can you put this out for me, Professor? The bags are numbered, and the files inside are marked with letters. Just set out the contents of each bag in alphabetical order. I'll take care of it, boss. See what you can do for the comrade. If you can maneuver him over to the bowling alley, we may all make it through another day. Soescu was walking alone, with Bajnaru trotting like a dog a few steps behind him. What's new, Pacepa, I heard, even before I could fall into step with him. From the back, he looked much older than usual. Baptist disinformation for Carter. I have a telegram from Washington that has just been decoded. About Carter, sort of. The station reports that Arsene, a devoted and longtime agent who is now a high-ranking clergyman in the Baptist Church of the United States, was able to speak to Carter's personal minister on several occasions. Religion is Carter's weakness. That's where we've got to hit him. The station reports that, at their last meeting, the agent gave Carter's minister a letter from a group of Baptist ministers describing the freedom of worship enjoyed in Romania, as opposed to the situation in all other communist countries, and stressing the genuine human rights of the Romanian people. That's my letter. Yes, comrade. That's the letter you dictated to me. The disinformation service just put the clergymen's signatures on it. That's good news, Soescu exclaimed, looking up at me. Give me the telegram. He snapped his fingers, and Bajnaru immediately brought him a pair of reading glasses. When Soescu finished the telegram, his eyes were glistening for the first time in 3 days. We should cultivate this channel to put the notion into Carter's head that Romania is different, that our communism is not Soviet-style but Western, that we don't deny Western values, we respect them. If he wants human rights, let's give him human rights. We have to let that message keep dripping down onto his head. Soescu's mood of mourning started to change, and his step became sprightlier. Speaking of religion, last week Komen told me about some Bibles on cassettes. I didn't really understand. What's the story? Our station in New York reported that by the end of last year, 10,000 copies of the Bible had been put on cassettes, because it was believed that cassettes would be easier to smuggle into Romania than actual Bibles. The station provided a copy of the smuggling plan. Last week, the first cassettes were confiscated at the border and at the Mail Censorship Center. That's interesting. How many Bibles did you say? 10,000. If each Bible is on only 10 cassettes, which isn't even possible, that makes 100,000. Give them all to the Securitate to be erased and used in their monitoring work. That holds good from now on up to the end of that stupid American operation. That's not the church. That's the CIA. What else is new? There's a case in West Germany. Don't you have any good news about America? Soescu interrupted. I'm about to go there to face the #1 enemy in his own den. This is an American story. It just happened to take place in West Germany. Go on. In the late 1950s, when I was chief of station there, a German born in Romania was recruited as an agent. Balthazar is his code name. He was a janitor at an American military unit near Munich. Has he helped recruit any American officers? Not yet. But some time after he had been recruited, he suddenly started turning over bags of classified military documents, as many as his car would hold. American documents. Yes, he had been put in charge of burning the classified military documents marked for destruction. That's good. A shy smile made an effort to creep onto Soescu's lips. The documents were immediately sent to Moscow by the KGB advisors, and soon afterwards 2 KGB generals came to Bucharest. Moscow decided that, if well managed, the case could be of great value. Balthazar became a joint effort. He was clandestinely brought to a safe house in Austria and trained in how to secretly photograph the military documents and how to use diodrops to pass the rolls of film. Agents at Radio Free Europe. Was he tame? Yes, comrade. He was so tame that he recruited his wife, who was a secretary at the Munich headquarters of Radio Free Europe. Do I know her? Soescu interrupted. He is always interested in Radio Free Europe. I don't think so. She hasn't been in direct contact, only through her husband. She would bring home documents, and he would photograph them and pass them to us, together with the military documents. Now comes the news. Good news, I hope. Basically, yes, but also some bad news. I don't need any more bad news, he said with a wink, in a much better mood now. The good news is that last week Balthazar came to his meeting in Salzburg and reported that there was still no suspicion of him, but he brought his wife with him, although it was against the rules we had with him. During the meeting, poor, quiet Balthazar could hardly open his mouth. She did all the talking. What a shrew. She said she had 2 important pieces of news for us. For one thing, her husband's military unit had been given new military equipment, and he could photograph the documentation for it. Secondly, she had become the personal secretary of the Central News Division director for both Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, with access to their most confidential files. She said she could now provide their documents on not only Romania but also the Soviet Union and other bloc countries, put the case officer in for a medal. Her huge handbag was full of film cassettes. "Here's a modest sample of what we can now bring you," she said, according to the station report. "Give them a bonus." "Now the bad news," I went on, starting to read from the station report. Balthazar's wife stressed that they had spent over 20 years working for Romanian intelligence, risking their freedom at every one of the many hundreds of meetings her husband had held with us. She added that, despite this, they were as poor as they had been 20 years before. I put the report back in my briefcase. The bottom line, Comrade Ceausescu, is that she threatened to break off contact unless we agreed to pay each of them a monthly salary, additional money for each document supplied, and a pension after their retirement. "We do pay some of our agents that way, don't we?" "Yes, but the catch," the station says, "is that she wants a written commitment from us." "In writing." "Yes, comrade, that's why I'm reporting the case to you." What's in the films she gave us? Photographs of several American training and maintenance manuals from the new military equipment they just got. From Radio Free Europe, she turned over some photocopies of letters received from Romania. She claimed she could provide the whole archive containing many thousands of letters, as well as the ones received in the future. That's exactly what I want, to identify all those criminals who write to Free Europe and put them behind bars. Ceausescu paused, minutely studying his shoes. Could she plant a plastic bomb in her director's office? We'll have to check out her courage, comrade. She wouldn't need to know it was an explosive. She could very well think that it was just a file or a briefcase that we were asking her to plant. By now he had stopped walking and was looking deep into my eyes. Have several remote-controlled plastic bombs made up. Plastic explosives disguised as thick file folders and books. That CIA wasp's nest has long since surpassed the limits of Alina's and my patience. Clear. Yes, comrade. Radio Free Europe has always been a top priority for Ceausescu because of its strong criticism of his government's human rights record. The ridiculous idea of using powerful bombs to scare the Romanian department had, however, become an obsession with him only since the radio had begun making caustic remarks about his and Alina's personality cult. Radio Liberty Radio Free Europe has long been a thorn in the flesh not only of Ceausescu, but also of all the other Soviet bloc leaders. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev is certainly no exception. In June 1986, for example, in an article attributed to F. Bobkov, first deputy chairman of the KGB, Soviet citizens are warned that the secret services of imperialist states are conducting subversive work against socialism in all directions, including the sphere of ideology. The U.S. Congress has earmarked $250 million for the Liberty Free Europe Radio Corporation for 1986 to 87. This radio corporation, which has operated under the guidance of the CIA for more than 3 decades, is the main center for subversive propaganda against the USSR and European socialist countries. Radio Liberty Radio Free Europe is also an important center for political intelligence against the USSR. The activities of this radio station's leadership are aimed at organizing various hostile acts, including illegal infiltration of the country, at collecting biased information, and at coordinating subversive work against the USSR. When can I take a look at Balthazar's materials, Pacepa? I brought them with me. They're in your conference room. Ceausescu wheeled around and began walking briskly toward the house. Mania had carefully laid out the files on several tables in the conference room. We started with the military section. Very interesting. We should set up a special, very secret task force at the Ministry of Defense to work with them. The letters addressed to Radio Free Europe were written in Romanian, and Ceausescu read them himself, nervously turning over page after page. Some of these writers should be executed. The rest can end up in the salt mines. I want Komen to identify every single author, and I want to get the rest of the letters received by Free Europe, all of them. When we were outside in the garden, he resumed his tirade. I don't care how much we have to pay, but I want I repeat, every single letter Free Europe has received or will receive from Romania. I want the names of all those rats writing them. I intend to put order into this country, once and for all. Ceausescu walked in silence for a long time. As far as he is concerned, Radio Free Europe's Romanian broadcasts are CIA operations designed to damage his personal credibility and prestige. They are his worst nightmare. Finally he spoke. We must make a deal with the Balthazars. If they won't keep going without a written commitment, you'll have to find some way to give it to them. Stamp it top secret and tell them that we have to hold on to papers that are top secret. If they don't swallow that, tell them you'll put it into a safe deposit box with 2 different keys, one for us, one for them, so that neither party can open it alone. Be sure to make a copy of their key. Will that work? I hope so, comrade. Let's roll a few balls, concluded Sosisku, leading the way to the bowling alley. I was an easy mark for him that day. If his ball rolled into the gutter, he accused Bajnaru or one of his other bodyguards of having made some imaginary noise, and he would take his turn over. When by chance I got a strike, he claimed that it was somehow irregular and made me bowl another ball. The victorious Sosisku finally stopped only because he became tired. Let's go to the cellar, he proposed. The bear wants American technology. Romanian folk music, Sosisku's favorite, was flooding through the whole wine cellar as we entered. Before we were able to reach a table, a waiter in black tie materialized out of nowhere holding a tray with a newly opened bottle of wine and 1 large glass. Known as Odobsti Yellow, it is Sosisku's favorite, a flavorful wine of the same color and consistency as sunflower oil, which is made in very limited quantities in Odobsti, a Moldavian village renowned for its wines. Sosisku downed 2 glasses on his feet, then sat down in his favorite easy chair beside a heavy, round oak table. The waiter refilled Sosisku's glass and set the bottle down beside him in an ice bucket containing no ice. Sosisku does not want his drinks cold in order to protect his vocal cords. A few minutes later, the waiter came out with another ice bucket, this one with ice, containing a bottle of good domestic wine. This one was for me. When Sosisku has a glass of wine sitting in front of him, he likes to tell stories. When I met Brezhnev last month, he started out, after emptying 1 more glass, he went out of his way to persuade me to double our intelligence effort in America. Except for a couple of hours at the KGB's Electronic City, I spent the whole time talking with the bear at the Kremlin. Sunday evening, before I left, he hosted a candlelight dinner in his private Kremlin dining room. 2 white-tie waiters, 1 for me and 1 for him, came in just to serve us. Mine spoke Romanian. There was Romanian food for me, Russian for him. Everything was suspiciously delicious and subdued. The bear launched into his lecture immediately after the soup. He quoted Lenin on American capitalism, the #1 enemy of the proletariat. In his fat head he believes he is the only one who hates American capitalism. It was on the tip of my tongue to say that I hated capitalism 10 times more than he did, that I was being exploited by capitalism, while he wasn't, that he'd spent his whole life under communism and didn't know what it was like to be tortured in a capitalist jail. Sosisku emptied 2 more glasses, then snapped his fingers for a new bottle. After the main course, he went on, the bear started massaging my brain again. American science and technology are not the property of the American capitalists, but of the American proletariat and intellectuals who developed it, and through them they therefore belong to the world revolution of the proletariat. As if I needed an ideological indoctrination. I couldn't stand it anymore. I told him that if he wanted more American technology, then he should have more intelligence officers over there. That I had abandoned Moscow's principle of 50-50 diplomats and intelligence officers in the West. That I couldn't afford the luxury of sending 1 man to the West for official duties, as a diplomat, journalist, professor, or whatever, and another to perform intelligence tasks. That every Romanian representative abroad had to be an intelligence officer under deep cover. That in America even our ambassador was a colonel under deep cover, known as such by only 2 or 3 people in all of Romania. And do you know what the bear said? No, comrade. All an ambassador can do is influence, the bear said, but the first thing I want from America is their military codes and their new military technology. Influence comes next. That's the difference between us. For me, influence comes first. I firmly believe it can open the tightest doors, including technological ones. If Moscow gets a younger man in the Kremlin after the bear croaks, he'll do exactly as I do. I'll lay you 100 to 1 on that. After draining his glass, Sosisku nervously snapped his fingers for yet another, then went on with his story. Only when the coffee and cognac were served did the bear get to the point. In the life and death struggle against capitalism, he said, whoever controls space controls the Earth. Then he finally asked me for more help in acquiring new space technology. Anti-ballistic missile systems, space lasers, and radars are what he especially wants. You, said the bear, have a much better position in Washington than I do. I like that. Snapping his fingers again, Sosisku ordered bread with tomatoes, onions, and feta cheese. How is Nicolae doing? He asked me, referring to Nicolae, the Romanian ambassador in Washington. He's now working on recruiting 2 State Department officers. Go Ode, push him toward the Congress and White House too. Sosisku started to eat, using his fingers. We have over 300,000 Romanian emigrants of the 1st and 2nd generation in the United States. We should recruit as many as we can, and give them financial support to help get jobs in the White House, Congress, State Department, Pentagon, everywhere. My greatest dream is to have the descendant of a Romanian emigre become American president, and then to make another official visit there. The door slammed noisily, and Alina appeared. Is that fair, comrades? One of us working while the others here drinking, she said with a large smile, showing off her dull, yellow teeth. What's going on here? Pacepa has just been showing me some of his documents. It must have been more than that, she teased, looking pointedly at our glasses. What are you keeping from me, dear? She asked, using her sweetest voice. The waiter appeared from nowhere with a bottle of Cordon Rouge champagne in an ice bucket. That is what Alina always drinks. Tell her about Balthazar, Pacepa, Soescu ordered me, trying to preserve Alina's sudden good mood. Explain how a simple janitor, without any clearances, was given secret military documents to burn in his furnace and instead passed them on to us. I summarized the case, without saying anything about the wife and her job at Radio Free Europe. Alina was not impressed. What's so new about that, Nick? The Yankees have never been known for being able to keep secrets. As far as political information goes, you're probably right, but we're talking about military data. They're even careless with their nuclear secrets. If that weren't true, and if the Rosenbergs hadn't been able to arm communism with the nuclear bomb, we probably wouldn't be here today, nor would Brezhnev be in Moscow. And don't forget, half of the job was done by a woman. We ought to make Ethel Rosenberg an international heroine. Tell her about Balthazar's wife, Pacepa. I did as I was told and reported the rest of the case. Now that's a woman. What of it if she wants to make a buck or two off us? Can we identify the writers if we get the letters sent to Free Europe? Of course we can. That's what I was talking over with Pacepa. So we'll go ahead with it, won't we? And you, Pacepa, you'll give me the names of the scum who are raking the comrade and me over the coals. You'll see, in only a couple of months, those messieurs at Free Europe won't be getting any more anonymous letters. After Alina had emptied her second bottle of Cordon Rouge, she moved affectionately onto Soescu's lap. I want you, Nick, she purred sweetly, rubbing one of his legs with hers. He was not yet finished with me. Be back here by 9 with Andrei. The Soescus left hand in hand. Take care of the Balthazars, Pacepa, he said as his last word, going toward his residence. A few years ago, the American press reported. On May 8, 1981, Bavarian state police showed up at the headquarters of Radio Free Europe Radio Liberty in Munich and arrested a German employee on charges of spying for the Romanian intelligence service. What was particularly shocking was that the suspected espionage agent was the personal secretary of the Central News Division director of the U.S. government-owned radio stations. She had been working at RFE since 1952. The woman's husband was also arrested as a spy, too. Getting ready for America. When I got back to Snagov in the afternoon, Stefan Andrei was there drinking coffee with Mania. At 9 sharp, Bajnaru came out. The comrade is waiting for you. Is Comrade Alina there too? Cautiously asked Andrei. No, she is with her photographers. Soescu was in his private study. I've been thinking that Arafat's recognition by Willy Brandt's Socialist International might be a good first step. After giving me a wink, Soescu looked straight at Andrei. I want you to go to Bonn with Pacepa and give Brandt a personal message from me. Standing behind his desk, Soescu developed his thought further. Brandt had good relations with Kreisky. Despite the fact that he was a Jew, Kreisky seemed to be responding favorably to Romania's attempt to have him give Arafat official recognition. You know how to ask Brandt for a friendly hand, comrades, and invite him to come visit Romania as my personal guest. I want to work on him too, that's all. May I go? Asked Andrei. Soescu nodded, at the same time making a sign with one hand that I should remain behind. Are you ready for America? I think so. I just want to go over a few points. First, I don't want any emigre demonstrations when I'm there. None. I've instructed Nicoli and the chief of station. Second, I want a good book exhibit. The ambassador is personally taking care of it. And the books about me. It will include not only books about you, but also the books you yourself have written. With portraits of me and Elena. Do you have the new ones in color? Dumitru Popescu gave them to me yesterday. He was the party secretary for propaganda. Is my television interview all set? In principle, yes, with ABC. Be careful. That may be a two-edged sword. Have we forgot 10 anything? Yes, the Hungarians. No Kirli stories in Congress. No critical articles in the press. That's an order. The New York station is in charge of that. Most of the Hungarian emigres are concentrated there. The ambassador there is not an intelligence officer, is he? The ambassador in New York at that time was Ian Datku. No, comrade, only an agent, but he does his job. Remind me when we're there. I'll make him a colonel. That's a high enough rank to make him do something for it. Understood, comrade. So Soescu suddenly turned his back and left the office. Athene Palace as intelligence factory. For that evening, Apriya had organized a dinner party in a private salon of the Athene Palace Hotel, to which he had invited his best friends. It was paid for by the Dai as a reward for the members of the government who had most actively supported its technological intelligence operations. The Athene Palace was built shortly before World War II, when it was one of the most luxurious hotels in the Balkans. In 1948, it was nationalized, and in the early 1950s, a KGB advisor spent 3 years transforming it into a special hotel for Western visitors. Over the years, the Athene Palace had become a joint Securitate project and a masterful Soviet-style intelligence operation. Every one of its over 300 employees, from the top manager to the lowliest scrubwoman, was either an intelligence officer or a recruited agent. The hotel's general director, Vintila, was an undercover colonel in the Securitate's counterespionage directorate. His deputy, Ribagila, was an undercover Dai colonel who had previously served in several stations abroad. The receptionists were technical officers responsible for photographing the passports and informing the counterespionage directorate or the Dai about the guests' every important move. The doormen were surveillance officers. The housekeeping personnel belonged to a Dai unit responsible for surreptitiously photographing every scrap of paper in the guests' rooms and in their luggage. The telephone operators and most of the restaurant and nightclub personnel were officers of the DGTA's Electronic Monitoring Directorate. Most of the waitresses and bartenders were surveillance officers responsible for clandestine photography. Several dozen elegant young women who hung around the lobbies and restaurants were part of an army of semi-prostitutes recruited and run on a tight leash by the Counterespionage Directorate. Some of the foreigners staying at the hotel were actually Dai illegal officers documented as Western visitors. A dozen or so writers and artists, picturesquely wearing four-in-hand ties and French berets, who could be found sitting in the lobbies with a cup of Turkish coffee or a glass of cognac and avidly discussing politics, were paid Securitate agents. Electronic monitoring devices were concealed in every room, as well as in the lobbies, at every table in the 2 restaurants and nightclub, and in all the private salons and conference rooms. All inside telephones were tapped, as well as the public ones within a half-mile radius. Still and television cameras were either permanently installed or disguised in portable concealment devices, ready to be deployed elsewhere. Regular and light amplifier television cameras outside the hotel were permanently connected with the Securitate's surveillance directorate, which also ran the more than 30 cabs assigned to the 3 taxi stands located near the hotel. With its beribboned doormen, smartly uniformed bellhops, and black-tie waiters swarming around in its charmingly nostalgic public areas, the Athene Palace had everything you could find in a grand old Viennese hotel. In reality, however, it was a factory working around the clock to produce intelligence. So successful was the hotel that its model was copied, although never perfectly, in other luxury tourist hotels throughout Romania, especially in the Black Sea resort area. The most faithful replica, however, was to be the Intercontinental Hotel, an American-Romanian joint venture recently built in the heart of Bucharest, next to Dai headquarters. When I arrived at the Athene Palace, both Vintila and Ribagila welcomed me obsequiously in the lobby. "Our new psychologist is a gem, General," Ribagila remarked. "His new girls are not only younger, livelier, and better in bed, they are also able to talk about anything with anybody. I've tried them out myself. That's part of the job," Vintila added, speaking rapidly with his usual lisp. Comrade NICU, the life of the party. The dinner was in the hotel's main private salons. On the other side of the mahogany doors that Vintila threw open was a large, luxurious lounge furnished with low mahogany tables, surrounded by overstuffed sofas and easy chairs upholstered in burgundy velvet. The dining table, decorated with napkins folded like fans and lavish floral arrangements, was in an adjacent room. General Serbu was holding court in the lounge, surrounded by the people he worked most closely with: Ion Ursu, chairman of the National Council for Science and Technology, Cornel Mihilesia, chairman of the State Committee for Nuclear Energy, and Georg Boulder, deputy minister of machine building, who was responsible for the electronics industry. Waiters in short white jackets and white gloves were passing around trays of cocktails and sandwiches of fresh, black Romanian and salty, red Manchurian caviar. In one corner, a chamber ensemble was playing in low, muted tones. Before I could finish shaking hands with everyone, Apriya burst in, accompanied by Avram and Lukian and escorted by the hotel's chief of protocol. They were with their wives and all were talking at the same time. "Good evening to everybody." Apriya sang out, a little pompously but trying to sound chummy. After looking around, he remarked, It looks as though some of us don't pay enough respect to our life companions, do we, Mihilesia? Self-contained in her home reactor with 2 children, Apriya, Mihilesia shot back, showing off almost all of his nuclear knowledge. The fact that he was from Alina's home region had made him Romania's atomic czar. I really couldn't find the time to tell my better half what was going on this evening, Ursu began. You know, I don't want to talk about sensitive matters on the telephone, Apriya. You know how she is, but I hope that tomorrow evening I'll get to go home earlier and tell her, although I'm not sure I'll do that, because then she'll be sorry she wasn't here today, he rattled on. Ursu could not even say yes or no in less than 15 minutes. A nuclear physicist of modest accomplishments, he was, however, clever enough to back Alina to the hilt. That had moved him rapidly to the very pinnacle of Romanian science and technology. The Burdikas arrived a half-hour later. His invariably late arrival at any function resulted from his close ties with the Sosescus and from the years he spent as ambassador to Italy. The comrade called us over to his home. A glass of wine and some chit-chat, Burdica let drop typically. As he usually does, Apriya raised his first glass of wine to the comrade, and to Romania's most esteemed scholar, the one who, Ursu tried to add, getting to his feet. Apriya beat him to it, however, and to Comrade Alina. After the second course, a group of dancers dressed in colorful folk costumes presented a short show, to the strains coming from a large orchestra set up in the lounge. The waiters were pouring champagne when Vintila opened the door to the lounge and Niku appeared, dragging a scared-looking, cute young thing along behind him. "Salve," he yelled, looking around the room. "I come in here just so I can lay this chick, and what do I stumble across but a fucking counter-revolution? Half of the government top spy included, slumming in the cesspools of capitalism," Niku screamed, barely managing to make himself intelligible and bursting into an insane peal of laughter. "You wait for me outside, you dirty little brat. I've got matters of state to attend to here," he continued, shoving his girlfriend toward the door. "I'll take care of Mademoiselle, Comrade Niku," Vintila broke in, happy to find a pretext for leaving. "Who cares? Send her to hell. If I don't fuck her, I'll fuck somebody else. We've got over 10 million women in this country," Niku yelled after Vintila. "Sit down, Comrade Niku," said Apriya, leaping up to offer him his own chair. "A plate and a glass for Comrade Niku," Apriya ordered a waiter, as Niku navigated unsteadily over to the chair and sat down between Miora Avram and Sylvia Lukian. "How about something to eat, Comrade Niku?" Apriya asked solicitously. "Oysters, I want oysters." Niku decided, his head hanging down and bobbing from one side to the other. "When my old man croaks, I'll make you my prime minister, Apriya." "Oysters for Comrade Niku Sosescu," Apriya ordered the waiter, making it clear to all just who had come to honor his dinner. "Or what?" the young waiter asked naively. Good communists do not eat oysters, and the word had long ago disappeared from the menus of Romanian restaurants. "You shitty kid, get out of my sight. I want Vintila. Where is that idiot?" Niku screamed. Apriya and Avram ran out to find the director. Niku screamed after them, "Tell the idiot he ought to be on duty here with the government, not out there fawning on his capitalist shits." Vintila, however, was already back in the lounge, bringing with him a small army of waiters carrying crepe Suzette. Snapping his fingers for the lights to be turned off, he led the parade of flames, circling the table several times. Everyone applauded. When a sharp feminine cry pierced the semi-darkness, someone quickly turned the lights back on, and I saw that Miora Avram's face had turned betrayed, and her whole body was petrified. It took me a few seconds to realize that Niku's hands were working busily under her skirt. I glanced toward Avram, who was standing nearby. His eyes bulged in Niku's direction. "Let's have a glass together," said Avram, catching at Niku's right hand and putting a glass of champagne into it. "I don't drink piss. Give me a scotch," said Niku, emptying the glass into Miora's lap. "Scotch for Comrade Niku," Apriya ordered Vintila. A waiter, coming over instantly with a glass on a silver tray, tried to put it down ceremoniously on the table in front of Niku, who slammed it across the table, splashing scotch all over Mary and me. "I told you I don't drink piss. I want one on the rocks, Black Label on the rocks for everybody." When the scotch arrived, Niku snatched 2 glasses from a tray and drained them. Apriya opened the new round with a toast. "I want to ask Comrade Niku to be our messenger, and to convey to Comrade Soescu our boundless devotion to the Communist Party and its supreme leader, our undying." "Get out, you rat," Sylvia cried, interrupting the toast. With a firm gesture, she pulled Niku's hand out of her blouse. Like her husband, Sylvia is sturdy and strong. Niku squeezed the last drops from his glass, asked for a refill, and reached over to empty Miora's glass. Then, quick as a flash, he turned toward Sylvia, grabbed the edges of her blouse with both hands and ripped it open, popping off all the buttons. After a moment of shock, Sylvia retaliated. She started beating Niku with her fists, trying to push away his hands, which were now tearing at her bra. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lukian get up and march slowly around the table, a siphon bottle in his left hand and a black look on his face. Once behind Niku, he stretched out his enormous bare paw and pulled Niku up by the nape of the neck like a kitten. When he had Niku dangling a few inches off the floor, Lucian began squirting his face with the siphon, telling him to cool down. Then with Niku kicking him in the shins with the tip of one shoe and grinding a knee into his groin, Lucian slowly and deliberately strode over to the door, opened it, deposited Niku outside, carefully closed the door again, and came back to his chair. A few minutes later, the dinner broke up. Chapter 15. Dana came with me to the airport. Although I had done a lot of traveling outside of Romania over the past 20 years, I had not yet been able to take her with me, or to meet her abroad. By coming with me to the airport, Dana and I could cheat a little emotionally, and at least imagine that we were about to leave together for a trip abroad. The Bucharest International Airport is relatively new. After it had been half-built, Soescu decided that the terminal building was too large. The number of Romanians traveling abroad should be constantly declining, not increasing, he reasoned. Therefore, 1/3 of the building was transformed into a presidential pavilion. Finished in light brown marble inside, it is used only a few times a year for Soescu's trips abroad. The rest of the time it is sealed off and kept under guard. In spite of the serious overcrowding during the tourist season, Soescu later decided that another section should be taken out of daily use and turned into a VIP lounge for high-level foreign visitors. This is where Dana and I were, separated from the crush of the crowd, and spared the unpleasant attentions the border and customs officers inflict on everybody not fortunate enough to be accompanied by someone from the protocol service or to have some other sign of VIP status. Stefan Andrei came running into the terminal at the last minute when all the other passengers were already on the airplane. "I love you, Dana," he said, his sparse hair flying in all directions. "Congratulations, Andrei." This was the first time Dana had seen him since he had been appointed foreign minister. "Thanks, youngster. I need one more minute, Mike. I'm still wearing the suit I put on for the comrade. I'll be right back," he threw out over his shoulder as he strode toward the restroom. I was used to Andrei from our many trips abroad accompanying Soescu. Changing his clothes several times a day is part of his daily routine, and getting dressed is a matter of a few minutes for him. When we were traveling, Andrei would always arrive at Soescu's morning meetings still buttoning his pants with one hand and shaving with the other. Just before going in, he would then find someplace like a windowsill to jettison his one-time razor, ordered in bulk from abroad. This day he was no different. When he came back, buttoning up the pants of his brand new suit, we started to walk toward the exit. "Would you paint something for me, Dana?" he said, stroking her hair as he went along. On Romanian airplanes, which have no first-class sections and contain the maximum number of seats allowed by the manufacturer, the first row is considered the VIP section and is always reserved. The last row on the left is kept for plainclothes anti-hijacking officers, who are armed with special low-caliber pistols and powerful narcotic gas sprays. A concealed buzzer connects them with the pilots, who are locked in their cockpit and separated from the rest of the airplane by a bulletproof door. "Coffee, please, a big strong cup of coffee, and a glass of cognac," begged Andrei from one of the stewardesses, who recognized him. A glass of cognac has always been his cure for a hangover. A foreign minister's survival tactics. "How was Alina last night?" Andrei asked. "She slept through most of the movie. The witch tried to hit me on Sunday, but she doesn't know how tough my hide is. What time do we meet Brandt today?" His quick mind is always one jump ahead of his tongue. "For this afternoon. Bonn, the barracks." Yes, for image reasons, the headquarters of the West German Social Democratic Party has since the war been located in very plain barracks-like buildings. How about another coffee and cognac? Andrei wheedled his young stewardess, catching hold of her and pulling her down onto his lap. "Those beautiful blue eyes could do a lot more for me. I can read it in them." He stroked her legs, left bare by her miniskirt uniform. "What about a tasty lunch?" The stewardess extracted herself from Andrei's arms with feline grace. Comrade Minister's desires are very modest today. Andrei has invariably been in a better mood with food under his belt. He is a good trencherman, a holdover from the poverty of his childhood. He wolfs down everything in sight without discrimination. His recent taste for exotic foods was nothing but show, a way of parading his power. The witch is like the bubonic plague. Everybody hopes the comrade will outlive her. "I trust there aren't any microphones here, are there?" Andrei has always been deathly afraid of microphones, particularly ones installed by Alina. It was a constant exercise of mental gymnastics for him to hunt out places to talk that would not be likely to have microphone coverage. "Not yet, Andrei. You know, it was my job to make a political leader out of Niku. The comrade gave him to me and to Pacos 10 years ago. Haven't we done a fantastic job? Niku will be mankind's most patrician communist leader. That's what we've accomplished in 10 years. Good raw material, too, like the comrade. May we have 2 glasses of rocks, blue eyes." Just ice? Asked the stewardess. Just ice, I have the sauce. Andre always travels with a large, accordion-like red leather briefcase full of bottles of scotch. She has her eye on you, he said to me. Her good one, no doubt about it. Who, the witch? It feels so good to be 1,000 miles away from her. May I have a cup of coffee, Jeanette? Diane, comrade minister. Yes, darling. In the UN's demographic statistics, Romania has the highest suicide rate, over 66 for every 100,000 people. The next is Hungary with only 43 and the third East Germany with just 30. If the witch takes over, we'll have 60 suicides for every 100. How long do you think it'd be before somebody poisoned her off? 2 years? 3. We'll survive, Mike. When Niku takes over the scepter, I'm going to stay plastered for a whole week, for a month. Some more ice cubes, Jeanette. Diane, comrade minister. Yes, darling, this is my little black book, Mike, he remarked confidentially, patting a small notebook bound in black leather with his large hand. It contains some of the witch's malaprops and pearls of wisdom. She'll never get her hands on it. I even sleep with it. Here, listen to this. December 19, 1976. A reported to E on preparations for a visit to Angola. A suggested that E accompany the comrade. Why not in the spring, darling? It's too cold now. Or this, December 22, 1977. A reported to E that among the valuable effects recovered by the dye from a Romanian emigre who died in Holland were several Titians and Tintorettos. Are they historical documents or books? Ask D. You're carrying dynamite in your pocket, Andre. It's my survival kit. What's your secret with the comrade? I asked, trying to change the subject. With the comrade, it's not a secret but an art. I've made hundreds of first-rate proposals to the comrade, but I've never presented them as my ideas. For example, I'll put a file on his desk. Here's the telegram, Comrade Soescu. What telegram, Andre? He says. I say, I thought you suggested that we send a fraternal greeting to Hua Guofeng at the end of China's 11th Communist Congress. He reads it and asks for his fountain pen. Yes, I remember. Independence from Moscow. It was a good idea, wasn't it? He asks. Inspired, Comrade Soescu, I say. That's my art, Mike. Have you got any more ice cubes, Jeanette? It evaporates a lot faster at 30,000 feet. Andre refilled his glass. Where are we anyway, Mike? We should be over Vienna. Look, listen, but don't ask. That's another of my rules for survival. The comrade wants to be the only one to know everything. When I was party secretary for international affairs, I saw him hundreds of times calling my deputy, Gisela Vass, and giving her orders without telling me anything about it. It's no secret to me that Gisela is responsible for assisting the subversive activities of Western communist parties, and that she's connected with the Dai and the military intelligence people. I know we have training centers in Romania, where Western communists are taught sabotage and diversion and guerrilla operations for future use in their own countries, even though the comrade tries to keep it a big, dark secret. I know his favorites are the Spanish and Greek and Israeli communist parties. I also know that your Dai has a secret diplomatic pouch system besides the official one. You secretly use it to send Western communist parties money and false passports and other IDs for their subversive groups. I also know that the comrade has a secret channel in France and Spain to communicate with Santiago Carrillo, that he sends him false IDs to use with his second and third identities. I know all this and many other things, but I've never asked the comrade about them. Or Gisela. Or even you. Andre paused to empty his glass. It was a long and hard road for me to go from shepherd to foreign minister, and I won't give all this up easily. I know how to survive with the comrade. Let's finish the bottle, Mike. Jeanette, Diane, comrade minister, at your service. May I have some more ice cubes? Stefan Andre's survival tactics seemed to have stood him in good stead. He managed to remain Romanian foreign minister until the fall of 1985, when Soescu reappointed him secretary of the party's central committee, this time responsible for rescuing Romania's bankrupt economy. To secure an embassy. When the Tarom airliner started its descent for landing in Frankfurt, Maine, it took me a little while to wake Andre up. The ambassador, Ian Morga, and the Dai chief of station, General Stefan Constantin, undercover as an embassy counselor, were waiting to take us by car to Cologne, where the Romanian embassy is. Andre sat with the ambassador on the back seat of his Mercedes, which displayed a large Romanian flag. I left the airport with Constantin in the station's fast, 8-cylinder BMW, floorboard it. I ordered the driver, anxious to get to the embassy and talk with Constantin about the upcoming meeting with Willy Brandt. There is a strict rule in the Soviet bloc intelligence community forbidding the discussion of classified matters in any car in the West, whether it be an embassy or station car or even a taxicab. To enforce compliance, the KGB was always telling stories about cars belonging to their embassies in which they had discovered American-made monitoring devices, although they never actually showed any of them. I had my own anecdote on the subject, which I used to tell in my lectures at the Dai school. It had taken place in West Germany, with the previous chief of station, Domitian Balte. I was ordered by Soescu to participate, as his representative, in a meeting with a West German businessman targeted by Balta for recruitment as an agent of influence. In order to mislead any West German surveillance, the scrupulous Balta took me from the airport to Cologne and then began a long, winding drive through the most crowded areas of the old town, frequently crossing intersections on yellow or even red lights. After 4 hours, the driver, a professional surveillance officer, was convinced that we were not being followed, and he stopped the car on a dark side street. A few minutes later, Balta hailed a cab that happened to be passing by. "Now I can finally talk with you, General," he said in the cab, and he started telling me what his plans were for the meeting with the agent target scheduled for that same evening. At the end of our ride, as Balta was paying the fare, the driver turned around to me and said in fluent Romanian, "General, it was a real pleasure for me to hear my native language again." That was why on our trip from Frankfurt to Cologne, Constantin told me nothing but juicy gossip about West German political life, and of course, some jokes about ambassadors. Facing the Rhine River, the embassy, a modern building of concrete, steel and glass, had been designed by Bucharest for the complex activities conducted in a country as important as West Germany. The doorman, a DI officer with special anti-terrorist training, electronically unlocked the large glass door at the entrance and respectfully got to his feet. Several diplomats who happened to be in the lobby came almost imperceptibly to spontaneous attention with military stiffness. Except for 3 diplomats, everybody assigned there was an intelligence officer. Constantin and I walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the cipher service offices were. Abroad, the Romanian cipher system is based on the KGB's code rules. 2 of these are the most strictly enforced. The first is that the materials used for enciphering and deciphering telegrams must be physically guarded by code clerks 24 hours a day, in addition to any alarm system used. The second is that the code clerks themselves must be monitored around the clock and not allowed to leave the embassy without being accompanied by another official. The 3rd floor was specially designed to accommodate these rules. It is a self-contained unit where the code clerks live and work, keeping each other under surveillance. The entrance is protected by a steel door that can be unlocked only from inside. Access to the area is prohibited to all other members of the embassy, including the ambassador. Only Constantin, as the DI chief of station, was allowed in. He rang the buzzer, and after the code clerk on duty had seen us on his television screen, the steel door was unlocked. As supervisor of the National Center for Enciphered Communications, I was of course allowed into all its areas abroad, and it was in fact part of my job to check them out. Once inside, Constantin went directly to another steel door, unlocked it, and then relocked it with us inside. The room was full of sound-activated reel-to-reel tape recorders, monitoring every telephone and the microphones in every room at the embassy. The tapes were briefly reviewed on the spot, and then forwarded to Bucharest in the diplomatic pouch. The electronic monitoring of every Romanian official abroad, from the ambassador on down, is one of the DI's most meticulously performed functions. Constantin wanted to see if anyone from the embassy had learned anything about our meeting with Brandt. Dillinger, the German agent who had set it up, wanted to keep the meeting a secret, unadvertised at the Romanian embassy and unrecorded in Brandt's appointment calendar. We listened to the tapes of the ambassadors' and political officers' telephone conversations and found no reference. From there we went down to the 2nd floor, where the DI secure area complex, off limits to all but DI officials, occupies half the floor. Protected by steel doors and closed-circuit television and guarded around the clock, the DI complex contains offices with 2 or 3 desks in each, where the station members come after having finished their cover duties and read instructions from headquarters or write their intelligence reports. It also has photographic and chemical laboratories, secure vaults, and an acoustically controlled room, the only place classified discussions are allowed. We entered Constantin's office only long enough for him to turn on a jamming system installed within the walls, producing an inaudible white noise, and to unlock a barely visible door behind his desk. It opened onto the acoustically secure room, the bubble. The walls of the windowless room were not only acoustically insulated, but also electronically shielded to prevent penetration from outside and radio emissions from inside. Once we were inside the bubble, Constantin closed the door and started his report. The meeting for that afternoon had been set up with the help of one of Willy Brandt's closest collaborators, a DI agent of influence. The agent, whose codename was Dillinger, had been rewarded with gold watches for himself and other members of his family. According to Constantin, our meeting with Brandt should bring about the results desired by Soescu. After finishing his report on the Dillinger-Brandt matter, Constantin opened a notebook and began discussing OV, or currency operations. Standing for its Romanian name, Operate Univalutaire, OV was at the time all the rage in dye operations, as producing Western cash was Soescu's most insistent order. Konstantin reported that in the first quarter of 1978, the station had made a little over $460,000 in cash, and had smuggled an additional $600,000 worth of arms into West Germany. Furthermore, the station had sent 2 agents who were professional smugglers to Bucharest, for the purpose of smuggling over 150 pounds of cocaine out to West Germany. Then he presented the station's plans for the second quarter of the year. We had been in the bubble for almost 1 hour, when a code clerk opened its door and reported that the ambassador and Andre had just arrived. Meeting Brandt over tea. It was shortly before 4 o'clock when Andre and I got to the SPD barracks in Bonn. When we were announced, Willy Brandt did not get up from his desk. He merely raised his head a fraction and mumbled something that might have been Guten Tag. With a gray pallor and dark rings under his eyes, he looked tired and mentally absent. One of his secretaries came in and put down a carafe of coffee and 2 empty cups, then discreetly left. "I've got a cold. I'll stick to my tea," Brandt muttered, refilling his teacup from a thermos he took from under his desk. "How's my friend Soescu?" After the usual amenities, I gave him the envelope containing Soescu's personal letter. While Brandt was reading through it, Andre's nostrils started to twitch. Suddenly he said in English, which he speaks much better than German, "Excuse me, Chancellor, may we also have a cup of your tea?" Brandt finally raised his head and looked at his old friend Andre with a mixture of reproach and admiration, then buzzed for his secretary. "2 scotches for my guests. I'll stick to my tea," he growled, reaching down for the thermos again to refill his cup. "Double, and on the rocks," Andre added. He was visibly excited by the familiar aroma emanating from Brandt's teacup. The rest of the meeting went as expected. Brandt murmured something about being very optimistic over Soescu's message and accepted the invitation to meet in Bucharest. "By then I'll certainly have concrete news from Kreisky." Contrary to his usual cordiality, Brandt did not move from his desk when we left some 2 hours later. "That was evidently just a rumor that Brandt had stopped drinking," Andre said when we were back in our car. He took out a piece of paper and started drafting a telegram for Soescu about the meeting, which we both would sign. In essence, it said that Willy Brandt would help. The Western press reported that, on July 8, 1979, Yasser Arafat was received in Vienna by Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, who was accompanied by Willy Brandt. 1. This was the first official visit by a PLO representative to a West European nation, and implied recognition of the PLO by both the Austrian government and the Socialist International. The embassy's reception areas and dining room were brightly lighted when we got back. Waiters wearing white jackets, black trousers, and white gloves were milling around with platters, bottles, and food. They were all dye officers who had also been trained as high society waiters at the dye school. Morga and Konstantin were again trying to make a good impression on Andre and me. The dinner was sumptuous, in keeping with the embassy's reputation for giving elegant, intimate luncheons and dinners, aggressively used by the dye to develop and cement contacts of all kinds. Chapter 16. I had spent the last few days with Ambassador Nicolae Ecobscu, a dye collaborator and the chief of the Romanian Protocol Office, flying between Washington, D.C., and Chattanooga, Dallas, Houston, New Orleans, and New York with representatives of the State Department and the Secret Service, putting the final touches on the plans for Soescu's official visit. Now back in Washington, I spent the morning with Ambassador Nicolae and Minister Counselor Ionita at the State Department, where we took care of the photographic exhibit Soescu had asked for. Before noon, we attended the opening of the book exhibit in the languages of Romanian ethnic groups, which Soescu had demanded to blunt American criticism of his abusive human rights policies. It was displayed at the Martin Luther King Library in downtown Washington and contained all the books found in Romania that were printed in the various languages. Like everything organized by Bucharest, the exhibit did not neglect the opportunity to contribute to Soescu's personality cult. A special display case held all the works ever written by or about Soescu. Romanian embassy contacts and dye station agents of influence were mobilized to form a small crowd, so the Romanian press could later report. Already since the first hours after its opening, the Romanian book exhibition has enjoyed much success. By 5 o'clock on the afternoon of April 11, Ecobscu and I were at Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, there together with the base commander, General Benjamin F. Starr, Jr. In State Department and Secret Service officials, we took care of the last-minute details. Promptly at 6, the presidential Boeing 707 landed at Andrews. A few minutes later, Protocol Chief Evan Dobal went on board and invited the Romanian guests onto American soil. At the airplane's steps, Ceausescu and his wife were greeted by Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and his wife, Grace, as well as by other American and Romanian representatives. From the airport, the Ceausescus rode with the Vances to their official residence, Blair House, across the street from the White House. Blair House was already familiar to me from Ceausescu's earlier visits to Washington. So were Alina's traditional scenes over not yet having her luggage, which never came with the motorcade, when she arrived at Blair House. To avoid another crisis, I asked one of the people in charge of the house to show her around. The tour began in the drawing room with its beautiful Queen Anne desk and magnificent Sully portrait of Montgomery Blair, then continued to the Abraham Lincoln room. It was in this room full of memorabilia that Mr. Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, the guide intoned, pointing to a pen and ink drawing of President Lincoln. In the dining room, the table was set with heavy linen damask for the Ceausescus private dinner later that evening. These beautiful Lowestoft plates on the table belonged to the Blair family, said the guide. On the second floor, Alina was shown Ceausescu's large bedroom, adjoining a spacious library, both decorated with fresh flowers. "This is your bedroom suite, madam," said the guide, pointing to a room with a lovely canopied four-poster bed. Although it could not be refurbished in time for the 1957 visit of Queen Elizabeth, it is still called the Queen's Suite to this day, finished the guide, wishing Alina an enjoyable stay. "Close the door, Pacepa," an acid voice suddenly rasped out. After I had executed the order, Alina exploded. "Just look at the harpy. She has never seen me before in her life, and she decides I should sleep here, not with the comrade. Make this the ironing room." Imitating the guide's voice, she went on, "We have an Emancipation Proclamation. These idiots have a long way to go before they'll really be emancipated." Then, looking disapprovingly at several spots on the walls, "This is the 4th time I have been put up in this miserable old house. Couldn't you have found a newer one, or a Sheraton? At least I hope that we won't be tormented by their stupid air conditioning again." Air conditioning was one of my greatest headaches during the presidential visits I prepared. Shortly after he had taken over upon the death of his predecessor, Georg Georgievich, Ceausescu returned from a secret visit to Moscow with a lingering pain in his throat. Georgievich had died from an exceedingly fast-developing form of cancer, its first symptoms having appeared as throat pains not long after his return from a vacation in the USSR, although he had never made it public. In his circle of intimates, Ceausescu always claimed to have unimpeachable evidence that the Kremlin had secretly assassinated Dij by radiation because of his insubordination. Ceausescu's first throat pains therefore panicked him. Doctors from all around the world were secretly brought to Bucharest over an anguishing period of weeks. Finally, an old, very conservative West German doctor put it to him bluntly, "Sir, you talk too much and too loudly, and your vocal cords are terribly irritated." The doctor's prescriptions were old-fashioned: chamomile tea and avoidance of all drafts, including fans and air conditioners. After that, all fans were removed from his residences, and the central air conditioning system installed at the Central Committee of the Communist Party was dismantled. During his foreign visits, especially to North and South America, I encountered unspeakable difficulties getting the air conditioning turned off in every building he was to visit. It repeatedly happened that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other dignitaries accompanying Ceausescu abroad had to spend their nights sealing off air vents and leaky windows, after Ceausescu had detected an imaginary draft in his bedroom. Today I reported to Alina that everything was taken care of, although I was personally convinced that the air conditioning would not be turned off at such places as the NASA Space Center in Houston or Texas Instruments in Dallas. Leaving Alina, I went to find the electronics team that immediately upon our arrival had started checking for monitoring devices. They had to sweep all the walls, floors, ceilings, and furniture in the rooms that Ceausescu and Alina would use. I found them on the second floor checking out Ceausescu's bedroom and the adjoining library, where he would be meeting with the foreign minister and other members of his entourage early the next morning. These rooms had already been swept for microphones earlier that day, after Blair House had been turned over to the Romanians, by 2 technical experts who had arrived in Washington under cover as diplomatic couriers. But Ceausescu always wanted to have his own protective service recheck at least his bedroom, office, and dining room. The comrades' special clothes. The Ceausescu's luggage arrived 1 hour later in 2 escorted Secret Service trucks, accompanied by Ceausescu's tailor, 2 Romanian bodyguards, and Major Nicolae Popa, who was a kind of glorified valet. The Ceausescu's clothes have for many years been a priority matter of state in Romania. It all goes back to 1972. I was with Ceausescu in Cuba when Fidel Castro told him he had uncovered a CIA plot to smear the insides of his shoes with a poison that would make his hair fall out, and a Castro without his beard was unthinkable. A few days later, Sosescu decided that he would never wear any of his clothes more than once. That same year, special clothes manufacturing sections were created within the Securitate's Directorate V, which was his protective security service. As Sosescu earns no salary, all of his expenses are paid out of two secret accounts, one belonging to the party's central committee and the other to the Securitate. In general, the party pays for his housing, and the Securitate for everything that could be construed as related to his security, including food and clothing. The new Securitate sections designed and produced everything Sosescu might ever contemplate wearing: blocked fedoras for the office and Lenin-style caps for visits to factories, tailored tweed overcoats and Soviet-style padded winter jackets, everyday suits of imported British material and German-style hunting outfits. For his feet, silk socks, suede slippers, black wingtip Oxfords, smooth calfskin boots, and sturdy hunting boots with electric warmers in them, to name just a few of the products. All Sosescu's clothes are packaged in heavy, transparent plastic bags sealed with high-frequency electrical equipment. They are then deposited in a climate-controlled warehouse next to his Bucharest residence, where the rule is to keep a 1-year's supply in stock: 365 suits, 365 pairs of shoes, and so forth. Everything he has worn once is stamped with colored ink, so as not to be reused by mistake, and then burned in a furnace. When he is traveling, his used clothes are stamped at the end of the day as usual, but then stored in special trunks to be taken back to Bucharest for burning. Sosescu is not sentimental in any way. He does not have pet animals, clothes, or people that he wants to keep around him. In 1974, special women's clothing sections were created for Alina, and soon she also had a 1-year's reserve on hand. Soon, however, Alina became bored with the stringent security regulations and began to cheat by adding to her Romanian-made clothes a supplementary supply imported from Paris and London. She also cheated by instructing that some of her favorite clothes not be stamped and burned. Alina is both sentimental and superstitious about her clothing. If she feels that one dress has brought her bad luck, she will rip it up herself, even before it is stamped and burned, and if another seems to have brought her good luck, she will keep it to wear over and over. By the summer of 1978, the warehouse for her clothing was already about 3 times larger than Sosescu's. For many years, Nicolae Popa, a chemical engineer, had been in charge of protecting Sosescu's clothing and person from chemical, radioactive, and bacteriological contamination. His main tasks were to ensure the secure transportation of the Sosescu's luggage, to disinfect everything, to install radiation detectors everywhere, and to make chemical analyses of their food, using a portable laboratory. Popa also was responsible for bringing all the food along that the Sosescus would be eating during trips, carrying it in special sealed coolers containing everything from staples like butter, flour, salt, sugar, oil, and vinegar down to Sosescu's favorite steaks. After arriving at Blair House, Popa first deposited his food containers in a room close to the kitchen and put one of his subordinates on around-the-clock guard duty. Then Popa and a bodyguard moved several large steamer trunks to the second floor. They were filled with sterilized pillows, bed linens, towels, and bathrobes, as well as bath mats and bedside rugs. Before doing anything, Popa and his sidekick, using a disinfectant, washed down the floors, rugs, and every piece of furniture in the bedroom, bathroom, and library, drying them with a portable blower. They removed all the bed and bath linens, replacing them with the linens from the trunks, of which there was enough to last for the whole length of the visit. All of these operations were supposed to be religiously repeated every morning, the foreign housekeeping personnel being no longer allowed to set foot in these rooms or to supply any new linens. Then Popa installed concealed nuclear radiation detectors in each room of the presidential suite. When everything was ready, General Nicolae Stan, the chief of Sosescu's protective service and his aide-de-camp, posted bodyguards at the door to the bedroom and at each entry to the presidential suite. Only when all of this had been accomplished did Popa move the clothing trunks inside Blair House. Years later, I came across the book Inside Blair House by Mary Edith Wilroy, who was the manager there from 1961 to 1975. She lived through 2 earlier Sosescu visits to the United States in 1973 and 1975, both of which I also prepared. She writes, "All through the house, the Romanian security people kept watch. One security man was stationed on each stairway landing, and there was a guard on duty 24 hours a day in front of the president's bedroom door. It was the most security we had ever seen. The Sosescus took all their meals in their rooms, served by their personal waiter. The chambermaids had been told that they were not to enter the head of state's suite. When they came up the morning of the second day of the visit to change the sheets, they were told that would not be necessary. One chambermaid did manage to get in with a tray one morning. Everyone was intrigued by the atmosphere of mystery that surrounded the room. She reported that the Sosescus had brought along their own bed linens, which they had put on the beds. I gathered that they sent whatever laundry they had over to their embassy, because we never saw any in our laundry room. 2. A spy as ambassador. I was in the Lincoln Room, admiring memorabilia of Francis Preston Blair, when I was informed that Sosescu had invited me for dinner. During his visits abroad, it was not unusual for me to be seated at his table for lunch or dinner, or to be asked to play chess with him. On this particular evening, I dined with just Sosescu and Alina, and it was clear from the very beginning that their interest was in being briefed on the latest information concerning their visit to the United States. As soon as his waiter had left the room, Sosescu turned on a portable stereo and asked his usual, "What's new? The ambassador and the chief of station have prepared a confidential report for you," I replied, taking a file out of my briefcase. "Who else knows that Nicoli belongs to you?" He always asked the same question every time I mentioned Ambassador Nicoli's name. Although it had been his own decision that the ambassador to Washington should be an intelligence officer under deep cover, Sosescu was always afraid that a leak could anger the White House and damage the liberal, westernized image he was trying to give himself in Washington. Only 3 other people, Comrade, Minister of Interior Teodor Koman, Die Chief of Personnel General Nicoli Sosescu, and myself. I have been told that you and Nicoli are friends of Ian Voicu's and that you play the violin together. Is that true? Yes, comrade. Is Nicoli solid enough to keep his military rank and intelligence assignment a secret? I consider that he is. Alina, seated next to me on the other side of the table, broke in. How can anyone who plays the violin be reliable? After a pause, she went on. I heard a rumor that he had a terribly expensive violin. She looked at me with a question in her eyes. He has an 18th century Guarnieri del Gesù, which was a present from a West German company while he was Minister of Foreign Trade. If it's an antique, it ought to be taken into government custody. The Prime Minister approved allowing Nicoli to keep it. Who does the Prime Minister think he is? An idiot, that's all he is. How many times have I told you, Nick, that we don't need a Prime Minister anymore? Ready for the American media. What about the book exhibit I ordered? Sosescu asked me. It opened today at the Martin Luther King Library in Washington. Included is a special display case with books written by and about you. Listen to him, Nick. In all of America, they couldn't find any better place than a library for black people. The director of the library opened the exhibit with an address presenting you as a brilliant thinker and political personality, whose love of books has favorably influenced the whole course of publishing in Romania. Did he say brilliant thinker and political personality? That's what he said, Comrade Sosescu. I was there. Nothing about me? Yes, Comrade Alina, I lied. He spoke of you too, and your portrait is there next to the comrades. Anything new on the television interview? Sosescu calmly continued. Yes, ABC insists on taping the interview tomorrow afternoon, so they can put parts of it on the air during the primetime news tomorrow evening, the first day of the official visit, and broadcast the entire interview on Sunday, April 16th, on the Issues and Answers show. Is the interviewer somebody? Yes, comrade, Barbara Walters, she's one of ABC's best. A woman to interview you, Nick. That's ridiculous. What's her name again? Barbara Walters. Isn't she the harpy who interviewed Fidel Castro and made a circus out of his personal life with his estranged wife and his love affairs? Isn't she that one? I don't remember, Comrade Alina. Fiddlers, that's all they are, nothing but fiddlers. I told you so. It's all a plot against you, Nick, no question about it. Why else, out of 200 million Americans, could they find only that harpy to interview you? It's a plot to compromise you, comrade. Can't you see that? After reaching this decision, Alina furiously and ostentatiously left her half-eaten steak on the table and marched out of the dining area. Who is in charge of the interview? Asked Sosescu. Ionita. He's a man of tact and has had many years of experience in the United States. Fit the interview into tomorrow's schedule. And don't forget, you and Nicoli will be responsible with your heads if Walters asks anything about Comrade Alina or the family. The discussion continued for almost 2 more hours, Sosescu being interested in everything, from White House protocol rules down to the names of the American officials designated to welcome him at the airport in New York on the last day of the visit. He is very serious, systematic, and meticulous in preparing his visits abroad. King's Gambit vs. Khrushchev. After dinner I excused myself, but soon a bodyguard came and said, Comrade Sosescu invites you for a game of chess. Every time he summoned me to play chess, I remembered the description of him drawn by the Spanish communist leader Santiago Carrillo shortly after Sosescu's nomination. Carrillo had come to Bucharest as Sosescu's personal guest to inspect a secret paramilitary training center for Spanish communists, set up by the Romanian Communist Party with the professional help of the DI. After a long day of shooting practice, Carrillo, a subtle connoisseur of communist psychology, launched into a discussion with one of his Spanish comrades, evidently not imagining he was being taped. He described Ceausescu as uneducated, but possessing native intelligence and a solid Marxist background, a man of peasant prudery and apparent modesty, but bursting with unlimited personal ambition, a leader who would give new international dimensions to the concept of the personality cult. Up to now, however, Carrillo concluded, he looks more like a chess player who has not yet learned how to lose. Now, some 10 years later, Ceausescu still had not learned how to lose, either at politics or at chess. Ceausescu ordered his favorite Odobsti yellow wine and turned the portable stereo up loud, and even before he had finished his first bottle he became garrulous. When away from home, without his favorite movies, he loves to finish the day with wine or cognac, reminiscing about old times. I knew all these stories by heart, except that every time he told them, his personal role at that period became increasingly important. On this evening, Ceausescu started with his usual king's gambit, and with Stalin's heavy drinking. He recalled the cynical pleasure Stalin used to take in forcing his guests to drink, until he got them into embarrassing or even disgraceful situations. Then he recalled a visit to Moscow, where, during the farewell dinner, Stalin secretly ordered that the wine served to the Romanian guests be mixed with vodka instead of mineral water. He went on to say that the same wine with vodka had been served to the Romanian plane crew members, and that this was the real reason why the presidential airplane had hit a tree on its return from Moscow, killing the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Grigor Protasa, and 3 crew members, and wounding the president, Chivustoica. I barely got out of it alive, was Ceausescu's dramatic ending. His story was factually correct, except that it had been his predecessor, Georgievich, not himself, on that airplane, and the Kremlin leader had been Khrushchev. Changing the subject, Ceausescu recalled the Western propaganda, especially after Stalin's death, proclaiming that the East European governments were being kept in power only by Soviet occupation troops. If I had done it differently, said Ceausescu, Romania might now be a Soviet republic, but I never asked for any Soviet withdrawal. Not I got an old Bolshevik to do the job. I got Bednares. Emil Bednares was a Romanian bourgeois army officer who defected to the Soviet Union in the early 1930s. There he became a member of the Soviet Communist Party and officer in the Red Army, and in 1944 he came to Romania with the first Soviet troops, becoming Romania's Minister of National Defense. Bednares was perfect for the job I had in mind, Ceausescu went on, as he ordered a new bottle of wine and a plate with his favorite tomatoes, onions, and feta cheese. During one of Khrushchev's secret visits to Romania, I pushed Bednares out in front. He asked for the withdrawal of the Soviet troops from Romania, saying that it would help neutralize Western propaganda claims that the Romanian government would not be able to remain in power without Soviet bayonets. Only Bednares, as an old Bolshevik, could raise such a terribly delicate matter, and I was happy to have him there to do it. And Khrushchev bit. I don't care what other people say about him. Khrushchev was brilliant, and I am very proud that I was able to fool him. Although it was not until somewhat later that Khrushchev actually decided to withdraw the Red Army, 3, and only after I had given him some fantastic military intelligence. Still, I determined that, as a sign of my gratitude, I would build Bednares the most luxurious residence ever. Have you seen his marble indoor swimming pool and his movie theater? While basically true, Ceausescu's story had a few inaccuracies. Not Ceausescu but Georgievich handled the discussions with Khrushchev. Not Ceausescu but Georgievich instructed Bednares on how to appeal to Khrushchev, Ceausescu at that time being lower in rank than Bednares. Not Ceausescu but Georgievich had Bednares's famous residence constructed just across from his own. A respect for historical accuracy has never been among Ceausescu's priorities, and he has always manipulated the past to suit his image of himself. Do you remember that time during a visit to Romania, when Khrushchev began giving us lessons in how to seed hybrid corn? Ceausescu went on, roaring with laughter. I had been there that time, when Khrushchev was secretly shown an immense collection of genetic materials for hybrid corn stolen by the Romanians from the U.S. government and from private American farms. Following several years of disastrous drought and famine after the end of the war, Bucharest pinned its hopes on the hybrid corn made famous by American farmers. Under bilateral agreements, dozens of Romanian agricultural engineers, who were actually intelligence officers or agents, were sent to the United States. Dispersed to federal or state research institutes and to private organizations and farms, over the years they secretly collected thousands of pounds of the genetic materials for reproducing American hybrid corn in Romania. A special diplomatic pouch regularly transported these materials to Bucharest without biological deterioration. Several valuable American specialists were also recruited, including a scientist working at the United States Department of Agriculture's Research Center in Beltsville, Maryland. The latter alone supplied the whole United States National Hybrid Collection, containing over 14,000 assortments and species, which became the standard basis for later research work in Romania. These genetic materials were presented to Khrushchev in 1962. He promptly asked that the collection be shared with the Soviet Union, and this was done a few days later. But before leaving, Khrushchev could not resist lecturing the Romanians, in his famous peasant way, on just how he thought they should seed the hybrid corn, how they should handle it, and how harvest it. It was not until 10 years later that Romania, using these materials, became one of the largest producers of hybrid corn in Europe. American brands, such as Pioneer and Wyoming, created in the United States after many years of research and great effort, are now produced in Romania and exported as Romanian Hybrids RH brand. Soescu won that chess game, started another, and had just ordered a new bottle of wine when Alina came in holding up 2 pieces of Wedgwood china. "Look, Nick, aren't they awful? I bought them during our stopover at Shannon. They don't have any nice glaze and I had to pay American dollars for them. I told our ambassador's wife that our Romanian porcelain was much shinier and that we should be exporting it to Great Britain, but guess what she said? That English and Irish porcelain was more famous. She's a stupid old fuddy-duddy." The chess game was almost a draw, but I decided it would be wise for me to lose it. When I left, Alina, her dressing gown flopping open, was leafing through a briefing file on the visit. "Look here, Nick," she said, pointing to a page of biographic data on Jimmy Carter. "He's a peanut farmer. Farmer means peasant, doesn't it?" Chapter 17. The travel clock on my bedside table showed a few minutes before 5 when I heard a knock at the door of my room in Blair House. I was sure it would be Oral Floria, the first counselor of the Romanian embassy. A tractor mechanic by training, Floria was not brilliant, but he was pragmatic enough always to be punctual and respectful with his superiors. His common sense and an enviable ability to simplify even the most complicated situation, together with a good feel for human psychology, were the keys to his successful career. From having been an intelligence captain in London, where he learned good English and recruited valuable, long-standing sources in both major British political parties, Floria rose to the position of chief of the DI's North American division. Now, when Ceausescu had made the United States his first priority, Floria had just been appointed chief of station in Washington. Lavish praise for the leader. Floria put several folders on my table containing materials I had to present to Ceausescu and Alina that morning. The first folder contained telegrams from Bucharest. On top was one signed by Mania Mainscu, the Prime Minister, reporting in 2 full pages that all was well in Romania. The telegram ended fulsomely. "We who have remained behind in Romania, the members of the Political Executive Committee, Council of State and Council of Ministers, learning with vibrating patriotic pride about your arrival in Washington, want to express to you and to Comrade Alina our admiration for the brilliant way you are going to show to the U.S. people, and to the whole world, the principled stand and contribution of Romania, and your own contribution to the complex issues of the contemporary world. The whole Romanian people, approving with pride, enthusiasm, and great expectation your mission of peace to the U.S., is anxious to see the most beloved and esteemed son of the Romanian people, and our beloved Comrade Alina back on Romanian soil. We respectfully ask you to take care of your health, and to come back to the helm of our country more vigorous than ever. Eulogies are as important to Ceausescu as the air he breathes." Underneath this telegram was a pile of similar ones from other Romanian organizations, all eloquently praising Ceausescu and Alina. Most of them would have been drafted by Popescu the Lord, as usual. In the second folder, there was a joint report from the ambassador and the DI chief of station describing preparations being made for Ceausescu's visit. It was written in the same bombastic style Ceausescu liked to hear. The United States visit of the President of the Socialist Republic of Romania, Nicolae Ceausescu, and of his esteemed wife is awaited with legitimate interest by political, diplomatic, industrial, business, and journalist circles, by U.S. citizens, as an expression of the profound esteem and respect enjoyed in the public opinion of the United States by the forceful personality of the head of the Romanian state. Ceausescu will not read any report that is not lavish in its praise of him. In the third folder, there was another joint report containing laudatory remarks made by American personalities about Ceausescu's visit. Another folder contained eulogies to Ceausescu made by a number of Romanian émigrés living in the United States. "They're all our agents," Floria whispered in my ear. "All of them will give speeches during tomorrow's meeting between the comrade and the Romanian émigrés. It will be perfect. We wrote every word for them." The rest of the papers were of the same nature. All of them had been typed on the special IBM typewriters, with large characters used for Soescu alone, which had earlier been shipped from Romania for the visit. Only the DIE special report containing intelligence from all around the world was handwritten in easily readable black ink. After Soescu learned in Moscow that a typewritten text could be reconstituted by monitoring the impulses from an electric typewriter, he ordered that all intelligence reports given to him abroad be handwritten. "What's new?" asked Soescu, when he received me at 7 o'clock. "The rules for his mornings abroad are very strict. He always starts at 7 with his chief of intelligence, followed by the foreign minister. Only after that will he receive other members of his party, no matter what their rank, even if the prime minister is there on the trip with him." Glasses on his nose, Soescu leafed with his usual pleasure through the telegrams from the prime minister and the various Romanian organizations, and then carefully read the report on the Americans' preparations for his visit and on favorable remarks about him made by American personalities. "Put them into proper form and have them published in Romania. One in the West, too, if you can," Soescu ordered me, "and give Comrade Alina the telegrams from Romania." Over the last couple of years, the division of labor between them had become more and more evident. Soescu let Alina have the domestic authority, while he himself concentrated on international matters. My meeting with Soescu that morning was completely without incident, all the way to the end. Despite the 6-hour time difference between Bucharest and Washington, Soescu was in good physical and mental shape. He has a remarkable resilience, although he is very short in stature and does not have an athletic constitution. As I left Soescu, Andrei was just arriving at the door, throwaway razor still in hand. "How's the weather inside?" "Like outside." It was a beautiful, sunny spring morning in Washington. Andrei ditched his razor on a window sill, knocked at Soescu's door, and entered the library without waiting for an answer. "Comrade Alina is asking for you," the bodyguard on duty told me. "She's in the garden with the photographers." When Alina had finished posing for the photographers assigned to take daily pictures for her collection, she started walking toward me, wearing a sugary smile over her shabby yellow teeth. "What do you have for me today, Pacepa?" she mewed, looking hopefully at the folder I was holding in my hand. "Some telegrams from Bucharest." "Read them to me, darling." Once that was over, Alina made her way back to the house, holding onto my arm and waddling from side to side. "Listen to me, Nick," she burst in on Soescu, slamming the door behind her. "I want all these telegrams published, every one of them." She grabbed the folder out of my hands and plopped it down on Soescu's desk. "Just give Pacepa whatever you want published. He'll take care of it. Make sure they all get published, Pacepa." Turning to Andrei, she looked him up and down. "Are you going to natter at the comrade's head all day long?" "I've just finished, Comrade Alina," said Andrei, happy to leave. "If so, let's go outside, Nick. The rest of your idiots can wait. It's such a beautiful morning." After they had left, I was notified that the chief of the U.S. Secret Service team in charge of Soescu's visit was downstairs asking for an immediate meeting with me. He got straight to the point. "We have a demonstration against President Soescu going on between Blair House and the White House. To prevent the president from seeing it, we will need to take a different route." There is nothing more calamitous for Soescu than to see a demonstration against himself. It can put him into a violent, towering rage. That had happened a few times, and just the thought of it had become a nightmare for me. The first time I accompanied Soescu abroad was in 1970, on a visit to New York. Just as he was returning to the Romanian permanent mission from his first visit to the United Nations, he caught sight of a fellow wearing placards around his neck asking Soescu for more human rights in Romania. When Soescu called me on the carpet, he was completely deformed with fury as he paced from one side of the room to the other. "Make the miserable swine disappear from the face of the earth," he ordered. The protester turned out to be a Romanian emigre named George Boyan, who had a permit to demonstrate valid for the whole period of the visit, and he stubbornly kept on, in spite of both promises and threats from Romanian diplomats. A helpful secret service did carefully change the daily routes so that Soescu would not see the demonstrator, but every day Soescu sent one of his personal bodyguards over to see if the man was still on the street. Upon learning that he would make a dreadful scene. Because of the rage he provoked in Soescu, Boyan entered into contemporary Romanian history. For many years, the code name used in DIE correspondence for anti-Soescu demonstrations was Boyan. One of Soescu's stormiest reactions took place several years later, when he learned from a Radio Free Europe broadcast that a recent Romanian emigre, Sergiu Manoliu, and his mother, Carmen Manoliu, had organized a demonstration across from UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Calling for human and immigration rights in Romania, they hoisted a Soescu portrait swathed in mourning for several days. Livid with rage, Soescu ordered that Sergiu Manoliu be beaten to death. so that no other person will ever desecrate the portrait of the Romanian president. Subsequently, Sergiu Manoliu barely escaped with his life from a dye operation using French professional terrorists who had been given asylum in Romania and were regularly used by the dye for drug smuggling and terrorism. "Let's both go outside," the chief of the Secret Service team suggested, and we immediately left to have a look at the demonstrators and to establish alternate routes. Then I went to the White House and checked on the preparations for the official arrival of the Ceausescus, scheduled to take place on the White House lawn. Members of the welcoming committee were already there. Vice President Walter Mondale, Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and his wife, the Deputy Commander of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral James Holloway and his wife, U.S. Ambassador to Bucharest Rudolf Agri, and other State Department officials, together with the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Dr. Guillermo Civilis Acasa. At 10:30, the Ceausescus arrived, and his broad smile showed that he had not seen any demonstration against him. Unfortunately, the good mood did not last. Wrong anthem at the White House. President Carter introduced Ceausescu to his welcoming committee, the military guard presented arms, and the band started to play the Romanian national anthem. The Americans all stood at respectful attention. I was dumbfounded, however. They were playing the old Fatherland Romania from capitalist days, not the new anthem Ceausescu had personally introduced. I cast an eye toward the platform of honor. Carter was smiling broadly, as if attesting to his enjoyment of the melodic Romanian anthem. Ceausescu's fingers were furiously agitated, his face black, his ferocious eyes trying to catch mine. I maneuvered to have Secretary Vance informed of the faux pas, and in an instant the whole welcoming committee was discreetly abuzz. The news reached the Deputy Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who, while passing it on to Vice President Mondale, made a gesture indicating he would take care of it, and then strode off importantly. The band, however, played relentlessly on, down to the very last note, and I knew that it was only a matter of time before Ceausescu would accuse me of being a CIA agent. The rest of the ceremony proceeded as if nothing had happened. In his welcoming speech, Carter said, "It is also of great benefit to me as president to have a chance to consult with a national and international leader like our guest today," and he emphasized that the influence of Ceausescu and Alina throughout the international world is exceptional. Somewhat calmed down, Ceausescu winked at Alina, who was showing off her sweetest smile and her stumpy yellow teeth. In his reply, Ceausescu made only a few of his favorite points: equality between the large and the small, the developed and the underdeveloped countries, including equality between Romania and the United States, himself as the father of human rights and a fundamental supporter of the Helsinki Accords, and as the creator of a new international economic order. After the first official meeting between the two presidents, Ceausescu and his party went to the State Department for a luncheon given in his honor by Vance. I accompanied Alina to a luncheon given in her honor by Mrs. Vance at the historic Woodlawn Plantation in Mount Vernon, Virginia. Throughout the whole drive, Alina did nothing but complain. First of all, she should really be at the same luncheon as her husband, not shunted off to some sideshow with American wives. I'm a political leader and an internationally renowned scientist. Second, it was unfair for her to be escorted by the State Department's protective service and not by the Secret Service as her husband was. I'm not a president's wife. I am the next in line after the Romanian leader. Is that clear, you fiddler? Third, the national anthem. For that alone you should be fired and sent back to Romania on foot. When the car arrived at Woodlawn Plantation, I braced myself. Just look at it. What a ghastly, stinking old house out here in the middle of nowhere, and sand everywhere. You should have warned me to wear boots, you imbecile. We got back to Blair House just in time to receive the key to the city of Washington from Mayor Walter Washington and his wife. After the routine ceremony, photographed from all angles by Romanian newsmen, Alina pushed me into a corner. "You idiot, why didn't you tell us that the mayor was a descendant of his?" To Alina, anyone named Washington had to be related to George Washington. In the center of the room, Ceausescu was dictating the communiqué for the Romanian press. The golden key of Washington was offered to President Nicolae Ceausescu, as a symbol of the valuation given to the tireless political activity of the Romanian president, dedicated to his country's welfare and progress, to the cause of peace and understanding in the world. 2. Alina, who was holding the box with the key, gave it to me. "Find out if it's real gold. If it is, give it to me. If not, put it away with the rest of our trophies." Barbara Walters was now there with her team. She was Alina's nightmare, the harpy, the viper, the vampire, who wanted to suck dirty stories out of the private lives of communist leaders. While waiting for Ceausescu to reappear, I had the unexpected pleasure of a long talk with her. She was incredibly human-friendly. We talked about anything and everything, from her previous interviews with other leaders to her private life, her beloved daughter, her phobia of darkness. In the evening, the dinner given at the White House in Ceausescu's honor started with the Romanian anthem. "This is the good one," Carter said, apologizing obliquely for that morning. Then both presidents gave speeches, and after the dinner the guests were invited to attend a recital in the reception hall. "Our program is entitled In Memory of Gershwin," Carter gushed, leading the two artists over to the piano. Summing up a successful first day. Back at Blair House, Ceausescu invited his officials in for a glass of wine. Alina caught me at the door and was about to buzz something into my ear when Ceausescu remarked, "Farmer he may be, but he's not a peasant." "Isn't that so, Alina?" He had evidently been won over by Carter's eulogies and his smile. "But he's not a gentleman either, Nick. No folk ensemble, no ballet, no symphony in his artistic program. Nothing but two handicapped people, one blind and one a Negro." After a short pause she went on, "What did he say about me, Nick? There were so many people there I just can't remember." "Nice things, Alina. Something about you as a scientist." "What exactly, Nick?" Ceausescu asked that his interpreter, Sergiu Selac, be called in with his stenographic transcript of Carter's speech. "Read us what the farmer said about Comrade Alina." "Yes," he said, "I was particularly eager to impress the president's wife tonight because she on her own is a distinguished scientist, a chemist, and has done great research work." 3. How lovely. "And what did he say about Palade dear?" she mewed further. "I heard him saying his name." "I have it," said Selac. President Carter continued as follows, "And I was very careful to place on her left someone who could speak her language about science, and about whom I could brag that he is a distinguished American to show how superior our country was. As a matter of fact, Dr. Palade is a Nobel laureate, and I wanted to let Mrs. Ceausescu know how advanced we were in training Americans to win the foremost prize in all the world." So I was explaining it to her very carefully, and in the middle of my dissertation that means Palade, the interpreter filled in, pointed out to me he was born, raised, and trained in Romania. 4. I think that's all, Selac ended. "That's sweet," Alina smirked. "They finally get a Nobel Prize winner, and he turns out to be a Romanian. Isn't it true what the comrade always says? There's no other country greater than Romania and no other people cleverer than we are." "There is always much truth in what the comrade says," approved Apriya. "He's so sensitive." "Selac, would you read the part where Carter talked about the comrade?" "Here it is. I have had a delightful day with the president of this great country. I think it is accurate to point out that as the leader of his great nation, he has not only brought tremendous progress to Romania, but also has taken on a role of leadership in the entire international community that is notable." 5. That's marvelous. "I couldn't have said it better myself," Apriya lied. "It was delightful the way you hit Carter below the belt," said Vasil Pungan. "When you called Abraham Lincoln a Marxist." "Can you find it, Selac?" "I know what I said, I don't need Selac for that," Ceausescu interrupted. "I quoted from Marx, who called Abraham Lincoln this honest son of the working class. During the Spanish Civil War there was a volunteer brigade named for Abraham Lincoln. He became a symbol for the American communists, and he still is," filled in Andre, who had given Ceausescu the Lincoln vignette for his speech. There was another blow for Carter, Pungan boomed in his loud voice. He began praising the audience, commenting that America was 200 years old and its population came from almost every European country. "Big deal. And then you made your point, Comrade Ceausescu. You said that in 1980 Romania would celebrate 2,050 years since its creation, and that the Romanian people had been there forever and would stay there forever. That was marvelous. Selac, would you like to read what Carter said about the Helsinki Conference?" asked Andre, who usually has little to say when Alina is present. "He said that Romania was one of those countries instrumental in evolving the conference on security and cooperation in Europe." 6. That's the work of our embassy here, said Andre. It kept whispering this idea over and over all around Washington until even Carter learned it. "Just look at him, comrades," Alina lashed out. "He did it. He does everything. It's less than a month since the comrade appointed you foreign minister, and now everything's been done by you. In our country it's the comrade who does everything. The comrade, not you, you mascalzone." Andre was sinking down lower and lower in his chair. Only a few days earlier, during our flight to West Germany, he had told me how careful he was not to take credit for anything in his relations with Ceausescu. Pungan broke in, trying to keep the evening from taking a bad turn, and suggested watching the videotape of that part of the Barbara Walters interview shown on the news that evening. "At least the harpy didn't sting," said Alina when the short tape came to an end. "He understood that if she did, she would have to fight me. The interview was much longer, Comrade Alina," said Apriya. "I was there the whole time. It was just incredible, unique. The comrade was so sensitive. Would you like Selac to read the comrade's answer when Barbara Walters asked him about the present relations between Romania and the United States?" "Yes, I have it right here," said Selac, taking out another notebook. The comrade said, "Naturally, there are still problems to be solved, among which are the most favored nation clause and the granting of more freedom by the United States to U.S. companies. I mean, the granting of up-to-date technologies. Under a U.S. law, American companies cannot give some technologies without relevant approvals. That is why it is necessary for the American companies and firms to have more freedom of action. Is that what you are looking for, Comrade Opria? No dollars for color television. Yes, Selek, isn't that extraordinary? It is exactly what Brezhnev just asked the comrade, to obtain prohibited technology that Moscow cannot get. I couldn't believe that the comrade would attack so frontally. He is so aggressive. Haramumph, Soiskukov, trying to catch Opria's attention. He pointed to the wall with one hand and to one of his ears with the other. Oh, I understand. The walls could have ears, Opria said loudly. Sosisku gave him an acid look. Isn't he an idiot, Nick? Why do you keep saying that Opria is the best man you have? Your interview was marvelous, threw out Ian Avram, the Minister of Heavy Industry, giving his friend Opria a hand. I wish we could show you in color on Romanian television, too. We'll have to do it someday, Comrade Soiscu. I've told you many times, Avram, there's a political consideration that's holding us up. We have to decide which color television system to adopt. The Soviet, the American, Japanese, the French, or the West German. Anyone we select will make somebody else unhappy, and I don't want to annoy anybody now. I need friends, not enemies. The comrade is so profound, chimed in Opria, trying to repair the bad impression he had just made. It is also a matter of money, comrades, continued Sosisku, extending his dialogue with Avram to the rest of those present. We just don't have the dollars now for color television. Lowering his voice, he added, the military industry is the one we have to invest in now, not the food or shoe industry. Our people are docile enough, they know how to tighten their belts. They can live without color television for now. Why should we think about color television, Avram? Asked Alina. Isn't it enough that we've given them one television set for each house? Isn't that true, Opria? Almost, Comrade Alina. One for every 50 houses. Whatever. The idiots ought to be happy enough with what they've got. Why should we put ideas in their heads about color television, Avram? Are you crazy? In 1978, Romania and Albania were the only European countries without any color television broadcasting. In Bucharest, however, a small color television broadcasting system had recently been installed, imported for the use of Soiscu's family only. When a rumor, stemming from one of Niku's drunken sprees, started about an alleged color television broadcasting system for Soiscu only, he ordered me to mount a disinformation operation, spreading the word that there had only been demonstrations by foreign companies eager to sell their systems to Romania. On Sosiscu's personal order, the Dai was deeply involved in obtaining complete technological intelligence for the two color television systems favored by him, the French SECAM, in which the Soviets were interested, and the West German PAL. When you have the complete technology on either of them, it will be much easier for me to make my political decision, he said with a wink, shortly before our visit to Washington. Who were those elegant ladies at your table? That's all for tonight, said Sosiscu, draining his glass. Even before the last person had left the room, Alina jumped on me. All day I've been meaning to ask you, who were those three elegant ladies at your table tonight, Americans? Yes, comrade, wives. Yes, comrade, American wives. I was sure I recognized the amusing one you spent the whole evening cheek to cheek with. Wasn't she the ambassadress? Yes, comrade, it was Bertha. Fantastic, that floozy in the White House. So she hadn't invented all those stories about having an open entree to the White House. That's marvelous. We've got to get busy right away and have her stud come over here with his big dick for her darling to ask her all about the White House during a good fuck. The ambassadress has to learn that nothing is for nothing in today's world. What stud, what floozy, Soiscu broke in. Before he could finish, Alina was on his lap, whispering about the ambassadress. Wouldn't it be fabulous to have an influence agent at the pinnacle of American society? I heard Alina finishing her recital. We'll have to think about that. We ought to send her boyfriend over here, Nick. At first just for a visit, then for good. We'll decide on that as soon as we get back to Bucharest, Soiscu declared. She has to do whatever we want, Nick. Now or later, Alina. Anyway, if she should ever start thinking about not doing what we want, then all we need to do is have somebody show her the pictures and suggest that a newspaper correspondent might find them in some hotel lobby. The same day I arrived in the United States after having been granted political asylum, I reported on this hostile operation against the United States government. I later learned that on the basis of my reporting an investigation had been conducted, and Bertha's affair with the Romanian driver had been confirmed. 8. Creating a son for an American Nobel Prize winner. Abruptly, Sosiscu changed the subject. Today I saw Brzezinski at work. Zbigniew Brzezinski was President Carter's national security advisor at the time. The Poles have managed to get a nice penetration into the White House. Sosiscu considers all Romanian émigrés, no matter what their current citizenship, as still Romanians who should obey Bucharest's orders. This is the common view throughout the Soviet bloc. Soescu pursued his thought. How many Romanian emigres do we have in America, Pacepa? Something over 300,000, according to DIE records. That's quite a talent pool. To get a Romanian in as the right-hand man of the American president should be our most important goal for the future. We ought to have our Brzezinskis in here, not only in the White House but also in Congress and in the State Department. Come on, Nick. They haven't even been able to recruit Palade, no matter how much you and I insisted. Did you hear in Carter's toast how nicely he talked about Palade and his Nobel Prize, and about how close he was to the President of the United States? Dr. George Palade was born in Romania, studied there and married the daughter of Nicolae Malaxa, one of the wealthiest Romanian businessmen before the communist era. In 1944, the Soviet army occupied Romania, and Palade soon left with his wife and father-in-law for the United States. When he later became the director of a microbiology institute in the United States and won a Nobel Prize, Elena ordered that he be recruited immediately. Palade was a DIE recruitment target for many years, but when it was finally realized that his loyalty to his adopted country was unshakable, Elena ordered a new tactic. She told the DIE to create a fictitious illegitimate child for Palade, the supposed fruit of some love affair he had before his marriage, while still a medical student in Romania. The DIE invented this child, a son, out of whole cloth, registered him in all the necessary public records, and then gave his identity to an illegal intelligence officer who had good credentials as an engineer. At the time I had left Bucharest for this trip, the DIE had been working out a complicated operation to have Palade discover his son, who would be the illegal officer. The DIE was confident that the son's romantic story and early photographs of his father, together with his personal charm and professional competence, would induce Palade, once in contact with him, to do everything he could to get the son an exit visa from Romania. Soescu had long since prepared himself for the meeting with Palade at which he would generously agree to this act of clemency. Champagne, Soescu suddenly ordered, and get Selak for me. The waiter came over with cordon rouge, and Soescu downed 2 glasses, then asked his interpreter, "Find what Carter said about me in his Georgia." "Yes, comrade." Selak has always been prepared when called by Soescu. He said, referring to you, "This is the president's 4th trip to our country, and after he leaves Washington shortly, he will be going to Chattanooga, to Dallas, to Houston. He will also be visiting New York. Unfortunately, he won't get to Georgia laughter on this trip. He's going to save that for dessert when he comes back on his next trip." 9. Exactly. Dessert, that's what he said. Dessert. "Thank you, Selak," said Soescu, dismissing the interpreter with a wave of the hand. "Well, let's now have the dessert, Pacepa," he whispered as softly as he could after Selak had left. "I want you to start immediately feeding Billy money through your Liberian agent and his brother in London. The Billy operation shouldn't take place here, under American eyes. Use London and Liberia. In the meantime, send one of your best officers to the office we opened in Atlanta. He should provide future logistical support. By the time I make my next visit here, Billy should be a long-standing and productive agent, and then I'll go to Georgia for dessert." As Soescu was leaving the library, he ordered me to find a way for Elena to participate in the ceremony of signing the joint declaration, scheduled for the next afternoon at the White House. I attempted to point out that as far as I knew there was no such precedent at the White House, and that she was supposed to go with Rosalind Carter to visit the National Museum of History and Technology and attend an official luncheon there. A suddenly tired Soescu cut me off. "Change it. Make Rosalind understand that this is Comrade Elena's most ardent desire." Chapter 18. Since Watergate, Soescu has hated the United States Congress, holding it responsible for the resignation of Richard Nixon, in whom he had made long-term investments. With Soescu, however, his political goals have always taken precedence over his personal feelings. In preparing for the current visit, he asked me to put as many congressmen as possible into his schedule. Numbers are what count for Soescu more than anything else, especially numbers of people. Not too many Republicans, they are reactionary. That is Soescu's favorite word for anti-communist. He also prefers members of the Senate over those of the House. Their terms are too short. Senator Jackson takes a hard line. This morning Soescu was joined for breakfast at Blair House by Senators Alan Cranston, Edward Kennedy, Ted Stevens, Adlai Stevenson, Abraham Ribicoff, Harrison Williams, and Jacob Javits. Just before they came, Soescu ordered me to entertain Senator Henry Jackson, scheduled for his next meeting, in case the breakfast lasted longer than foreseen. Warm him up. Jackson is not only the chairman of the Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee, he is also a Jew. "You do remember our most valuable national resources, don't you?" he asked. "Oil, Jews, and Germans," he added, without waiting for my reply. "We should extract as much money as possible from them." In 1975, the United States granted Romania most favored nation status, but the Jackson-Vanik Amendment to the 1974 Trade Act ties its annual renewal to free emigration rights. I became one of the few people responsible for keeping this status alive for Romania, and my earlier meetings with Senator Jackson had been in this capacity. In his discussion with Ceausescu that day, Jackson was polite but very firm, his main concern being over human rights and freedom of emigration. He stated flatly that, based on his experience, Bucharest had repeatedly tried to cheat on immigration, that the current situation, according to verifiable figures he had, was far from satisfactory, that immigration and human rights were systematically being violated by Bucharest, that empires from Romania were being forced into intelligence operations in the West, and that substantial corrections would have to be made if Romania wanted to preserve its most favored nation status. I always admired Senator Jackson's firmness. After the meeting, Ceausescu erupted in fury. "That son of a bitch," he muttered through clenched teeth, racing upstairs to the library, which had become his temporary lair. Once there, however, he had second thoughts, demonstrating again that communist leaders respect only force. Turning the stereo up loud, Ceausescu ordered me to send a telegram to Bucharest asking that attempts to recruit Jews filing emigration requests be temporarily halted. Then, walking agitatedly around the room, he dictated the text of the Romanian press communiqué about his meeting with Senator Jackson. During the talk, which took place in a cordial atmosphere, they tackled problems pertaining to the development of the Romanian-American collaboration, based on equality, mutual respect, and advantage, especially in the economic field, and views were exchanged on certain aspects of the present-day international situation. 1. At noon, following a short meeting between Carter and Ceausescu, and a formal meeting of the American and Romanian delegations, the two presidents signed their joint declaration. Seated next to their husbands at the official table were both Alina Ceausescu and Rosalind Carter. Rumor had it that this was a first in White House history. Ceausescu had once again proved to be an astute judge of human nature. Alina's wish to participate in the signing had been whispered into Rosalind's ear. After this ceremony, Ceausescu left for a working luncheon at the National Press Club. I accompanied Alina to an official luncheon given for her by Rosalind Carter. Evidently convinced that Alina really was a scientist, Rosalind had scheduled the luncheon to take place at the National Museum of History and Technology. "Just look at the peanut head," Alina exploded during our drive. "She thinks I've never seen a museum before. Idiotic, darling, a presidential luncheon in a museum. I hope she's not going to serve us fried dinosaur." After the luncheon, attended by renowned scientists carefully selected by the White House, Rosalind took Alina on a short tour of several museum rooms temporarily closed to the public. Romanian photographers and television crews busily took many pictures, but the Western news media showed little interest. Waiting at the exit, however, was a man who had evidently been told that Rosalind was with a foreign visitor, and he asked Alina what country she was from. "Romania, darling," said Alina, turning toward the anonymous questioner. On our drive back to Blair House, Alina ordered that the Romanian press communique about her luncheon with Rosalind include the following. On their way, numerous citizens welcomed them with consideration and respect. A great number of radio and television reporters were present. Mrs. Alina Ceausescu answered questions of press correspondents. 2. We got back only a few minutes after Ceausescu had returned from the National Press Club. "The comrade was asking for you," one of his bodyguards told me. He was furious. "Rada should die." Ceausescu was in the library, pacing from one end to the other and clenching his fists. "Where were you?" he asked nervously. "Why is Rada still alive?" Constantin Rada was the dye engineer who had defected to the United States in 1973, who canceled my order to have him executed. Ceausescu went on, glaring at me. "Rada should die the moment I get back to Bucharest, killed by the mafia as I have ordered many times." He continued his nervous pacing, without looking in my direction. He should also be compromised in the West as a drug smuggler, just in case. Some foolish minds may try to connect his death with his defection. Suddenly Ceausescu stopped in front of me. "His wife has got to have a lover in Bucharest. Can you understand me? A lover," now he was yelling. "A lover who's good at sex. One who will keep her tied down there with his dick for the rest of her life. She has to refuse to leave Romania, and that'll put an end to Rada's case. And he should be killed, killed, killed." It was only later that I learned what had happened at the National Press Club. Ceausescu had been given a hard time by Nestor Radish of Radio Free Europe and other American journalists, who had asked for Rada's family to be released from Romania. Since 1965, Ceausescu has been the absolute proprietor of Romania. His portrait is on display everywhere, more than those of Hitler and Stalin in their day. Ceausescu's will become law at the mere scrawl of his pen. His army and security forces are more repressive than Idi Amin's ever were. All the domestic media, from children's magazines to television stations, belong to Ceausescu more than the Hearst newspapers ever belonged to William Randolph Hearst. Xintia, the official voice of the Communist Party, always devotes the two right-hand columns of its front page to what Ceausescu did the day before, whom he met, and what he talked about. The rest of the paper consists mainly of articles praising Ceausescu's leadership in every facet of life. Each day's radio and television broadcasting program starts and ends with praise to the most adored and esteemed son of the Romanian people. During his current visit to Washington, Ceausescu had been preening around and showing off his power, and now he had been humiliated in front of 200 American journalists and foreign press correspondents. It was all Rada's fault. He had committed the unforgivable crime of lèse-majesté. Ever since his defection in 1973, Rada had been a thorn in Ceausescu's side. At first it was because he defected, taking a whole diplomatic pouch with him and turning it over to the American authorities. Then it was because Rada made all kinds of interventions on Capitol Hill and staged demonstrations in front of the Romanian embassy in Washington, asking for his wife and daughter. Now Rada's actions had started to bear fruit. There had been almost no single week over the past 2 years without some kind of appeal, request, pressure, or condemnation from a member of the U.S. Congress in connection with Ceausescu's refusal to allow Rada's family to emigrate. In 1976, when under pressure from Congress, the State Department had officially asked that the American consul in Bucharest be allowed to speak privately with Rada's wife, Ceausescu had exploded. "I am president here." He immediately called the Minister of Interior and directed him to provide evidence that the consul was an active CIA officer. "Why are you gasping like a fish? If you don't have the evidence today, you'd better make it for tomorrow. If the Americans ask once more to have their consul talk to Rada's wife, I'll expel him as a spy and plaster it all over the press, around the whole world." The next day, as usual, Ceausescu had second thoughts. "Our proletarian arm should be long enough to reach criminals wherever they are hiding," he said, again ordering that Rada be secretly killed in the United States without any trace of Bucharest's involvement. "Use the American mafia to do it. Today we need them, tomorrow they may need us, and we won't forget their help." At that time, 1976, the Dai had no contacts with the American mafia. Soon afterwards, however, an American from New York City was arrested at the Bulgarian border for the possession of undeclared merchandise, including drugs and monitoring devices. Under a bilateral agreement, as soon as the Bulgarians learned that the man's wife was a native Romanian, his case was turned over to the Romanian Securitate. During his interrogation by the Romanians, he admitted to being an important member of the American mafia, and his case was given to the Dai. The Dai recruited Lemon and gave him secure living conditions in Romania, including the luxury of a personally owned apartment and a firm commitment for political asylum, if needed. Lemon moved his wife and his drug-smuggling business to Bucharest. Given the task of locating and assassinating Rada, Lemon came up with reliable information, photographs of Rada secretly taken in the United States, and an operational plan to kill him in an unfortunate accident in which he would end up at the bottom of a river. Ceausescu personally approved the assassination plan. By the end of March 1978, however, when Lemon was in Washington to do the deed, Ceausescu had second thoughts. He postponed Rada's assassination until the end of his official visit to the United States. Bibles into toilet paper. Around 3 o'clock, when I informed Alina that Professor Emanuel Merdinger was there, she was practicing an acceptance speech for her honorary diploma. "I don't care who is waiting for me. Is my diploma there or not?" Alina was all smiles in anticipation. 2 seconds later, however, she pounced on me. "It's still a mystery to me why you decided to punish me with this awful university, and to make a martyr out of me with this filthy Jew. In Romania, we're giving all the Jews the sack, but here I have to flirt with one in front of the press. I should respectfully report to you, Comrade Alina, that the University of Illinois has the third largest university library in the United States with over 5 million books. I had come prepared for this and was determined to avoid any discussion about Professor Merdinger. Is that true? If so, darling, why don't you give them my book? Why do you always wait for me to think of things? Your mind is off playing the violin, you fiddler. I was waiting to have it translated into English, like the one just printed in German. Big deal. If they want science, they should learn Romanian. Have you called the photographers? Yes. Idiots that they are, they may miss the ceremony. Alina is always interested only in the photographers, never in the journalists. The latter are told what to write anyway. As General Oral Floria had just reported to me, Professor Merdinger had been briefed in minute detail on the degree of deference and flattery to use with Alina. When she entered the room, Merdinger was humbly bent over at the waist. Keeping his eyes glued to his shoes, he sang out a flowery hymn of praise. Clutching the diploma with both hands, Elena cleared her throat, coughed a couple of times, looked helplessly at Merdinger and at me, and all at once burst out in a very loud voice. I would like to express my special gratitude for the distinction I have been awarded. That was the last sentence of the acceptance speech Soescu had composed for her, the rest of which was a eulogy on the Romanian contribution to the development of science and technology throughout the world. Forgetting the rest, she hastily left the room and did not stop until she had reached the library. When I caught up with her there, Soescu, Pungan, Apriya, and Andre were admiring her diploma. I know Merdinger. Was he nice today? Pungan asked Elena. Very nice. We should use him for promoting our interests in America, Nick. He is such a good friend of Romania. What a marvelous story, Apriya chimed in. In mid-1985, Bucharest once again came under attack on Capitol Hill and in the American press for human rights abuses, following a Wall Street Journal disclosure that 20,000 Bibles donated by the World Reformed Alliance to the Reformed Church in Romania had been intercepted by the Romanian government and recycled into toilet paper. A month later, this matter was the subject of 4 letters to the journal's editor. Where are the human rights of the Christians whose shipment of 20,000 Bibles was intercepted by the Romanian government and sent to a pulp mill to be turned into toilet paper, wrote Congressman Mark D. Silgender, asking for cancellation of Romania's most favored nation status. Another letter writer also expressed revulsion. A third letter was written by a Romanian bishop, and it goes without saying, defended Bucharest. The fourth letter was from Professor Emanuel Merdinger, who wrote, I cannot and will not believe that Bibles were recycled in Romania for toilet paper. Laszlo Hamos, who is quoted in the article, is a Hungarian by origin and has carried out this campaign of hate against Romania for many years, and for one purpose. He wants Transylvania ceded to Hungary. This would be impossible without a war. In World War I and II, the Romanians occupied Budapest, and will do it again if there is another war. 4. This is, word for word, exactly what Soescu used to say in his rages against Budapest. It is precisely what he said to me in March 1978, when he ordered the savage reprisals against Carol Kirili, the Romanian dissident of Hungarian descent. Furthermore, Laszlo Hamos was one of the main organizers of an immense anti-Soescu demonstration that took place on April 16, 1978, outside the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, where Soescu was staying. That same evening, a furious Soescu ordered Ambassador Nicolae and me to pay professional criminals to kill Hamos and another 2 organizers of the demonstration whose names he had been told. His own 5th column. In the evening, Soescu went to the Romanian embassy for his long-awaited meeting with Romanian emigrants from the United States and Canada. In the early 1970s, when Soescu learned that Romania had over 600,000 emigrants abroad, he became very interested in Adolf Hitler's 5th column. That was not too surprising, as Soescu had always studied Hitler's charisma and had repeatedly analyzed the original Nazi films of Hitler's speeches. Some of the films, such as the one of his speech opening the 1936 Olympics, became part of the permanent collection at Soescu's residence. Hitler's style fully rubbed off onto Soescu. The latter's speeches are loaded with the same kind of worm-mucin. We must do thus and so, screamed at his listeners and emphasized by arms flailing and fists pounding the table. The most startling similarity, however, is in the way Soescu strikes a nationalistic chord with his listeners. In almost every speech, he recalls the Romanian people's origins in proud Roman and Dacian warriors and their 2,000-year continuity, just as Hitler harped on the Aryans and Nibelungen and proclaimed a 1,000-year Reich. The words sovereignty, independence, and freedom appear regularly in Soescu's propaganda and appeal to the same sort of wounded national pride that the Germans felt after World War I, enabling Hitler to come to power screaming about freedom for the fatherland. Soescu is always exhorting Romanians that only through more hard work can the country's freedom be attained, much as Hitler proclaimed that Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free, and cynically posted it over the gates of Auschwitz and Dachau. Soescu's propagandistic vocabulary is so ingrained that even in his toast to Jimmy Carter at the White House on Wednesday, he boasted that, for almost 50 years, since the setting up of the first Dacian state, the Romanians have fought to be free and will always be free. 5. In Soescu's view, the 5th column played an important role in portraying Hitler worldwide as a charismatic leader. That was why Soescu wanted to have his own 5th column, an army of émigré sympathizers in Western countries. He considers all émigrés Romanian citizens falling under Romanian law and obliged to promote, defend, and support Bucharest's policies, exactly as Hitler did. In Soescu's concept, the the Romanian Orthodox Church should penetrate into émigrés' souls and thoughts, just as microphones, mail censorship, and Securitate agents do with his domestic population. He therefore ordered that priests who were either deep-cover die officers or agents be sent abroad to take over the émigré churches and their congregations, indoctrinate the émigrés, and silently bring their organizations under Bucharest's control. In the new Romanian fifth column that began to be created in the early 1970s, Soescu envisioned not only a useful instrument for plotting against the West or for spreading rumors and disinformation. For him and for Alina, it was also supposed to be the showcase presenting their smiling faces to the West. When Soescu gave me instructions for his meeting with the Romanian Americans, he ordered that no effort or cost be spared to make it a grandiose occasion. Get all your agents there, especially the priests, write their speeches for them and teach them how to read them. A festive party congress in America, that's what it should be. The die stations in Washington, New York, and Ottawa spent weeks selecting the participants, paying the expenses for some of them, briefing the speakers, and preparing most of their speeches. This morning I had presented Soescu with a handwritten report describing the participants, with biographical summaries of all the speakers, including their contribution as agents, and giving the gist of their speeches, in which he made only a few changes. That evening, more than 250 Romanian émigrés had been invited to meet Soescu at the Romanian embassy. A few hours earlier, I had given the United States Secret Service a list of their names. This list was a unique bouquet of die agents gathered together from the United States and Canada. Among them were members of various churches, representatives of émigré organizations taken over by the die, and the chairman of émigré organizations created and funded by the die. 12 people gave speeches of praise or flattery, and 4 of them were churchmen. According to Floria, only one of the eulogists was not a die agent. The meeting, which was continuously and abundantly nourished with traditional Romanian food and drink, became warmer and warmer as time went on. Flattery was the evening's keynote, and the carefully selected participants outdid themselves. Soescu, in seventh heaven, made a rousing, patriotic speech, playing for all he was worth on the nationalistic heartstrings of his listeners. He wound up with a vibrant appeal for his audience to help their homeland and the Romanian Communist Party. In an unusual departure, Soescu did not leave until the last émigré participant at the meeting had gone. He and Alina then enjoyed a glass of champagne with the embassy staff, asking them to work harder and better to make all Romanian émigrés in the United States as loyal to the homeland as those who had been at the meeting. On the way back to Blair House, I was sitting in Soescu's car. He and Alina, glowing warmly from the champagne and the flattery, were each nestled into a corner of the limousine. It really was just like a party congress, said a delighted Soescu. Your boys did a good job, Pacepa. Go on, disagreed Alina. Are you trying to say that the party congresses are staged by Pacepa's spooks working behind the scenes? You are the magic attraction. People travel from all over just to be able to shake your hand, and mine. Vendetta against the Archbishop. Back at Blair House, Soescu went to the library, turned on the stereo, and asked for the chess set. The dominie looks good in his monkey suit. What kind of a job is he doing? Soescu started out, opening the game. He was referring to the Archbishop of the Romanian Orthodox Church in the United States and Canada, who had been dispatched from Romania to take over control of the émigré churches in the United States and Canada. In the Washington station's handwritten report that I had passed Soescu that morning, there was a substantial chapter on the Archbishop's prolific contact with the die as a long-standing agent who had been successfully used during the years he had lived at the Romanian mission in Jerusalem and at St. Tikhon's Monastery in South Canaan, Pennsylvania. Active and productive, according to Floria. We need to make him a deep cover officer, the way we did his predecessor. Understood. Yes, comrade. The predecessor was Archimandrite Bartolomeu Anania, an old die hand who had been sent to the United States years ago to take over an émigré religious newspaper called Credent of Faith and use it for influence. The die recalled him in 1974 because of reports that he intended to defect to the United States. If that had happened, it could have compromised the use of high-level clergymen as a cover for die officers, something Soescu wanted to keep a dark secret. We ought to make the dominie a colonel or even a general, and pump as much money into him as we can. With money you can buy anything in America, churches included. How many émigrés have we got here? Over 300,000. Soescu loves to hear this figure, which is impressive by Romanian standards. How many in the computer so far? Around 100,000. When will all 300,000 be included? He went on, further trying to distract me from the game. 16 to 18 months. It took some time for the project to get off the ground. Now it's just a matter of feeding in the data. In 1975, Ceausescu had ordered the DAI to set up a complete computerized inventory of all émigrés who were native or second-generation Romanians, arranged by country of residence, profession, and place of employment. It was an ambitious project to be constructed from consular records, mail censorship data, and intelligence sources. Ceausescu considered it to be the most important step toward creating his fifth column, and he ordered that it be completed in the space of no more than one 5-year plan. 300,000 is a whole army, Ceausescu remarked, after he had discreetly pushed one of his pieces forward, although it was not his turn. If only 10% worked in industry, and each one of them could solve only one technological problem a year, it would give us 30,000 new technologies. At $50,000 for each technology, and that's an impossibly low figure, we would be saving $1.5 billion a year. And if only 1% would go into American politics, that would give us 3,000 political activists in America. What about that? Ceausescu ordered wine and a plate of his favorite tomatoes, onions, and feta cheese. What's new with that priest you sent here via Italy a few years ago? Avram, the one who had such a touching story about the persecution of his family in Romania under communism. The fat little shrimp who hasn't been able to learn English yet. He gave a nice speech today. Avram, comrade. Floria reports that he's taken over a church in Detroit and is now one of the station's most active influence agents among émigrés. I told you so when I met him on my other visit here. He has the wiliness of a Romanian peasant, and he's very devoted, won't ever forget who's boss. Take care of him. Yes, comrade, he should also be used against Triffa. Every single agent has to be put on the job of destroying that filthy reactionary swine, Ceausescu erupted. I won't be able to sleep until I see him thrown out of America, tossed away like trash. When a bodyguard came in to report that Alina had finished her massage and was waiting for Ceausescu, he was still cursing Triffa. We have to crush him like a worm, Ceausescu said, grinding his foot into the floor before he left the library. Like a worm. Valerian Triffa, a naturalized American citizen, was the Archbishop of the Romanian Orthodox Episcopate of America, embracing most of the émigré churches in the United States and Canada. There was also another, much smaller Romanian episcopate in the United States, which was taken over by the DAI. It was now headed by a trusted agent from Bucharest, and given the grand name of Romanian Orthodox Missionary Archbishopric in the United States and Canada. Ceausescu intended for the latter to take over Triffa's parishes and congregations. Despite all the pressure exerted on him over the years, Triffa refused to be subordinated to Bucharest's canonical and political rule. Triffa had personally come to Ceausescu's attention in February 1972, during the first day Ceausescu took over the DAI. General Gheorghe Bolanu, then in charge of DAI operations against émigrés, vehemently complained about the inability of the Romanian authorities to subordinate him canonically. Recruit him as an agent, Ceausescu interrupted Bolanu's report. We've tried, he's stubborn as a mule. Don't you have anything compromising on him? We do, Comrade Ceausescu. When Triffa immigrated to the United States in 1955, he did not disclose that as a student he had been a member of the Iron Guard fascist organization. We have hard evidence of that. Blackmail him, threaten that you will inform the American authorities if he doesn't cooperate with us, said Ceausescu. We did, but Triffa obstinately refused, replied Bolanu, who is obstinate enough himself. What kind of DAI have we got? If we can't recruit a wretched priest, how can we ever hope to recruit a prime minister? Ceausescu cried out. The next day Ceausescu called Bolanu and me in and asked us to report back to him on what was known about Triffa's activity as an Iron Guard member. DAI investigations determined that Triffa had joined the Iron Guard in the mid-1930s, becoming a legionnaire, as its members were called, at a very young age. It was also learned that, as he was an old and trusted member, the Iron Guard had supported him to become chairman of 2 student organizations, with the goal of changing them into legionnaire branches, and that in 1940 he had become the editor of the Iron Guard newspaper for a short time. A Securitate source reported that, on the evening of January 20, 1940, Triffa had delivered an inflammatory speech to several thousand students gathered in front of the Bucharest University, and that the next morning the Iron Guard had started an armed rebellion to take over political power in Romania. Archive reports on this rebellion, which had a strongly anti-Semitic bias, gave details on the pogrom organized by Iron Guard death detachments in the Jewish section of Bucharest, the crushing of the rebellion by the government, and the support given to the government by Berlin, which considered the Iron Guard, although a Nazi organization, to be too anarchistic. The archives also showed that the government had arrested most of the Iron Guard members and sentenced them, though some of its leaders had escaped to Germany, which had given them asylum. This group, Trifa among them, had been condemned in absentia by Bucharest. More recent die reports showed that after World War II, Trifa broke contact with the Iron Guard, and that after 1955, when he came to the United States, he dedicated his life to the priesthood. They also showed that his hatred for communism had caused him obstinately to refuse any form of cooperation with Bucharest. Was he involved in the Iron Guard pogrom against the Jews? Ceausescu interrupted Bolanu's report, evidently displeased with its last part. Not according to the file. We can't get Trifa expelled from America just because he was an Iron Guard member. We've got to make him a Nazi criminal. Keep digging, he said in dismissing us. Extensive die investigation resulted in the unequivocal conclusion that Trifa had not been personally involved in crimes or assassination attempts. Refusing to accept this, Ceausescu told the Internal Securitate to conduct a new investigation, but the result was the same. At this point, Ceausescu personally stepped in and ordered Bolanu to mount an operation aimed at getting Trifa denaturalized and deported from the United States as a Nazi war criminal. Ceausescu also ordered that intelligence officers and agents undercover as priests and religious be sent to the United States and Canada in preparation for the gradual takeover of Trifa's episcopate. The framing of Trifa as a war criminal was a long process that followed to the letter the guidelines received from the KGB on how to go about such an operation. First, the general horror scene of crimes actually committed by others should be set, to bring back heartbreaking memories in the minds of survivors. Next, one of the real butchers of that time and place should be selected, one now dead, whose style of killing had been peculiar to him, so that it would be remembered by the survivors, and then his crimes should be attributed to the target. In the Trifa case, the Romanian service chose an Iron Guard assassin who had customarily shot his victims while riding in the sidecar of a motorcycle. In an elaborate photo montage, Trifa's head was substituted for this man's in a photograph destined for publication in the West and for use as the most suggestive evidence against Trifa. Letters and other written statements were composed under the supervision of a psychologist and attributed to people by then long dead, some having died in communist jails, and to few agents living in Romania, some of whom were later allowed to emigrate. All of these statements depicted Trifa as a vicious monster, giving convincing details about how he had ordered Jewish homes, stores, and synagogues to be set on fire and Jews to be tortured and killed, and about how he himself had been seen killing Jews. The wording was designed to persuade survivors living in the West to recognize some of the details of these scenes from over 30 years earlier, and to point to Trifa as the author of the deeds. At the end of 1972, the die indirectly informed Trifa that the United States and Israel had secretly asked the Romanian government for evidence relating to his Nazi activity. He was offered protection in return for cooperation with Bucharest. The new recruitment attempt failed, just as the old ones had. In early 1973, Ceausescu decided to start his operation to compromise Trifa indirectly, making it seem the work of Jewish organizations and the United States government. "I don't want to be caught red-handed," he said, in case the American government takes too close a look at the evidence. A die agent, an American Jew, who was familiar with Trifa's case from having previously been used against him by the die, was selected to start the ball rolling in the United States. He was given a substantial number of falsified documents accusing Trifa of being a Nazi criminal and the counterfeited photograph. Another die agent, who was living in Western Europe and was also a Jew, was soon introduced into the operation, providing some international Jewish organizations with evidence of Trifa's personal role in assassinating Jews. This agent was conceived as being a second, independent source of confirmation for the information from the first. In 1974, Ceausescu ordered that the Marcu Iesuhanu connection be used to involve the Israeli intelligence service in the operation. At a meeting in Bucharest, Marcu informed Iesuhanu that the die had gathered spectacular evidence against a Nazi criminal hiding out in the United States as a high-ranking clergyman. In Marcu's story, the Romanian government had, however, decided not to act against the man, lest its direct intervention against an Orthodox bishop be interpreted as another communist attack on religion. Iesuhanu became extremely interested in the case, since the discovery of Nazi criminals had always been one of the main tasks of the Israeli intelligence service. Following Iesuhanu's repeated requests and firm commitment not to involve Romania, Marcu finally let himself be persuaded to give him copies of the documents, but only as a personal gesture, not with his government's approval. Toward the mid-1970s, the wife of Romania's chief rabbi, Moses Rosen, had been arrested in London for shoplifting in a department store. She was, in fact, a kleptomaniac. Ceausescu immediately ordered that Rabbi Rosen be used against Trypho, in exchange for help in solving his wife's problem and keeping the incident a secret. The then chief of the Dai, Nicolae Doacaru, was personally charged by Ceausescu with manipulating Rosen. According to Doacaru, Rosen agreed to cooperate, was immediately sent to the United States to create a public climate against Trypho, and later was repeatedly used to help Bucharest in other influence operations in the West. Ceausescu's efforts bore fruit in 1975, when a denaturalization suit against Trypho was started in the United States District Court in Detroit. Washington asked Bucharest to cooperate in the trial, but Ceausescu remained faithful to his original decision. He approved that the American authorities be given only a few items of evidence, basically ones dating from before the communist takeover of Romania, and decided to avoid any deeper, more direct involvement. In 1976, Ceausescu ordered that new attempts be made for Trypho's recruitment, this time under the pressure of the trial against him, and an official U.S. request to Bucharest for cooperation in the trial. The chief of the Dai's Emigre Brigade, Colonel Constantin Afram, a former undercover consul in the United States, and his deputy, Colonel Nicolae Sporis, alias Spadaru, were directly involved. Their discussions with Trypho were unsuccessful, and Ceausescu finally decided to put into motion the full operation for having Trypho expelled from the United States. After receiving asylum in the United States, I reported to the American authorities about Ceausescu's vendetta against Valerian Trypho for refusing to subordinate his episcopate to Bucharest, as well as about the false evidence against him fabricated by the Dai. The photomontage was soon located and seen to have been fabricated. In 1979, however, the Justice Department's newly created Office of Special Investigations believed it had evidence that Trypho had indeed been a Nazi war criminal and took the case to court a year later. In the end, Trypho voluntarily surrendered his naturalization papers, and in August 1984 he was deported from the United States. In January 1987, he died of a heart attack in Cascais, Portugal, where he had taken refuge. Chapter 19. On Friday morning, we flew on Air Force One to Chattanooga, Tennessee, to visit the 2.4 million kilowatt Sequoia atomic power plant, scheduled to start production in 1979, and the Combustion Engineering Works, which produced pressurized boilers and other components for nuclear power plants. This visit had been set up at Ceausescu's specific request. His dream was to make Romania a major producer and exporter of nuclear power plants, using its large and relatively untrumpeted uranium reserves. Getting the can-do for Romania. It was in 1967 that the Dai had first learned the Canadian government was developing a new type of nuclear reactor operating on natural uranium, which Romania had in abundance, rather than on enriched uranium, which only the United States, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and France could produce and provide. 1 year later, 2 Romanian nuclear specialists defected to the West and found employment in Canadian nuclear facilities. Both were undercover Dai officers. In 1969, 2 Dai illegal officers documented as Western citizens were also among the employees of the Atomic Energy of Canada, Limited, AECL. In the uniqueness of the Canadian reactor, called CANDU, Ceausescu saw the perfect solution for making Romania an exporter of atomic power plants, uranium and heavy water, used by CANDU as a moderator throughout the Third World, where he judged countries reluctant to have their future industrial development depend on either American or Soviet technology. In January 1970, Ceausescu created a state committee for nuclear energy to deal with his plan, but it proved incapable of producing anything but bureaucrats and paperwork. In 1972, he put the nuclear program under his personal supervision, with me as its national coordinator. Then was when he made me his personal advisor, in addition to the other positions I already had. He also appointed the deputy director of the Dai's illegal brigade, Colonel Constantin Stanciu, as deputy minister of foreign trade, and made him my assistant for the nuclear program. A secret staff of research scholars and undercover intelligence officers was set up outside Bucharest in a large Dai safe house to coordinate the intelligence effort for obtaining the technology for the CANDU reactor and for the industrial production of the heavy water it used as a moderator. Soon this staff expanded its activity to the United States, France, Italy, and West Germany to obtain intelligence on the steam turbines needed by the CANDU reactor to generate electricity, as well as on the construction of nuclear power plants able to withstand earthquakes, floods, and high winds. Ceausescu conceived the heart of the whole operation to be a new generation of Dai illegal officers with technical backgrounds. They were to be dispatched to the West as Western citizens to gain access to the needed nuclear technologies. Up to a point, these illegals were similar to the famous KGB illegal officer, Colonel Rudolf Ivanovich Abel. A fluent English speaker, Abel was transformed by the KGB into a Native American named Emil Goldfuss, born in New York in 1903, as New York City birth records showed. Secretly infiltrated into the United States, Abel alias Goldfuss spent many years in New York as an American who had supposedly never heard of the Soviet Union or communism. He was caught by the Federal Bureau of Investigation only when another KGB illegal officer, Reino Heihanen, who knew him, defected to the United States. Romania's new breed of illegals were recruited from among scholars and highly qualified engineers. They were taught to become fluent in Western languages and were given intensive individual intelligence training. Finally, they were documented as Western citizens with good academic credentials and secretly dispatched to the West. Among the DI's main nuclear targets in which such illegals have eventually been employed in significant positions were, in Canada, the AECL, General Electric of Canada, Combustion Engineering of Ottawa, and Donley Manufacturing of Toronto. In the United States, General Electric and Combustion Engineering. In West Germany, Siemens, AEG, ITT, and Kraftwerk Union. And in Italy, Ansaldo Nucleari Impianti. A corps of illegal couriers especially set up for the nuclear operation started unloading dead drops in the West and picking up significant quantities of undeveloped film. As he usually does before meeting an international leader or making other important foreign policy decisions, Ceausescu ordered the DI to prepare a detailed study of the AECL, the Canadian Export Development Corporation EDC, and their conditions for exporting their CANDU 600 reactor. The DI study showed that the Canadians were having serious problems with it. Firstly, the furor provoked by the 1974 Indian atomic bomb caused the Canadian government to pass laws requiring foreign customers for CANDU reactors to be signatories of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They also had to permit Canada to inspect the nuclear equipment it sold. This excluded the Communist bloc and numerous Third World countries from even considering the import of CANDU reactors. Secondly, a reactor sold to Argentina had produced a $130 million loss for AECL because it had not allowed for inflation in the contract. Thirdly, Canada would have to sell at least 20 more reactors to recover its huge investment made for developing the CANDU. And fourthly, the Canadian government was so desperately in need of exporting the CANDU that it had used a $5 million bribe to grease its sale to South Korea. A few days after Ceausescu had gotten the DI study, I was called into his rose garden. We should use Pavlov's conditioned reflex, he started off. We should make the Canadians' mouth water, just as Pavlov did with his dog. He ordered me to mount a disinformation campaign, spreading the idea that Bucharest not only was willing to agree to Canadian inspection, but was also interested in buying as many as 20 CANDUs, together with the uranium and heavy water needed to run them, on the condition that the Canadian government transfer the CANDU technology to Romania and show the Romanians how to build the reactors for later export to the Third World. During that walk, Ceausescu decided the future of Romania's nuclear program. Canada should be kept drooling until Romania learned to produce CANDU reactors. Together with natural uranium and heavy water, they would become a valuable source of foreign currency for keeping Romanian communism alive. Bucharest could make all kinds of non-binding promises to the Canadians, but under no circumstances should it agree to any limitation or precondition for the export of CANDU reactors. On the pretext of purchasing CANDU reactors, Bucharest should obtain a Canadian credit of $1 billion or more, as well as the right to pay not in cash, but in merchandise difficult to export to the West. Eventually, Romania would buy from Canada only enough parts for 1 or 2 nuclear reactors to be built in Cernavodă, as a model for promoting Romanian export of nuclear power plants to the Third World. The rest of Romania's CANDU nuclear reactors, as well as the installations for producing heavy water, were to be built on the basis of intelligence materials. In line with this strategy, on October 27, 1977, Romania signed a nuclear cooperation treaty with Ottawa, which believed Bucharest wanted to import 20 CANDU reactors. 4 were supposed to be entirely built by AECL, and the rest in cooperation with the Romanians. On November 19, Romania also signed a license agreement by which AECL would transfer CANDU technology to Romania. AECL thus threw open its doors to Romanian specialists, most of them DI officers. The results of Ceausescu's operation were significant. The DI soon obtained intelligence covering approximately 75% of CANDU 600 technology, a modern security system for nuclear plants, technology and equipment for producing heavy water, and architectural and construction plans for nuclear plants built in Canada, West Germany, and France. With this intelligence, the State Committee for Nuclear Energy was in the final phase of redesigning and producing the Candu 600. The Ministry of the Chemical Industry had already started producing heavy water at Ischim, Bucharest. A spin-off result of this intelligence operation was a factory in Targovist producing special valves for the nuclear and chemical industry. This factory was based entirely on technological intelligence provided by Visson, a illegal officer in France who worked for a well-known French company that supplied most of the nuclear power plants in the West with safety valves. Besides 18 volumes of technical documentation for these nuclear valves, Visson also provided the DAI with intelligence about everything else produced by the company, as well as about its equipment and machinery. As with the Canadians, Bucharest invented the prospect of commercial cooperation to make the French company drool, which of course never came to fruition. This pretext did, however, permit the Romanians to send their specialists to the French company to learn how to use the intelligence provided by Visson, so that the French company could be reproduced in Romania. In 1981, Visson defected to France. In a book he later published about his activity as a illegal officer, he described this elaborate intelligence operation in detail. 1. When Air Force One had reached its cruising altitude, Ceausescu invited Gheorghe Oprea, Stefan Andrei, Ian Avram and me to join him for breakfast. What's new with our Candu Pacepa? Ceausescu led off. Stanciu was just called back to Ottawa. The Canadians have finally decided to start with the transfer of technology. Colonel Constantin Stanciu, undercover as Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade, was the head of the Romanian team negotiating with AECL Good. They've fallen for our story with France, have they? Ceausescu asked, winking toward us. The previous December he had ordered me to launch another disinformation campaign to make the Canadians believe that, if they did not hook the Romanians by immediately delivering the technological documentation for the Candu 600, Bucharest might turn to France as a supplier of nuclear reactors. Evidently, Comrade Ceausescu, they want Stanciu there before the end of this week, I answered. What a marvelous idea, Oprea exclaimed, gazing into Ceausescu's eyes. He never eats in Ceausescu's presence. And keep them salivating, but go down from 20 to 16 reactors, then to 4 and finally to 2 Candus. The whole trick is to keep the bell dinging. And the dog salivating, Andrei broke in while polishing his plate. Candu, uranium, and heavy water should become one of our Uzis, said Ceausescu, one of our main exports to the Third World. Independent nuclear power from an independent Romania, he proclaimed, pounding the table. And we should get the $1 billion credit from the Canadians for buying their Candu, Oprea intervened. After we get the $1 billion from Ottawa, Ceausescu concluded, then we give the Canadians our final word, 1 reactor, and that one to be built mostly in Romania and paid for only with countertrade. Candus for shoes, flattered Oprea, and for steel, added Avram. Shoes and steel were Ceausescu's very favorite countertrade merchandise items, as Romania had built enormous shoe and steel plants and now had terrible difficulties exporting these products for hard currency. Canadian journalist Thad McIlroy, who spent 3 years researching the story of Candu's sale to Romania, wrote a comprehensive investigative report that shows what happened after my July 1978 break with Bucharest. According to McIlroy's report, in October 1978, Bucharest resumed its nuclear negotiations with Ottawa, and soon significant numbers of Romanian engineers were all over the Canadian plants. However, the number of Candu reactors to be imported by Romania became smaller every year. Then in March 1982 the deal collapsed, states McIlroy's report. In September 1982, the Soviet Union entered the fray. It announced that it had signed an agreement with Romania for the joint construction of 3 Soviet-designed VVER 1000 reactors. McIlroy neatly sums up the results of the Candu operation. Romania obtained a $1 billion US dollar loan package from Canada to finance the sale. $320 million of the loan was grabbed immediately. This money was to be used partly to place down payments with Canadian manufacturers. As the Romanians have stopped placing orders in Canada, they have used the money on non-nuclear related projects. In other words, these funds were obtained fraudulently and were misappropriated. But counter-traded goods from this deal have begun to come into Canada. In January 1980, nearly 200,000 tons of Romanian 96 carbon steel plate hit North America. The Romanian steel was sold for a declared price of $317 ton. At the time, Canadian firms were selling the same product for between $500 to $550 a ton. It was precisely 10 8:00 a.m. when the airplane landed at Lovell Airport in Chattanooga, and the governor of Tennessee and his wife welcomed the Soseskis with an honor guard and a 21-gun salute. 35 minutes later, we were inside the Sequoia Atomic Power Plant, the most modern unit of the Tennessee Valley Authority. This was an unfinished giant, whose reactors would eventually have 39,000 zirconium tubes containing some 110,000 tons of uranium dioxide. Soon after noon, the Soseskis were greeted by the chairman of the Combustion Engineering Works, who stressed the good relations existing between his company and Romania. It was past 2 in the afternoon before we were back on our airplane. As soon as we had taken off, Sosescu called Apriya, Avram and me into his temporary office. They started at the same time as we did, Sosescu sputtered. Theirs is twice as big as our Cernavoda power plant, and in 1979 theirs will have its second reactor in operation and working at full capacity, and ours still exists only on paper. Sosescu had started out calmly enough, but his stuttering forecast bad weather ahead, and none of us made a move to say anything. Lena jumped into the conversation, though up to then she had seemed to be staring vacantly out the window. Look at them, a bunch of incompetents who came here to America just for the free trip. Don't you have anything to say, Apriya? Intervened Sosescu. What can he say, comrade? Elena went on. He got to be an engineer overnight, and now you expect him to have ideas. Yes, comrade Sosescu, yes, you're certainly right, replied Apriya, deciding to take on only one of them at a time. We are terribly late with our nuclear program. I will immediately draw up a plan to give it new impetus. You are certainly right, Elena mimicked Apriya. Who do you think you are to decide if the Romanian president is right or wrong? Sosescu calmly continued, I don't think that a simple plan would be enough. We need more radical measures. Why don't you think about moving the whole State Committee for Nuclear Energy and all the other organizations involved in the nuclear program out of Bucharest entirely, someplace where they wouldn't be distracted by anything and could concentrate solely on their work. Did you hear, Apriya? Elena kept after him. Don't you know how to do anything but scribble out another plan on another piece of paper? Look at the comrade, he has solutions. You may understand that what he has just said so nicely is not a suggestion, it's a presidential order. I have already done a report for you proposing to move them to Slatina, Apriya lied. Yes, that's not a bad idea. Let's move them there, approved Sosescu. I had long known about Sosescu's desire to concentrate the sexiest new economic developments around his and Elena's birthplace, but he always maneuvered it so that the proposal seemed to come from someone else. Not long before, the Minister of the Metallurgical Industry had been selected to propose that the immense and modern aluminum rolling mills, designed with technological intelligence from the United States and West Germany, be built in Sosescu's Oltenia. Georg Apriya was the mouthpiece to ask that the new automobile factory created with the French Citroën firm be called Oltet and situated in Sosescu's native area. The chairman of the State Committee for Nuclear Energy had recently suggested that Oltenia be the host for the new heavy water factory, and Apriya had also successfully insisted that Romania's first highway be built between Bucharest and that same Oltenia. Avram, how far along are you with the construction of the steam generator? Asked Sosescu, already calmed down after making the decision about Slatina. We are almost ready, comrade Sosescu. When we are back, I'll invite you over to see it. To see what? To see that same old fake generator you made out of wood to show the media, Elena chuckled. In her hand she was ostentatiously holding the Wall Street Journal of April 12, containing a paid advertisement showing large pictures of herself and her husband. To see the real one, comrade Sosescu. Now we have a lot more intelligence, we have learned a lot more, and we are ready to move forward. Our turbine will be finished before the end of the year. Too bad for you, if you're lying again, pronounced Elena in leaving. She had seen her hairdresser calling her from the doorway. Sosescu commanded his chess set and signaled for me to sit down. The other two men left quietly since no one ever wanted to be with Sosescu when he was playing chess. Did you hear what the manager said? Sosescu went on. About how strong a wind the reactor could withstand. He said it was designed to hold out against 300-mile-an-hour hurricanes and the most devastating earthquakes and floods. We've got to have the blueprints, recruit somebody there and pay him handsomely. Or slip an illegal into the place. Sosescu led off as usual with the King's Gambit and asked, what's new? He has always treated his airplanes like a secure bubble, impervious to microphone attack and been careless about what he discusses during flights. From force of habit, he was the same on Air Force One. Last night, I reported, I received a telegram saying that one of our intelligence officers working in the Canadian heavy water factory transmitted over 100 more cassettes of undeveloped film on the installation. Check, are you sure we'll be able to finish the heavy water factory without having to buy the know-how and license? Based on what the station reported, our agents have given us everything the Canadians have. Agent 235 from Pakistan. After a pause, Sosisku asked in a very low voice, "Do you have any news from 235? Yes, comrade. Before we left Bucharest, we received a postcard from him, sent to an accommodation address in Austria. Using an open code, he reported that his interrogation was over, he was not under suspicion, and he had just been sent on a business trip to Western Europe. He asks for a meeting." He dated the postcard April 5, 1978, and it's a picture of Sacré-Cœur in Montmartre. According to his accommodation plan, the meeting should take place 30 days after the date he wrote, in front of the cathedral at 9:00 p.m. with the alternate the next day. Are you serious? Sosisku's hand holding his queen was suspended in mid-air. Our technical operations directorate analyzed the postcard and confirmed that it was written by him. They couldn't find any sign of stress indicating that he might have been forced to write it under pressure. "Bajna Ryuyu," Sosisku yelled, calling for his favorite bodyguard. "Bring me a glass of water." The code name 235 was what Sosisku had spontaneously dubbed one of his favorite agents, a Pakistani scientist and intelligence officer, known to him in person, who had previously furnished data on nuclear energy. In 1975, I showed Sosisku die information indicating that Pakistan was conducting ultra-secret operations to develop its own military nuclear capability. That was also Sosisku's secret dream. When he ordered an in-depth study on Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, Pakistan's prime minister, I had no doubt that Sosisku was going to make a frontal attack on him. A few days after I had presented Sosisku with the study, he ordered the Minister of Foreign Affairs to set up a meeting for him with Bhutto. A short stopover was arranged in Karachi, with Bhutto welcoming Sosisku at the airport. When the Romanian plane landed, Bhutto was there, accompanied by numerous local dignitaries, and he invited Sosisku to a nearby palace for lunch. In comparison with his earlier cases, Bhutto was a relatively easy prize for the experienced and well-prepared Sosisku. After lunch, he asked for a private discussion, accompanied only by a Dai interpreter and me, where he launched his frontal attack. "You and I share the same dream to make a place in history for our countries," Sosisku began, "and the best way to do that is to build up their power. In our day, the only real power is nuclear power. We should build it secretly. Working independently, our intelligence services," pointing toward me, "have obtained remarkable results. Together, we might be able to realize our dreams. In this envelope is a sample of what we can do. If you agree, let me know. If not, you may forget the whole thing." Bhutto carefully put the envelope into his pocket. It contained an inventory of the nuclear intelligence information Romania could secretly provide to Pakistan. Bhutto reacted almost exactly as Sosisku had expected. Just before our departure, he gave Sosisku an envelope. Inside is a man's code name, a phone number, and a password. "I think future contacts should be between two individuals, not two governments, my dear friend." 2 weeks later, the man who would become 235 had a private dinner with Sosisku at his residence in Snagov. Radu Andreescu was the operational alias of a brilliant Dai engineer who became his regular contact. 10 days later, Andreescu left for Pakistan with a voluminous diplomatic pouch containing sensitive nuclear intelligence obtained from the West. He came back with the complete project for the Canadian Candu reactor, containing much more data than the Dai had as yet been able to obtain. On further visits to Pakistan, Andreescu took with him technical intelligence on French nuclear security systems, highly desired by the Pakistanis, and he brought back to Romania supplementary intelligence on the Degussa centrifugal system for enriching uranium, on which Bucharest was already working, and significant data on the industrial production of uranium-235. The postcard was the first sign of life we had gotten from 235 since the July 5, 1977 coup d'état, when General Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq arrested Bhutto and declared himself chief administrator of martial law. "Checkmate, Bajnaru, a cordon rouge," commanded Sosisku. "You must be terribly careful. We've got to hang on to our Rosenberg." After a second glass and without any apparent connection, Sosisku suddenly asked me, "How big was the press? The one in the metallurgical lab of combustion engineering?" 20 million tons. When I visited the Star plant, I was told that the higher the pressure, the bigger and purer the diamonds. Is that true?" "Yes, comrade. We tried to get that press, but it proved to be impossible. It's very tightly controlled American equipment." The chief of a communist foreign intelligence service should never say something is impossible. We must have it. Any American can be bought. Wasn't it there, darling, that we saw Traian Vua's grandson, broke in Alina, who had just come back? The Romanian engineer Traian Vua invented and constructed the first monoplane aircraft in 1906, although it failed to fly. The Frenchman Louis Blériot had the first operative monoplane, which he flew across the English Channel in 1907. Years later, however, Vuya invented a pressurized steam generator, which proved to be so efficient that it soon became known as the Vuya generator. His grandson, an American citizen, was now an expert on nuclear pressure boilers constructed on his grandfather's basic principles. "What do you know about the young Vuya Pacepa?" Soseku asked. Vuya's grandson is reported to be a loyal American engineer. "A loyal American. Have you ever seen a loyal American, monsieur? Any American can be bought if you know how. Don't you know what money is, darling?" "Money, money," she intoned, rubbing her fingers together under my nose. "Yes, Pacepa, Vuya may be an American, but don't forget that dollars are American too." "What do you mean American, dear?" "Vuya is a Romanian. Anyone born a Romanian remains one forever, he and his children and his great-grandchildren." "Pacepa knows that, Alina," said Soescu, trying to clear the air. "If that's the case, why don't you remember, monsieur, that we've named one of our biggest communist factories for Trajan Vuya?" Alina screamed at me. "Have you tried bringing the grandson to Bucharest and rubbing his nose in that? Have you tried to show him how the comrade has honored his grandfather? Have you asked him what he's doing to honor the comrade? We certainly should use Vuya's grandson, Pacepa, not just because of his name. I've been told that Trajan Vuya is in every single encyclopedia," interrupted Alina with annoyance. "More than you are, Nick, but especially because of his nuclear specialty. Bring him to me in Bucharest. I'll recruit him. Tell this fiddler that recruiting agents is his job, not yours. That's for him and his stinking service to do. And tell him it's his job to make an agent out of every single Romanian living in America who has learned to wear shoes, not just Vuya." Elena went back to her picture in the Wall Street Journal just as suddenly as she had butted into Soescu's discussion. The silence of the chess game was now disturbed only by the hum of Air Force One, until abruptly broken by Soescu. "Who's going to welcome me at Texas Instruments?" "Their vice president, Grant Dove. He was the highest level I could get. Since I have to go to Dallas, the least they could have done would have been to have their president open the door to that microelectronics empire for me." The first communist leader at Texas Instruments. It was still terribly difficult for Soescu to face the idea of setting foot in Dallas, the barbaric town that meant nothing else to him but the place where President Kennedy had been assassinated. Only his boundless ambition to be able to do something Brezhnev could make him overcome his deep, animal-like fear for his life and send him to Dallas. When the captain announced that the presidential plane would shortly be landing at Dallas Airport, I conceded the new chess game and asked for permission to leave. "Yes, take care of the pilots and the Secret Service. Don't forget, we're in Dallas." At the airport, when he was welcomed by Robert Folsom, the mayor of Dallas, Soescu was white as a sheet. From there, the motorcade took us directly to Texas Instruments, the first stop in Dallas. As Soescu stepped inside the company's building, his face and eyes lit up. He had accomplished his wish to be the first communist president to set foot inside Texas Instruments. Soescu always wants to be the first. He was indeed able at last to step into that prohibited empire, but he could not even shake hands with one worker. He could only look at the equipment and the people producing the chips through a protective window wall. That afternoon, the mayor of Dallas gave a reception for Soescu in the modern new city hall, pointing out that Soescu was the first foreign head of state to visit the new building. Less than an hour after our arrival, the head of the Secret Service team took me aside to say that an anonymous telephone caller had claimed there was a bomb planted in the city hall. He asked me to get Soescu immediately and to follow him on a pre-established escape route out of the building. Soescu was toasting with the guests when I caught his arm and told him that, for security reasons, we were being asked to leave the building right away. He turned white as a ghost and grabbed Alina, sputtering, "P put why your G-glass D down, woman," as he pulled her along, following me down an escalator. When he lost his balance and stumbled, I was not sure if it was because the rush of emotion had thrown him, or because it was the first time in his life that he had been on an escalator. It was not until the next day, after we had left Texas and were on our flight to New Orleans, that he asked me why he had so suddenly been evacuated from the Dallas City Hall. After the reception given by the Dallas mayor, Soescu attended a working dinner arranged by the Texas Chamber of Commerce. There, in his answering speech, Soescu unexpectedly pointed to the vice president of Texas Instruments. "Some of the products turned out by Texas Instruments also have a strategic character. We are not concerned with turning out such products because we stand for disarmament, for the destruction of atomic armaments and of weapons in general. We stand for a world without weapons, a world of peaceful cooperation. That is why we wish to achieve cooperation, not for electronics for military purposes, but for electronics for industrial economic purposes." 3. Back at his hotel suite, Soescu called me in. "Give them any kind of further assurance they want that we're not interested in military electronics. Just use your imagination." Chapter 20. Over the many long years I spent with Sosisku, I had watched his primitive fear for his life grow in geometrical proportion to his rise in power. I was sure that as long as he was still in Dallas, he would not be able to sleep a wink, that the specter of President Kennedy's assassination would keep him awake all night. And when Sosisku cannot sleep, he cannot stand to be alone. It was 1:30 in the morning when he called me in and asked for the briefing files on the NASA Space Center in Houston, as well as for the latest Radio Free Europe commentaries on his trip. At 3 o'clock he called me back again to return the files I had given him. Operation against Radio Free Europe. We must compromise Free Europe once and for all, Sosescu exploded, even before I could close the door. The way Jirek did, he continued, leaving the desk to turn the television set up louder. Polish First Secretary Edward Jirek had told Sosisku about a successful operation against Radio Free Europe, and Sosisku frequently exhorted me to set up something along the same lines. According to him, Jirek claimed that Polish intelligence had kept an illegal officer there for 8 years, having him photograph everything he could get his hands on and send it back to Warsaw. When Jirek had enough evidence that Radio Free Europe was a CIA wasp's nest, he recalled the man. How many times do I have to tell you the story before I get a similar Romanian case? Sosiscu went on. What about your Ionescu? It was in 1977 that Sosiscu first ordered the DAI to work up a Jirek-style operation and then to explode it in the press, in order to shake up Radio Free Europe's Romanian department. The DAI selected Ionescu, one of its agents inside the radio. He was a former colonel in the Romanian army who had defected to France in 1952 and become a Radio Free Europe employee in Paris. Sosiscu approved the case and signed a secret decree giving Ionescu the rank and pension of a retired general if he would repatriate to Romania. Ionescu, who was by then 66 years old, was repeatedly contacted in France and Austria. He was reportedly flattered by the attention, but he made it clear that his final acceptance was contingent upon convincing his French girlfriend that they should finish out their days in Romania. Evidently, that proved to be not an easy task. He hasn't yet given a final answer, Comrade Sosiscu. Push him, force him, blackmail him, or get him to come to a meeting in Austria and kidnap him, said Sosiscu, making it very clear that these were now his orders for the case. I want to see the bomb we have prepared for that wasp's nest explode in the Western press. He started walking around the room. In order to destroy our enemies, Sosiscu went on, we first have to discredit them. That's what I want with Free Europe. I want it discredited as a CIA operation that has its spies inside Romania undermining our sovereignty and independence. But I don't want the words to come out of my own mouth. I don't want to say that the American Congress is lying about Radio Free Europe because I need Congress for the most favored nation status. I don't want to say that Carter, Vance, and Brzezinski are lying because I need their political support and money. Who should say that, Pacepa? He finished rhetorically, stopping in front of me. It was easy. Radio Free Europe itself. Ionescu. He has to speak out, and I've already approved everything he will say, haven't I? Yes, comrade. All his future declarations have been prepared. Service D has already put Ionescu's signature on all of them. We should show through the mouth of Ionescu that Free Europe is nothing but a CIA espionage nest. Once that's done, it will just be a matter of technique to prove that the Voice of America, Radio Liberty, and the BBC are the same. Moscow and the rest of the Warsaw Pact will do the job. Sosiscu went back over to the desk. That's why I want Ionescu, dead or alive, understood? Yes, comrade, what's new? Over 100 members of the United States House of Representatives are going to raise the issue of whether to continue most favored nation trade status benefits for Romania, I started out. This was prompted by the latest letter smuggled out from Carol Kirili. That must not happen, Sosiscu replied. Without that status, we cannot export to the United States. We cannot have ensured credits and open doors for technological intelligence. The émigrés plan to organize a hostile demonstration in New York on Sunday, I went on, and they may have a lot of people there. Fascists, they should be exposed as fascists, all of them, Sosiscu cried. As people who sent thousands of Jews to concentration camps, 200,000 of them. We should say that after the defeat of fascism, these people ran away from the country and settled in various parts of the world, where they are trying to revive fascism. Sosiscu was warming up to his favorite propaganda subject, and Nicolae, he meant the Romanian ambassador, should call the White House immediately and demand that the demonstration be stopped. It was almost 4 o'clock when I left Sosiscu, but a half-hour later a bodyguard announced that I was to go back to him again. When Sosiscu spotted the chessboard under my arm, his ashen face became faintly lit by a smile. As usual, he opened with the king's gambit. 10 minutes later I unexpectedly called out, "Checkmate. You're better at night than you are during the day," he retorted. Using the same king's gambit, Ceausescu started a new game, determined to win. Although he has enormous powers of concentration, he is not usually able to do two or more things at the same time, except when he is playing chess. After he has constructed in his head the tactic and strategy of the game and his future moves, Ceausescu can use the most treacherous methods to divert his partner's attention. Asking his opponent questions was one of them. A technical treasure for Khrushchev, who gave us the American hard alloy technology that saved our independence. Ceausescu discreetly moved a bishop out of turn. Herbert, tell me his story, Ceausescu commanded. I related the story as briefly as I could. In the early 1960s, Herbert, the chief representative of a West German consortium composed of Schloman, AEG, and several other companies, which had an office in Bucharest, was observed having several affairs with married women. He was not blackmailed. Instead, an educated, intelligent, and attractive young Romanian woman, Rodica, who was working for a foreign airline, became his mistress. She was, of course, a Securitate agent. In early 1963, Herbert himself became an agent. In exchange for a better life with Rodica in Romania, where he spent several years, and for priority treatment in his commercial deals, he furnished valuable technical documents. One of these exceeded all expectations. Upon returning from a routine trip to West Germany, Herbert presented the die with a complete project, with many thousands of blueprints and crates of technical documents, enough to allow the cloning of a brand new, very sophisticated rolling mill, then under construction in the United States for producing the ultra-hard alloys needed for a new generation of military and space rockets. How much did you pay for the project, Pacepa? What he asked. $64,000. How much did Moscow pay us for it? $4 million. That wasn't even the payoff. Remember how I took the project, caught a plane, and put the whole thing on Khrushchev's desk? The next day, after he had been told by his experts what an incredible treasure I had given him, he hugged and kissed me on both cheeks. I don't think we need to keep any more Soviet troops in Romania, Comrade Ceausescu. It is enough that we have you there, Khrushchev told me. That project accomplished the miracle. That and Bednaras. Without them, we would probably still have Soviet troops in Romania. Is it really true, Comrade Ceausescu, that project played such an important role in the withdrawal of the Red Army from Romania? I asked, timidly moving into the offensive. It certainly is, replied Ceausescu, unobtrusively sliding his queen over one square. 2 years later, Khrushchev said that the Soviet Union was going to produce a new generation of military and space rockets before America did. The hard alloy installation was not put into operation as early as Khrushchev predicted, but it is still far and away the most modern rolling mill of its kind in the Soviet Union. Ceausescu's story was basically correct. Only one minor point was inaccurate. It was not Ceausescu, but Gheorghidej who took the project to Moscow and traded it with Khrushchev for the withdrawal of the Red Army from Romania. The sun was beginning to rise over Dallas when Ceausescu finally broke off the chess game. Today I'll be putting my other foot into NASA, he exulted, leaving to wake his wife. When Air Force One landed at Hobby Airport in Houston, Ceausescu paid no attention to the fact that he was welcomed only by Texas Secretary of State Stephen Oakes and Acting Mayor Judson Robinson. Alina noticed it, though. Where's their wretched governor? She complained. He's probably never seen a head of state in all his life, but he couldn't come to meet us. NASA's Building 30. From the airport, the official motorcade headed directly for the NASA Space Center. When Ceausescu got out of his limousine, his short silhouette looked smaller than ever against the backdrop of NASA's enormous steel and concrete buildings. Dr. Sigurd S. Joberg, the deputy director of the gigantic enterprise, welcomed the guests and introduced our guide, astronaut John Young, saying Young had made 4 journeys with the Gemini and Apollo spaceships and 2 moon landings. Young was polite but businesslike. When he explained that the center employed more than 3,600 graduate engineers, scientists, mathematicians, flight instructors, and of course astronauts, Ceausescu whispered into my ear with a nuance of satisfaction. We have more than that working in our shoe industry, don't we? He was especially interested in the design and testing of space vehicles, and he kept me at hand to take notes. Alina made an effort to appear interested in the buildings devoted to manned space flights and scientific experiments conducted in space. All prominent visitors see Building 30, the Space Flight Control Center, since it is the most spectacular, with its computers that control the spaceships in the entire center. The Romanian journalists and photographers, overwhelmed by what they were seeing, scattered everywhere. When Ceausescu was invited to sit at the director's flight desk, Alina nudged me. Get the photographers. It would be just like those idiots to miss the very moment when the comrade was managing the whole space flight system. Except for Alina, everybody in the Romanian party was impressed by this visit. According to de Gaulle, Andrei said on our way out, trying to put his feelings into words without seeming to praise American capitalism, The United States doesn't have a foreign policy, it has only foreign problems. Judging from what we've seen here, though, I would say that they have a tremendous space policy. If they are as tremendous as you say, responded Alina severely, then why, my dear comrade, was Gagarin the first man in space? She looked fixedly at each of us in turn, until all our smiling faces turned guilty solemn. At noon, during the reception given by the mayor of Houston, the latter offered Soescu the key to the city. In his toast, Soescu said, "You know, we have a story in Romania, a story with an enchanted key, a key which helps one fulfill many wishes. And if by any chance this key should be enchanted, you may rest assured that I would not use it but in the service of friendship, of peace and collaboration." As we were leaving the River Oaks Country Club, where the luncheon had taken place, Soescu pushed me ahead into his limousine. "You must make use of that key to recruit some agents here. At lunch, I learned that they have the technology to drill down to 18,000 feet and more. That's what we need for our newly discovered deep oil reserves." As Soescu drifted off into a light slumber, Alina put in her 2 cents worth. "If the key isn't real gold, don't bother with it though." The next stop was New Orleans, where we landed in the afternoon and left almost immediately for the Royal Orleans Hotel in the Old French Quarter. For weeks, ever since I had been in New Orleans to prepare for the visit, I had been worrying that Alina would not be happy with this venerable but old-fashioned hotel. Sure enough, it was not long until she called me. "You idiot, why didn't you put us up at a Sheraton? It's not coming out of your pocket." Feeling a draft, she called in the whole Romanian group, and everyone from minister to bodyguard had to stuff newspapers into all the air conditioning vents in the presidential suite. "Let them work. Show me the downtown," she said to me, taking my arm. I tried to introduce Alina to the unique charms of Bourbon Street. After no more than half an hour, she decided, "It's dirty, noisy, and miserable. Let's go back to our hotel." After a reception and dinner given by the mayor, Alina was in good spirits. Ordering her favorite Cordon Rouge champagne, she said, "You know, Nick, I had an interesting conversation with the mayoress. She wants her people here to have lots of babies." Draining her glass at a gulp, Alina called for the translator, Sergiu Selak. "What was it that fellow said about the comrade?" she asked. "Which one?" "The one who was talking about the comrade in the centuries," Alina explained in her own inimitable style. "Mr. Basil Rusovich, Jr., the president of the International Trade Center," said Selak, pulling a notebook out of his pocket. "He said, I make bold to compare him to the great personalities that have lived throughout the centuries. Too, that's what he said. See, Nick, a man like you comes along only once every 500 years. Alina got another glass of champagne. "How do you feel being so big, so important, and yet the head of such a little country? The only one smaller is Albania, but if you sign that decree, in less than 10 years we'll have 40 million people. Hey woman, be serious." "Shut up," said Soescu, laughing, but flattered nevertheless. That was not the first time I had heard Alina fantasize about forcing every family in Romania to have a minimum of 4 children. Her most cherished dream is to become the president of Romania herself, and to have her name go down in history as the only woman president who doubled her country's population during her presidency. A few years later, the American news media reported with both relish and bewilderment that President Nicolae Ceausescu had signed a decree obliging every family in Romania to have at least 4 children. Covering Washington with influence. When Alina left for her evening massage, Ceausescu ordered wine, along with tomatoes, onions, and feta cheese and his portable stereo. "With the proper cassette," he added. A few minutes later, Ceausescu downed 2 glasses of his yellow wine at once, while Bajnaru was setting up the stereo and putting on a cassette containing Ceausescu's and my voices, so as to screen our conversation from possible concealed microphones. "Turn it up louder," he ordered Bajnaru, as he began wolfing down his favorite snack. Pulling his chair closer to mine, Ceausescu continued in a low voice. "We should have our influence agents all over Washington," he said, biting into a whole tomato. "Real influence agents, not any of your cloak and dagger spies skulking up to secret meetings at night with their coat collars turned up and their hat brims pulled down over their noses." He went on ruminating out loud, all the while continuing to stuff food into his mouth with his fingers. "We ought to be giving our agents their marching orders in broad daylight, so as not to raise any eyebrows. Is your agent in the White House or the State Department? Then go see him openly, in connection with my visit here, or with my invitation for Carter to visit Bucharest, or with some confidential message to the American president that I can give you any time you like. Is your agent in commerce? Ask him for some prohibited equipment or technology, saying it will help us preserve our independence from the Soviet Union. You might not get it, but that would be good cover for developing an influence agent and meeting with him in his own office. Even a journalist agent shouldn't be met secretly anymore, but openly on some official pretext. If you can't think of anything, I'll agree to an interview, and you could then stretch that out to provide cover for a dozen meetings, not just one. Doing it this way, you shield the agent from the FBI's prying eyes, and you don't have to worry about security when you get down to the real business at hand, influence. Soescu paused briefly, attentively cleaning his plate with a piece of bread. When he had finished, he drained his glass, made a sign for me to refill it, and ordered a fresh bottle. That's the way I want our influence agents in America handled, including Billy Carter, officially, not suspiciously. Soescu then started issuing a flood of orders about how Billy Carter should be recruited, how the payments should be made to him in Switzerland, not directly from Romania but through the two Libyan agents, and how he should be handled and used, until the door banged against the wall and staunched the flow. Alina stormed into the room, her dressing gown entirely unbuttoned. "What's all this silly noise here, Nick?" she asked, looking balefully at the portable stereo. "I've been talking with Pacepa about Carter's family. Americans don't have families, all they care about is money. Carter has an interesting brother, my dear, very interesting, and I'm going to get him. Knock it off, Nick. Americans don't care about their relatives. You fiddler, show me one single American president who made his brother prime minister and I'll eat him. Buttons and all," she added, glaring at me. "They don't have prime ministers, Alina." "Whatever. Show me one who made his wife vice president. Just one. They don't care, Nick. They respect money, not family. Carter's different, Alina. No American is different. What does Carter's brother do? Takes care of Carter's farm. A farmer. I told you American presidents don't look after their families," Alina said with disgust. Soescu, of course, had found nice government sinecures for all his and her relatives. "Don't waste your time. Come on, Nick, I need you." She was purring now and sliding her hand up under his sweater. Chapter 21. The Romanian news media afterwards would announce that on this Sunday morning President Nicolae Soescu and Comrade Alina Soescu were the guests of the oil workers, one, on an offshore drilling rig along the coast of the state of Louisiana, in the Gulf of Mexico. Oil Jews and Germans are, according to Soescu, Romania's most valuable natural resources, and he tries to extract the maximum profit from each of them. Soviet geological studies made in the 1950s discovered new oil fields on both sides of the Romanian Carpathian mountain chain, but most of them lay at a depth of 4 or more miles. That made drilling virtually impossible for the ill-equipped Romania, which was also unwilling to allow any other foreign finger to touch them. Confidential geological research indicated that there were also oil reserves under the Black Sea. At Soescu's personal direction, the DI began getting deeply involved in intelligence operations to procure technical data on offshore drilling rigs. At the beginning of 1978, a Romanian offshore drilling rig constructed with illegally obtained technology was almost ready to be launched, and now Soescu wanted to see an American original with his own eyes. When the helicopter landed on the Ocean Queen platform, Soescu was visibly impressed by its majestic construction. He was all ears when an engineer mentioned that the rig was equipped with a patented new system designed to withstand waves of 15 feet and more. "We must get it," Soescu discreetly whispered to me, and I understood that he meant by means of industrial espionage, as usual. He always prefers stealing to buying from capitalists. At the end of the visit, despite the windy and noisy conditions on an offshore rig, Soescu was able to gather a dozen or so people around him for a few memorable words, expressing the hope that specific steps would be taken for carrying out mutually advantageous cooperation actions. 2. On to New York. Back at the New Orleans airport, a Romanian security officer guarding Air Force One reported that the counselor of the Romanian embassy in Washington had unexpectedly arrived on a commercial flight and urgently wanted to see me. It was Oral Floria, who, as soon as Air Force One had taken off, immediately gave me a detailed written report on the anti-Soescu demonstrations scheduled to take place that day at Soescu's hotel in New York, the Waldorf Astoria. According to Floria's report, Romanian émigrés were joining the Hungarians in what they intended to make the largest émigré action ever to take place in the United States. As Air Force One cruised relentlessly toward New York, I presented Soescu with the report. "I don't want to read anything now," he said wearily. "Just tell me what it says. Please read it," I begged. As Soescu read page after page of the report, he turned first white and then red. By the time he had finished it, he was in a towering rage. "Andrei," he yelled. Suddenly awakened from a nap, Andrei came stumbling in with a look of alarm in his swollen eyes. "Sleep, Andrei, sleep. That's the only thing you're good for. Why haven't you said anything about this filthy mess?" Soescu asked, trying to reach up high enough to smack the tall Andrei in the face with the report. "What are you, a foreign minister, or a shit? Idiots, comrade, just idiots," chimed in Alina, who had just popped up from her nap and had no idea what was going on. After Soescu had calmed down, He ordered Vasil Pungan to call the White House from Air Force One and inform it about the planned demonstration, qualifying it as a hostile act and firmly asking that it be prohibited. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane landed at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. As it was rolling down the runway, I informed Ceausescu that he would be welcomed by representatives of the mayor of New York City and of the governor of New York State. "Are the governor and the mayor Texans, darling?" Elena asked over her shoulder. I thought it was only in Texas that the governor and the mayor of Houston were too snooty to welcome us in person. After the brass band had played the Romanian anthem, the right one, Elena pulled Ceausescu over toward a small group of young people and children waving Romanian and American flags. They both plowed into the friendly crowd, shaking hands and embracing the children. As I got off the airplane, the DI station chief in New York, General Oral Gheorghe, assigned undercover as counselor in the Romanian permanent mission to the United Nations, tried to catch my attention. As Ceausescu was still shaking hands, I went over to where the diplomatic corps was standing, grabbed Gheorghe and pulled him through to the other side of the security rope. "Bad news, boss," Gheorghe started off in his easygoing manner, which always made it hard to tell whether he was drunk or sober. On the way to the airport, I drove past the Waldorf, and I was horrified. There must have been 5,000 or 6,000 there demonstrating against the big boss, Hungarians and Romanians together. I've never seen anything like it. The big boss, and especially Madame, are liable to have a heart attack. The head of the U.S. Secret Service team in charge of Ceausescu's security, who was in another corner talking with the chiefs of the FBI and Secret Service offices in New York, signaled that he also wanted to talk to me. He had the same information as Gheorghe, and he decided that it would be best to bring the guests into the Waldorf by an entrance in the underground garage. He asked me to go with him in an advance car in order to make on-the-spot decisions, if needed. Ceausescu and Elena were already in the armored limousine when I went to them. The chief of his bodyguards was slowly pouring alcohol on their hands, a ritual repeated with religious fanaticism every time Ceausescu shakes hands, whether with people on the street or with foreign heads of state. In a few words, I informed him of the demonstrations and of the Secret Service's suggestion. Since there was nothing on the official schedule that Sunday evening, I proposed forgetting the Waldorf Astoria for that day and going straight to the Romanian mission, spending the night there, and then picking up the schedule again the next morning at the Waldorf. "We have a special apartment for you inside the mission," I concluded. "How can you even think about making the comrades sleep in your dirty mission after Blair House?" was Elena's furious reaction. "He's insane, dear. Somebody spotted 3 immigrants somewhere out there, and he has to build up a big horror story around them." She then turned on me. "Why would anyone want to demonstrate against the comrade, you fiddler? Have you got cataracts on your eyes? Couldn't you see how the comrade was welcomed with open arms at the White House and everywhere else?" A rain of eggs. The chief of the Secret Service detail appeared at the car door. "How dangerous is it?" asked Ceausescu. "It may be unpleasant, but it's not a life-threatening situation," was the reply. "Let's go. I'm not going to let a dozen émigrés change my plans." The motorcade took a roundabout route approaching the hotel, but in order to get to the underground garage, it had to drive through masses of demonstrators, who booed, screamed deliriously, and held up huge posters saying "Ceausescu the Red Terror," "Ceausescu the Criminal," and "Ceausescu Dracula." A rain of eggs smashed against the Secret Service car I was riding in, turning the windshield opaque so that the driver could not see, and crashed into the side of the underground garage. It took him only a couple of seconds to straighten the wheels and continue on, but it was long enough to slow down Ceausescu's black Cadillac. It turned bright yellow and red under the heavy hailstorm of eggs and tomatoes. When the presidential limousine came to a halt, Ceausescu and Elena were immediately surrounded by a solid wall of Secret Service, FBI, and police officers, which moved as a body through the lobby. Small groups of émigrés, who had smuggled themselves inside earlier, unwrapped banners saying things like "Ceausescu Idi Amin" and "Ceausescu Idi Aminescu." When Ceausescu finally got to the presidential suite, he was as pale as a ghost. Abruptly, he ran into a bathroom and, without bothering to close the door, began vomiting convulsively. It was the same reaction as when I had reported to him about Moscow's attempt to recruit General Militaru, that same physical fear for his own skin. Elena arrived a few minutes later, accompanied by her female Secret Service bodyguard and surrounded by a protective squadron. In the crush, she had lost her purse, which had been picked up by a police officer. Ever since Ceausescu had started his rise to communist power, he had never been confronted with any ad hominem public reaction against himself. In 1944 to 1946, there had been anti-communist demonstrations in Romania, but they were directed against the new Communist Party itself, not its leaders. November 8, 1945, was the first St. Michael's Day free of fascist occupation, and hundreds of thousands of Romanians gathered in front of the royal palace to express support for King Michael. I was among them, a high school student driven there by my anti-fascism and hunger for freedom. The crowd was full of young people like me, as well as professors, lawyers, doctors, businessmen, and even workers and peasants, who were trying to see a remnant symbol of democracy in the king. Across from the royal palace in Bucharest, there was a massive six-story, still partly unfinished building that had been constructed by the pro-Nazi government as the headquarters for the Ministry of Interior and its political police, including a Gestapo section and an interrogation center with hundreds of cells on 3 floors underground. This was the first institution taken over by the Soviet army and communist forces after the war. From there came the first volley of gunfire into the people, who were cheering, "Long live the king." At that time I did not know that the Soviets and the Romanian communists would not normally fire into the air. Only later did I learn that bullets, like other material possessions, are more valuable to them than human lives. When the second volley rang out, I saw people falling, I heard cries of pain, and I understood. As if on command, the horror-stricken masses turned toward the Ministry of Interior with its heavy machine guns firing from the balconies. After the second burst of bullets, hundreds of trucks appeared from the nearby streets. They were loaded with several hundred workers well oiled with alcohol and armed with sticks, chains, and wrenches. They rushed headlong at us, creating a vacuum around themselves. "Killers, criminals," rang out from over 100,000 throats. "Killer, criminal." Came the muffled cries from outside the Waldorf Astoria, the same words as in November 1945. Those words seem to have ominously pursued me all my life. "Killer, criminal, Ceausescu, idi amin." The cries could now be clearly heard in the suite on the 29th floor, coming in from outside over powerful loudspeakers. White as a sheet, Ceausescu moved from one room to another, saying nothing. There were Romanian bodyguards everywhere in the presidential suite, busily using special antiseptics to wash down the floors, carpets, furniture, and even the doorknobs and light switches, anything Ceausescu might touch. In the bedroom, the valet and the hairdresser were taking off the hotel bed linens and replacing them with the linens brought in sealed trunks from Bucharest. The study had been transformed into an ironing room, since every piece of underwear and table linen, although previously sterilized and kept in sealed plastic bags, now had to be ironed again to kill the germs. I arranged for the Ceausescus to have a private dinner in their suite. As usual, a portable chemical laboratory was set up, and Major Popa first checked all the food to be sure it contained no poison, bacteria, or radioactive substances. Then he personally supervised its preparation by the Romanian chef in the hotel's kitchen. A special cart, built for Ceausescu's visits abroad, is always used to transport his food. In the kitchen, Popa locks it with a cipher system that is changed daily. The cart is accompanied by Popa and one of the bodyguards, both armed and unlocked when it gets to the dining area, where only Ceausescu's waiter is allowed to serve. When I later returned to the presidential suite, the food was still on the table, untouched. The roar from the demonstration outside was getting worse. "Ceausescu killer," bounced back from the dining room windows, "Ceausescu criminal," from the salon and bedroom. There was a short pause, and then "Ceausescu idi amin" rang out from everywhere. This refrain was repeated for hours with mathematical precision. "Retreat to the Romanian mission." "The comrade wants to visit the new building of the Romanian mission," Elena finally said in capitulation, coming out of the bedroom. "As soon as the Secret Service can clear a safe exit from the hotel and itinerary through the city," Ceausescu's strangled voice croaked from the bathroom. Ceausescu and Elena left in the armored Cadillac, flying no flag, although that did not fool the crowd of demonstrators. Another hailstorm of eggs and tomatoes doused the limousine, accompanied by uninterrupted boos coming from thousands of throats and punctuated by shouts of "Dracula" over the loudspeakers. The New York headquarters of the Romanian mission to the United Nations is located in a 17-story building at the corner of 3rd Avenue and 38th Street. The building, once a hotel, had been purchased by the Romanian government as the headquarters for all the Romanian organizations represented in New York and the living quarters for their employees. Like all Soviet bloc leaders, Ceausescu believes that having everything concentrated in the same building makes it easier to control people. On paper, the building is managed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but in fact it has been under the die from the day it was purchased. That is another general rule within the Soviet bloc. The first 10 floors were turned into offices, the rest into apartments and rooms for the employees. One whole floor was occupied by an impressive suite designated for Ceausescu, which has never been used. He has a similar suite in most of the major Romanian embassies. The only entrance to this fortress of a building is protected by heavy locks, iron grills, alarm systems, closed-circuit television, a doorman armed with a submachine gun under his desk, and a duty officer carrying a pistol in his pocket. The whole building is equipped with an elaborate electronic monitoring system covering every nook and cranny. The number of concealed microphones in a given room depends on what it is used for, but none is exempt, except for Soescu's apartment. A nearby telephone intercept system has all the telephone outlets installed throughout the building wired into it. The flick of a switch is enough to start the monitoring of conversations in a room or over the telephone. New York had the second largest dye station in the world, after Cologne. In 1978, over 90% of the Romanian employees at the mission were intelligence officers. 3 floors of the building are occupied by the New York station, with its security system, cipher service, monitoring centers, photo and chemical laboratories, bubble, and work areas. The access doors and most of the rooms are controlled by a separate alarm system and closed-circuit television. A special, acoustically secure room was built between the offices of the ambassador and the chief of station. Jointly designed by the KGB and the DAI, it was supposed to be the ultimate in its field. When Ceausescu's limousine pulled up, the ambassador and the chief of station jostled each other to be the first to open the car door. Ceausescu and Alina went directly to the elevator, without responding to the cheering women and children in folk costumes or stopping to accept their proffered bread and salt, an old Romanian custom when welcoming guests to a new house. Not until he was in the large salon with his and Alina's portraits hanging on the wall was Ceausescu able to squeeze out his first articulate sound, Bajnaru, alcohol. Ceausescu washed his hands for a very long time, although he had not touched anyone else's hands since leaving his hotel suite. It was probably a reaction to the eggs and tomatoes that had been thrown at him. Ambassador Dacu unsuccessfully tried to slip in a few words about the work of his mission. "Get Carter on the phone this minute," Ceausescu ordered Pungan, "and tell him to have the criminals arrested." "Why the peanut head? This is New York, not a farm," hissed Alina. The gnashing of her teeth could be clearly heard all around the room. "I am a president just like him. He's the one who should be looking after me, not the mayor," screamed Ceausescu, standing in front of Pungan. Facing his hulking chief advisor, the 5'5" Romanian president, with his arms now dangling down helplessly and longer than normal at his sides, looked positively wretched. When a minute later he confronted the tall, handsome Andrei, Ceausescu looked even more abject. "Did Vance say?" His metallic voice shrilled out. "I couldn't find Vance, but I spoke with Nimitz." Matthew Nimitz was a counselor at the State Department whose name was familiar to Ceausescu. "Why not with the doorman? He ought to be more on your level," Alina broke in acidly. "Listen to the sheep herder. The fascists are about to assassinate us, and you miserable worm, what are you doing? Nothing. Get out, you too, and you," screamed Ceausescu at Andrei and ambassadors Nicolae and Dacu. "And don't come back without Vance. What's happening here is more infamous than Sarajevo," he roared, referring to the 1914 assassination of Archduke Francis Ferdinand of Austria, which set off the First World War. "And you, what do you have to say?" Ceausescu whispered to the New York chief of station. "That you're letting these emigre sons of bitches ruin the only day you have in New York." General Oral Gheorghe, the son of an activist who had been in the Communist Party for almost as many years as Ceausescu was old, has always been impertinent. "Your father was also foul-mouthed," said Ceausescu, "but he lived to be 90. Call down a curse and let's get on to something worthwhile. I want to show you the library. We have the only Romanian library abroad, and we've made it play an important role on the American cultural scene and in our influence operations." "Watch your language," shouted Ceausescu, but he accepted the invitation. A useful instrument of influence. The Romanian library had been created 6 years earlier, following a bilateral agreement that allowed an American library to open in Bucharest, located only a few yards from DAI headquarters. Since the American library cultivated contacts with Romanian dissidents and anti-regime writers, Ceausescu considered it a branch of the CIA and ordered the DAI to take over the Romanian library in return. It was located on the second floor, where Emilia Gheorghe, its manager, welcomed Ceausescu and Alina. A former public prosecutor who became a DAI colonel, Emilia was the wife of the station chief. With an iron hand she managed the library's affairs, the intelligence officers working for it, her husband and her daughter, a young intelligence officer sent as a student to Columbia University so as to marry an American and become a U.S. citizen. Emilia was well known among the émigrés and feared within the large Romanian community living inside the mission building. In a few well-chosen words, Emilia described the library as a useful instrument for conducting Ceausescu's influence policy inside the United States. Guiding the guests around the library rooms, she talked about the conferences, film galas, and exhibits organized in numerous centers of various American states as far away as Ohio, Oregon, Texas, and California, about the Festival of Romanian Poetry and the poetry of other nationalities living in Romania. which she described as having been targeted against Zionist and Hungarian irredentist propaganda. About the symposium in New York called The Latin Tradition of Romanian Culture and Civilization, and its conclusion that the Romanian language was closer to classical Latin than the languages spoken in ancient Gaul, Iberia, or even some regions of Italy. About the scientific session called The History of Romania, Independence and Modernism, organized at the University of Wisconsin. About Romanian language courses organized in 20 American centers, and the support granted to students and doctoral candidates who were preparing works on Romanian culture and history, and were the station's prime recruitment targets. About the successful lectures given by your brother, General Dr. Ilie Sosescu, at university centers in New York and Boston. And about a book exhibit soon to open containing books written in Romanian and English devoted to the life and work of the President of Romania, an outstanding personality of international political life, widely known and appreciated in the United States of America and in the entire world. Don't you have any scientific books? Elena asked, inspecting the bookshelves with a steely eye. Of course. We have a lot of scientific books on Romanian history, language, the continuity of the Romanian people, who became the owners of our lands long before they were tarnished by Hungarians, Germans, and Jews, about our communist society, about, I mean science, said Elena, trying to make it clearer. We have the comrades' books. Don't you have anything on chemistry? Elena scrutinized the librarian suspiciously. Let's take a look, Emilia answered naively, touching Elena's arm to guide her over to the bookshelves. Don't you touch me, Elena screamed. Comrade Elena is right, Pacepa, Sosescu broke in. We need a new section here on Romania's contribution to world science. That would be wonderful, exclaimed Emilia excitedly. Is she hysterical, darling? Elena asked me, giving the librarian a clinical appraisal. Such as the Romanian contribution to chemistry, Sosescu went on. Elena gave Emilia one more malevolent glance, then grabbed her husband's arm and pulled him over toward the one wall of the library not covered with shelves, but having only Sosescu's portrait on it. She's absolutely hopeless, dear, an old stick in the mud. Imagine, she's never even heard about Romania's women scientists and their role in world science. Georg, who suddenly understood his wife's gaffe, moved in between Elena and Emilia, trying to change the subject. We've done an exhibit on our influence operations inside the United States. Please. He led the way over to a side door and broke the lead seal protecting it. It's top secret. For the comrade, but especially for you, Comrade Elena, he said, trying to clear the air. This is just a small sampling of what we have had published in the United States through our influence agents. Georg began his presentation. Displayed on several tables were books and brochures published with die funds, American newspapers containing favorable articles on Romania and Sosescu, and émigré newspapers and magazines in which articles written in Bucharest had been planted. On a separate table there was a display of several émigré newspapers entirely financed by the die and a cassette recorder that, when Georg pushed the button, started broadcasting in English and Romanian. This is a program of our radio station Doina. It's supposedly run by Romanian émigrés, but it's funded by us, Georg pointed out. Captivated by the exposition, Sosescu went from one table to the next, listening to the explanations, making suggestions, and giving orders. Let's see what the peanut head has accomplished, said Elena, cutting the visit short. The organizers should be killed. Pungan and Andrei were waiting in the salon, together with the two ambassadors. They all tried to explain that the White House and the State Department were doing their best, but that it was the mayor of New York City who really held the key to solving the problem. City Hall authorized the demonstration. Pungan summed it up. Now the mayor should deauthorize it. Who the hell is this mayor? Burst out Sosescu. A Jew recruited by Budapest, reported Georg. I have incontrovertible evidence of his support to the Hungarian émigrés. The newly elected mayor of New York was the colorful Edward Koch. I've been trying to reach Mayor Koch, said Datku, but I haven't been able to get through yet. To reach him, why? To ask him to break up the demonstration, Comrade Sosescu. I thought you'd learned he was a Jew and a Hungarian agent. Idiot Nick, he's an idiot, Elena decided. Then turning toward Datku, she said in her sweetest voice, you do play the violin, ambassador, don't you? Sosescu decided that Mayor Koch should be ignored, and he ordered Pungan and Andrei to resume their pressure on the White House and State Department. Tell them that my security is in great danger, that if they don't do something, I'm going to go directly to the airport and leave for Bucharest. According to Ambassador Nicoli, the State Department took Sosescu's threat seriously and asked the New York Police Commissioner, Robert Maguire, to assure the Romanian president that he was not in danger. At midnight, Maguire personally appeared at the Romanian mission and told Sosescu that he could return to the Waldorf without fear. Finally Sosisku agreed, but only if the commissioner would give him firm security guarantees and would ride in the same car with him. After midnight, under a reinforced police escort, Sosisku left for the Waldorf, taking in his car not only Alina and Maguire but also General Stan, the chief of the Secret Service detail, and me. The motorcade proceeded without incident until it reached East 49th Street, where an egg struck Sosisku's car. "Where are your guarantees for my security, Commissioner?" Sosisku asked menacingly. "It could easily have been a hand grenade, but it wasn't," replied Maguire with disarming logic. In the Waldorf's lobby there were a few protesters still waiting. When they saw Sosisku, they took signs out of their pockets reading Sosisku, Idi Amin, and Sosisku, Dracula. Sosisku went upstairs and threw up again before coming back into the salon of his suite and starting to pace furiously around the room. He ordered the two chiefs of station and Ambassador Nicoli to be called in immediately. "Turn on the stereo," he ordered me after they had come in, and the television set, louder. He drew us closer to him with a nervous sign. "Do you know the names of the organizers?" he asked, looking at Georg. Georg gave him two Hungarian names, Laszlo Kalman and Laszlo Hamos, who represented a Hungarian émigré organization for human rights in Transylvania, and one Romanian, Archbishop Valerian Trifa. "They should be killed this very night, as a clear warning to anybody else who might try an attempt on my security. They should be killed by professional criminals," Sosisku ordered, "and have a note pinned to Trifa's body saying that's what will happen to every war criminal. Have it signed by Jews who suffered in Nazi concentration camps or something like that. That's your job, Georg. You'll do it tonight, or you'll be on your way out of New York tomorrow," Sosisku snarled through clenched teeth. "And you, Floria, you and Nicoli are to organize a demonstration of Romanian émigrés here at the Waldorf Astoria for tomorrow morning. If you can't find anyone else, get your agents. Tomorrow morning I want to receive a delegation of Romanian patriots protesting against the Hungarian demonstrators and the Romanian fascists." Sosisku paused briefly. "That's for tomorrow morning. If not, you and you," pointing at Floria and Nicoli, "will leave tomorrow for Bucharest, on my airplane." Sosisku turned on his heel and left the room without saying another word. 4 of his bodyguards kept watch in his bedroom all night long. Chapter 22. I spent the rest of the night at the Romanian mission. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when I arrived at the Waldorf Astoria, which was now surrounded by barricades and police officers in cars, on horseback, and on foot. Some 300 feet outside the barricades was a group of perhaps 20 people holding up Romanian flags and pictures of Sosisku. According to Floria, these Romanian émigrés were all DAI agents who had been hauled out of their beds for the demonstration ordered by Sosisku. From General Stan, I learned that Sosisku had spent the whole night pacing around, and that all his bodyguards were now armed with submachine guns and hand grenades taken from the presidential airplane during the night. At the moment, he was asleep in an easy chair. Mayor Koch to the rescue. It was 9 o'clock when Sosisku called me in. A few minutes later, Andrei and Pungin asked to be received. They reported that the State Department had called Mayor Koch and asked him to cancel all his other appointments and go to the Waldorf to see the Romanian president. "I don't want to talk with that dirty Jew," Sosisku exploded. It was too late. General Stan came in and announced that U.S. Ambassador to Bucharest Agri, Mayor Koch, Police Commissioner Maguire, and some other people were outside waiting to see Sosisku. "Let the swine in," Sosisku decided, after a moment's hesitation. Followed by the others, the newly elected mayor noisily and jovially entered the suite, evidently determined to calm down his one-day visitor. "Every cloud has a silver lining," Koch led off boisterously, stopping in the middle of the room and trying to figure out which one of us was the president. "You may have had a few unpleasant moments, but it has given me the chance to welcome such a famous and distinguished guest to our city. This is an outrage. You should not permit this demonstration," Sosisku started off, without answering Koch's greeting or even looking in his direction. "Mr. President, you should feel complimented," the mayor said. "They only picket very important people. They demonstrate against me all the time. I don't mind. I walk right through the picket lines. All it means is that you are important. I am President of a foreign sea country. This should not be allowed. They demonstrate against President Carter when he comes here. If President Carter came to Romania, I would not permit any demonstration against him. Protests are as American as the First Amendment," the wisecracking mayor retorted with a smile. "They're guaranteed by our Constitution. Why are you Americans interfering in the internal affairs of our sea country? There are international agreements prohibiting such interference. These treaties supersede the sea constitution," Sosisku replied in a threatening tone. "Don't let the problem get to you, Mr. President. You've got to get to the problem." Koch came back with exuberant self-assurance. "If your security C can't take care of these crowds, then let my security H handle it," Sosisku replied nervously, looking at me. Thank you for the offer, Mr. President, but that won't be necessary. Tell the President what we've done, Mihai. Commissioner Mihai reported that several hundred police officers were now keeping order and that there were no more demonstrators around the hotel. It's Monday morning, Mr. President. Now they've all gone to work. They can't feed their children if they spend the day just shouting slogans outside the Waldorf. Koch offered an explanation. They were not slogans. Those people gravely insulted a foreign president and threatened his life on your territory, and you've got to answer for that, Soescu sputtered angrily. Koch tried to downplay it. A couple of tomatoes and a few eggs. They could have been hand grenades, but they weren't. They don't want to kill you. It didn't have anything to do with you, Mr. President. It's not you, it's your policies, Koch added sweetly. They are war criminals, they are fascists. I have hard evidence against those people who tried to kill me outside. They sent Jews to Nazi concentration camps. They killed them with their own hands. I'll take care of these Nazis, Mr. President, and you take another look at your policies. Stuttering badly again, Soescu launched into a long dissertation, trying to explain that the Romanian people enjoyed infinitely more human rights than the Americans. Koch stood up. Let's be friends, Mr. President, and maybe one day we can eat together in a Romanian restaurant here. Muttering something about a meeting of his own cabinet he had skipped in order to come to the Waldorf, he took his leave, but not before finally being able to shake Soescu's hand and give him a hearty slap on the back. Alcohol, screeched Soescu the minute the Americans had left. And open the windows, he ordered Stan. It smells like a pigsty. A Jewish swine, a New York cop, and a dirty nigger, he went on while wiping his hands. Write a press communique about the visit, Pungin, in case the swine makes it public. Just say, problems of common interest were discussed, Soescu ordered. 1. We were about to leave when Stan reported, Councillor Oral Georg is asking to be received. Soescu signaled for me to remain. Georg drew himself up in a military posture I had never before seen him affect and reported without breathing. Comrade President of the Romanian Socialist Republic, your order has been executed. From his briefcase he removed a newspaper clipping and its handwritten translation and gave them to Soescu. Read it. I shouldn't, Comrade President, said Georg, pointing to indicate that the walls had ears. Soescu called for his glasses. After reading the clipping through twice he passed it to me. It was a short item stating that Laszlo Kalman, one of the organizers of the demonstration at the Waldorf Astoria against the Romanian president, had been in an automobile accident on his way home from the demonstration. Croaked, Soescu asked monosyllabically, looking meaningfully at the walls. There's no report in yet. I'll have to get hold of my man. Don't lift a finger. No more involvement. The Western press will report the outcome. What about the other one? Still in the works. Should I leave New York on your airplane? Having known Georg for over 20 years, I could easily read the irony in his voice. Not Soescu, you stay here, take care of the other one too. He suddenly seemed to perk up as he shook Georg's hand in a friendly manner. You Pacepa, he turned to me, you take care of Comrade Alina today, and have the plane ready. I want to leave for Bucharest in the afternoon. Outside the salon, I cornered Georg and asked for an explanation. That little news item came like manna from heaven. A good tranquilizer for the big boss, said Georg, winking at me. I left him to go look for Alina. Alina considers new jewels. Don't you have any jewelry for me, darling? Alina started off when I arrived at her boudoir, where her hairdresser was working on her. Everything is ready. Several famous jewelry stores that had made good money off Alina in the past had sent their new collections to the Waldorf Astoria. The cases were now locked up in a room next door to the presidential suite, heavily guarded from outside. Let's see what you've gotten for me. Open up everything, Alina commanded eagerly, while settling back comfortably into an easy chair. She's not like Soescu, who is always on the move, walking around. She sits down whenever she sees a chair and stays put there. Nor is she like a poker player, peering into his hand as he slowly spreads out the cards. No, Alina wants to see everything at once, and to have everything at once. After I had opened the cases, Alina directed me to place them all around her, and she started to weigh the jewelry in her hands. Her main criteria are the weight of the gold and the size of the diamonds. When she cannot make up her mind between two items, the price settles it. The more expensive, the better she likes it. I was watching Alina play with her toys when General Stan said through the locked door that the comrade wanted to see me. Tape my discussion with Klutznik, Soescu whispered when he saw me. As usual, he considered his meeting with the president of the World Jewish Congress, Philip Klutznik, the most important after the ones with the president of the United States. Romania has a proletarian dictatorship form of government. America has a Jewish dictatorship form of government, is what Soescu always says. Within his close circle of intimates, he always used to take particular pride in telling how he had recruited the former president of the World Jewish Congress, Nahum Goldman, and the secretary of this prestigious international organization as Romanian agents of influence. Ceausescu also liked to impress his cronies by telling them he had the new president, Klutznik, in his pocket. No third party was usually present at Ceausescu's meetings with these Jewish leaders, but I had the tapes. There was always a significant difference between what Ceausescu said about these personal agents and what was on the tapes. The tapes mostly revealed his attempts to gain advantages as mediator in the Middle East conflict, so as to lure Jewish money to Romania and obtain low-interest credits, and the efforts of his conversation partners to get more Jews out of Romania. After Klutznik had left, I went back to Alina, who in the meantime had set aside over a dozen sets of jewelry and was still working. "The prices are ridiculous, darling. You should bargain them down," she burst out, happy to have someone to talk to again, as she has never actually purchased anything since 1965, when Ceausescu became the Romanian leader. She has not the slightest idea of the value of any merchandise. She has, however, two basic rules. Every price in Romania is too low, and every price abroad is too high. Whenever she picked out some jewelry or furs abroad, I had to swear that somebody would get the price drastically reduced, because we shouldn't be fattening the capitalists with communist money. Sometimes she would put on a dramatic show when she was shopping. The last time was in Buenos Aires. We were together in a jewelry store, where she fell in love with a set of earrings, brooch, and ring, each shaped like a flower with movable petals covering the diamond center. Alina was fascinated by the idea of being able to wear them different ways, from wide open to tightly closed. When she asked for a 50% discount, the owner laughed in her face, and Alina walked out in a huff. Once back in Bucharest, however, she ordered me to telephone the store and ask for only 25% off. The answer was already sold, and Alina was sick for 2 weeks. When she finally directed that the store custom order the set for her, the price had doubled. Since then, she has not wanted to see any more salesmen, and she always wants to have the jewelry sent to her on visits abroad or in Bucharest. But she has kept her pride. I've never paid a capitalist his asking price. Alina can play at jewelry for days. That was why, when General Stan shouted through the door that Mrs. Frieda Rosenthal, the wife of a U.S.-Romanian Economic Council official, was there to take her to visit the Metropolitan Museum, she asked distrustfully, "Is there anything there worth seeing?" Alina decided that 1 hour would be enough for the Metropolitan. She does not like museums, and if she did occasionally visit one, it was only for the press. As we left the Metropolitan, the press was the only thing she cared about. Tell the idiots to make a long communiqué and to mention the most famous paintings they have in the museum. When Alina later approved the communiqué, it looked like a museum catalog. The works of some great artists, such as Botticelli, Giotto, Velázquez, Goya, Kranich, Van Eyck, David Utrillo, Matisse were also presented, was just one sentence in the 200-word press release. 2. We got back just in time for the reception given for Ceausescu by the U.S.-Romanian Economic Council and the Foreign Policy Association at the Waldorf. After being generously praised, everybody had learned his weakness. Ceausescu gave a long, demagogical speech. He included everything he could think of, from his discussion with Jimmy Carter to the false 12.5% growth rate of Romanian industry, from economic cooperation with 140 countries around the world to national independence and sovereignty, not forgetting Romania's over 2,000 years of history. While we walked from the Waldorf's lobby to the presidential suite, Ceausescu caught my elbow and asked, "How did you like my speech?" 100% Horizon. I delivered the sermon. It's up to you to take up the collection for their money and their technologies. After the luncheon, Alina went back to her jewels. I accompanied Ceausescu to his meeting with William Norris, the president of Control Data Corporation. Ceausescu considered this an important occasion, and he instructed me to assemble all the official members of his delegation for it. The company Control Data, set up together with Control Data Corporation, was not only the first Romanian-U.S. joint venture, created for the production of American electronic equipment and computers in Romania, it was considered by Ceausescu to be one of the most important doors for getting in to steal American microelectronics technology. Intelligence officers for joint ventures. Cooperative and joint ventures with the West became fashionable in the Soviet bloc after they proved their usefulness at providing new technology by both legal and illegal means. The general rule is that all bloc citizens involved in such joint ventures should be intelligence officers. Ceausescu ordered the DAI to make intensive use of every new cooperative venture for infiltrating small armies of intelligence officers into the West, and he personally supervised these operations. A joint venture with a West German firm provided Romania access to technological intelligence on various turbotransmissions for armored cars and tanks, including Ceausescu's favorite Leopard. a French-Romanian cooperative venture for producing the Renault 12, known as the Dacia in Romania, was used to obtain significant military technologies found at Renault plants. It also provided a way to steal more than 13,000 additional options for the basic car that had not been included in the contract, thus saving Romania several $1,000,000. After a joint venture had been signed with Citroën a few months earlier, a team of more than 150 Romanian engineers and technicians was sent to France to learn how to build Citroën cars. Most of them were intelligence officers or agents, armed with newly built minicameras and photographic contact paper. When the photosensitive materials sent back to Romania were read, they revealed many secrets that Citroën had tried to keep out of the new joint venture. Some of the intelligence officers recruited Citroën employees for more in-depth technological intelligence. ROM control data was the product of a DI operation and was now being intensively used for industrial espionage. Two officers, one undercover as a Romanian engineer, the other an illegal with a Western identity, had developed valuable sources there and were now extracting significant classified data on such things as high-density computer disks for military use. Soescu's desire to make this meeting as public and as festive as possible was nothing but additional cover for the under-the-table operations he was running inside the American corporation. After the meeting, I found a few minutes for pressing Alina to make her final choices, although when it came to jewelry she never made final decisions. "Let's take these along with us. In Bucharest I'll have more time to look at them carefully and pick out the nicest ones," said Alina, pointing toward more than 24 boxes holding sets of jewelry and a few solitaires. That was what she always said, but she never sent anything back. In a quick look, I saw no box with a price tag under $20,000. When we returned to the presidential suite with the boxes she had selected, Soescu had just wound up his last business meeting and was looking for me. "If your émigrés are ready, bring them here," he ordered. The three émigrés chosen by the station to meet Soescu were waiting in a nearby room. One had brought his wife along. According to Floria, who was with them, all three were docile DI agents. When I brought them to Soescu's salon, he was standing there with Alina and just one photographer, who had got only one shot before being rushed out by Soescu. One after the other, the émigrés droned out the speeches given to them by Floria. Every text praised the Romanian president, vehemently condemned the slanderous and irredentist demonstrations against Romania, and assured that the leaders of Romanian émigré organizations would send telegrams to President Carter in the name of all Romanian émigrés, asking him to put an end to the activity of the fascist circles in the United States. This done, Soescu had Selak called in to take notes. That was the tip-off that he intended to make a propaganda speech for the press. He did just that, accusing the demonstrators of being Nazi war criminals who had sent over 200,000 Jews to concentration camps. "Your Domini was right up to the mark again, Pacepa," Soescu said after the émigrés had left. He was referring to Avram, the one described by Floria as an agent priest sent from Romania to take over an Orthodox church in Detroit. "Who was the tall one?" Soescu asked. "The editor of Dreptatea. That was an émigré newspaper. The one we fund," that's what Floria said. Soescu ordered that nothing appear in the Romanian press about the demonstration, but that his own speech be published in its entirety, together with a summary of the speeches given by the tame émigrés. "They had better not keep the texts. We may need to doctor them up for the press," said Soescu, sending me off to catch the texts of their speeches. The text of Soescu's speech was published in the April 19, 1978, issue of the official Romanian newspaper, Sintea, together with a photograph of the meeting showing Soescu receiving a group of American citizens of Romanian descent. I was in the middle, with Alina and Soescu on the left side, and the émigrés on the right. The same picture was used in a 260-page book about Soescu's visit, printed in English, which in July 1978, just before the United States granted me political asylum, was all ready to be shipped to the United States for propaganda purposes. Because I was depicted next to Soescu and Alina in most of the photographs, all its 30,000 copies were destroyed, and the book was reprinted after I had been deleted from all of the photographs. In the picture showing Soescu's meeting with the Romanian émigrés, an expert eye can spot the place where I was removed and the background painted in. That was the opposite technique from the one used in Trifa's case, when his head was added to a picture. Back to Bucharest. I could not catch up with the three émigrés until the lobby, where I got their speeches back. When I tried to return upstairs, the elevators were blocked because Soescu was ready to leave. I climbed the stairs all the way to the 29th floor, only to see the door of the elevator close in front of my nose with the last of Soescu's group in it. I raced back down the stairs, but when I got to the front door the motorcade was pulling away from the hotel. Once more, Soescu had made an unforeseen move. The manager of the Waldorf Astoria, who understood my predicament, approached 2 police officers and asked them to drive me to the airport. It was one of the most exciting rides I have ever had. For a good half hour we raced through New York at rush hour, occasionally jumping onto the sidewalk or dashing the wrong way down a one-way street. When we entered Kennedy Airport through a back gate, the police car whizzed along side roads at 80 miles an hour and crossed several runways before coming to a halt at the back door of the Romanian presidential plane. "Here we are," said my driver, dripping wet but proud of his performance. "Faster than the Secret Service," the other police officer remarked, pointing to the flashing lights of the official motorcade, which was just entering the airport area. "I hope the fate that put me in your hands today will give us a chance to meet again," I said, giving both of the friendly officers a hug, and inwardly hoping that I was truly being prophetic. When Soescu got out of his limousine, I was standing with the State Department officials. Followed by Alina, he went down the row shaking hands. Upon seeing me, he suddenly remembered. "You were still in the hotel when we left, weren't you?" Giving Alina a wink, he bragged. "Now will you admit that my security is better than your army?" At 6:40 that Monday evening the presidential Boeing 707 took off, made a wide turn over the city, and headed for Bucharest, leaving the Statue of Liberty behind. In Bucharest, it was already Tuesday. The airplane had just reached its cruising altitude when Soescu sent for Apria, Andrei, Pungan, Avram, and me. "What's new?" he began as usual. "Glad to be on Romanian soil again," Apria squeaked, stamping the floor of the presidential Boeing 707 several times with his right foot. "You think you're so clever, Apria. Don't you know it's an American plane?" Alina noted acidly, taking him down a peg. She kept one eye admiring the picture of herself at the NASA Space Center that was reproduced on the front page of a Cynthia. "Until Pacepa and Avram start producing our own airplanes, we'll have to fly capitalist ones. But you're right, Apria, we are on Romanian soil," Soescu decided. "Take Apria's side just once more, Nick, and you can sleep with him tonight," Alina snarled. "Rosenthal's speech outdid all expectations," Andrei ventured, referring to Milton Rosenthal, the American chairman of the U.S.-Romanian Economic Council, who had given a speech at the business luncheon that day. "He was so delicate," Apria jumped in, eager to perform his share of the adulation, when he explained how the comrade had started serving the people of his country even as a young man. My eyes got all misty, especially when he told how the Romanian people, known for their intelligence and skill, had learned to turn out high-tech products, was Avram's uninspired contribution. "Isn't he clever?" Alina's sharp tongue broke in. "The Romanian people, huh? Without the comrade, his talented Romanian people would still be barefooted shepherds. Isn't that so, Andrei? You ought to know that better than I. I'm going to put this up in big letters in the lobby of my ministry." Andrei changed the subject, reading from a small notebook. "As the leader of his great nation, President Soescu has not only brought tremendous progress to Romania, but has also taken on a role of leadership in the entire international community." That's what Carter said with his own lips. I'll post it there for everybody to see what the American president said. "I have a beautiful collection of what Carter said," Pungan contributed, reading from his notebook. "Soescu has a unique ability to relate easily to leaders of nations, regardless of their political commitment or orientation. Here's another. Soescu has provided a bridge for the easing of tensions and the better understanding on a worldwide basis." Or "his influence in the international arena is exceptional." Or, "Just don't make a hero out of the peanut head," Alina interrupted. "Don't you remember his idiot wife and the luncheon she gave me in a museum and her bright pink suit? It was an excellent visit," Soescu decreed, whereupon he immediately started issuing orders, running roughshod over the accompanying chorus of yeses and of courses. "We should call an extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers, Apria. Devoted just to the visit, it should express its full and unanimous approval of the results." "Marvelous," Apria exclaimed. "The Prime Minister should give an address, and all those Hungarians and Germans and Jews we've still got should also give speeches there. I'll work on their speeches as soon as we get back to Bucharest. I won't even go home first," Apria assured him. As first Deputy Prime Minister, the job fell to him. "I should receive a telegram from the Council of Ministers about the visit. I'll write it right now on the plane. You aren't going to forget me, are you, Apria?" Alina wheedled sweetly. "Give him a hand, comrades. Put your pens to work. I should also receive telegrams from all around Romania. Use your imagination, comrades. We should have the whole people expressing their full approval of this visit." Soescu wound up his enthusiastic tirade, twinkling his eyes at me. "From Westerners, too, of course. From Nicu, too, and his Communist Youth Union," Alina added. "And from the women's committees, Nick. You're tired, comrades, but make one last effort. Go write up these telegrams now, so that they can be broadcast immediately upon my arrival in Bucharest." When General Stan reported that The comrades have gone to bed. Andrei pulled a bottle of scotch out of his larger-than-ever briefcase, stuffed with everything he had been able to lay his hands on at Blair House and the hotels, from bottles of booze to soap, toothbrushes, and shower caps. Pungin got off an enciphered telegram to Dumitru Popescu, the party secretary for propaganda, telling him that, at the airport, the comrades should have the largest and most enthusiastic crowds ever to welcome him, and that all radio and television stations should transmit patriotic programs about the visit and should be prepared to broadcast the special material we are bringing with us. Apriya, Pungin, Andrei, and I spent the rest of the flight to Bucharest composing hundreds of laudatory telegrams to Ceausescu from various regional party committees, from some ministries and other governmental agencies, from a few universities and institutes of culture and art, and from several embassies abroad. It was a firm rule that, after his every visit abroad, Cynthia had to run 2 pages of adulatory telegrams for some time. After his earlier visits to the United States, the telegrams of praise had gone on for more than 3 weeks. On our arrival in Bucharest, almost 100,000 people were waiting at the airport. There were schoolchildren wearing brand new pioneer uniforms, peasants in their folk costumes, workers in fresh overalls, priests in their black soutanes, and bureaucrats in their gray suits. As usual, they had been bussed from their schools and workplaces out to the airport. They were now carefully lined up, with those responsible for each group wearing red armbands and directing the enthusiastic and spontaneous welcome to Ceausescu and Alina. Hundreds of pictures of the royal couple were held on high, and the crowd was dotted with countless posters proclaiming things like Ceausescu and the people, or the most loved and esteemed son and daughter of the Romanian people. Television cameras transmitted the festive occasion live. When Ceausescu and Alina got off the plane, the rank and file were lined up together on one side, with the diplomatic corps on the other. Pioneers were chanting, "Long live the President," and folk groups were dancing in the middle of the runway. Over the loudspeakers, a solemn voice was explaining that the cheers and ovations of those present expressed the feelings of satisfaction of our whole people for the remarkable results of the visit of the head of the Romanian state to the United States of America, for this new and valuable contribution. Far at the back I saw Popescu the Lord, together with Ion Dinka, the mayor of Bucharest, organizing yet other spontaneous activities. Their job is no longer so complicated as it used to be, however. Now every one of the 8 administrative sectors into which Bucharest is divided has its own standing plans for bringing people to the airport for Ceausescu's departures and arrivals. Popescu and Dinka have to say only the number of people each sector should supply, the text of the placards they should carry, and the wording of the slogans they should yell out. Chapter 23. As soon as my chief executive officer reported to me that Silvo Gorenc had already landed in Bucharest on a special Yugoslav airplane, I left to meet him. His precipitate arrival had to have a good reason. To KM 12, I ordered my driver. Gorenc had been taken there because it was a safe house he already knew, and also because it was located very near the airport where he had landed. A visit with Tito. I had first met Silvo Gorenc a few years earlier on the island of Brioni, where I had accompanied Ceausescu to one of his many meetings with Josip Broz Tito. After the break between Belgrade and Moscow, Yugoslavia was always a die target. It was only after the 1968 Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia that Ceausescu directed the die to make a secret overture to Yugoslavia, and in the early 1970s, a first cooperation agreement was signed between the 2 foreign intelligence services. That was one of the reasons Ceausescu took me with him to Brioni. The other was that he had recently given me the additional title of State Secretary in the Ministry of Interior and the task of preparing all his future visits to foreign countries. During the lunch given on Monday by Tito at his Brioni residence, I was seated between 2 Yugoslavs. On my right was Luka Banovic, the Federal Secretary for Internal Affairs, who always described himself as Tito's oldest and closest friend. On my left was Silvo Gorenc. After lunch, Banovic said, "Comrade Tito will invite Comrade Ceausescu onto his personal yacht for coffee and cognac. He," pointing at Gorenc, "and I will be there. Comrade Tito asks that you also be present. Just us, nobody else. Comrade Tito wants to develop our incipient intelligence cooperation, so be prepared." After we had boarded the yacht, Tito directed Ceausescu to a large, comfortably cool guest suite filled with exotic flowers and bowls of fruit. "Make yourself at home here. We'll get together up on the bridge, whenever you're ready," Tito said in parting. Taking my arm, Banovic shoved Gorenc and me toward a teak table on the deck and asked for cognac. Milling around us were dozens of men, all dressed in formal white tie. They were busy setting up a large round table in the middle of the bridge, cleaning imaginary spots off the floor, wiping the railings, or just doing nothing. "Don't worry," They're all security officers, said Banovic through his interpreter. And me too, the interpreter added on his own behalf. In no time Sosescu came up from below and started rapidly pacing around the deck. As he passed our table, I heard him muttering something in my direction about their stupid air conditioning. When Tito came out, he was dressed all in white, except for a light blue scarf at the neck, and he was holding a glass of something on the rocks, as if posing for a flattering picture in a magazine. Sosescu, in his dark gray, striped suit and heavy black shoes with thick leather soles, looked like a poor relation invited to visit on a luxury yacht. In those days Sosescu, who was only in his 8th year in power, looked up to Tito as an idol, his ideal of a bright and shining communist leader who had made an international name for himself during 25 years of unshared power. At that time their relations were excellent. It was only later, when the two men started to know each other better, and when Alina was put down by Jovanka's festive elegance, that their personal relations started to deteriorate. "May I take your jacket, Comrade Sosescu?" Tito broke the ice. "And your tie, I want you to feel at home here. What about a drink?" Sosescu loves his favorite yellow wine, his aromatic cognac, or Alina's Cordon Rouge champagne, but he almost never drinks in public, where he is at pains to portray himself as ascetic and teetotaling. This, together with the fact that he knew far too much about Tito's drinking habits, made up his mind. "A glass of mineral water. Not cold," Sosescu replied. "That's not encouraging," Tito tried to jest. He took Sosescu by the arm and seated him at the large round table in the middle of the main deck, then motioned with his hand for Banovic, Gorenc, the interpreter, and me to come over. A fat diamond ring gleamed on one of his fingers. It had not been there during lunch. After one of the white-tie bodyguards had placed coffee, cognac, mineral water, cigarettes, and cigars on the table, Tito started to speak. He praised Sosescu for his initiative in establishing the cooperation between their two intelligence services. "We should, my dear comrade Sosescu, push our services to do more than just exchange information. We should direct them to run joint operations as well. The cooperation between our foreign intelligence services is not the same as cooperation between internal security services. It cannot be accused of interfering in our internal affairs." Tito not only opened the discussion, he also kept the initiative during that whole meeting. He spoke coherently and in short sentences. "Both of us are building up an arms industry in our country. We say it is for the protection of our independence, and that is good enough for a public statement. But both of us know, and we can say it just between ourselves, that building communism is expensive and presupposes hard currency." "We," said Tito, including his two officials with a gesture, concluded that nothing but a modern arms industry could provide that hard currency. He broke off for a moment, taking a noisy slurp of coffee. "We decided to become exporters of military airplanes to the Third World. Now I'm proposing that you join us in secret cooperation." Tito explained that his new aeronautics industry was entirely based on technological intelligence and on the illegal or semi-legal import of Western equipment forbidden to communist countries. "Both of us enjoy privileged positions because of our public attitude toward Moscow. It is at least 10 times easier for both of us to get our hands on Western military secrets than it is for the Soviets." Tito then proposed that the Romanian Foreign Intelligence Service join him in his own efforts to develop a military fighter airplane as a starter. 1 hour later, Sosescu accepted a glass of cognac. "To our eternal friendship, to our new ROMYU fighter," he toasted. "To our friendship. Doesn't YUROM sound better, though?" said Tito, chalking up one more point for himself that day. After that, the UROM company became a vital part of the relationship between the two intelligence services. 1 year later, the agreement was extended to include both ministries of defense, which set up a joint military organization for research and the construction of 6 prototypes. When the first UROM fighter crashed on its test flight in March 1978, the intelligence cooperation intensified rather than slackened. The discussion continued after a break during which Tito showed Sosescu around the yacht. Both presidents came back visibly overheated by the prospects of their new cooperation. "Now that we're partners," Tito began in a low voice, "I would like to raise another matter. I have reliable information that my assassination is on the drawing board of some Yugoslav emigres. Today it's me, tomorrow you, Comrade Sosescu." Although my eyes were on Tito, I could feel Sosescu shifting around uneasily in his chair. Tito went on, "I think that you, Comrade Gorenc, should tell the story." According to Gorenc, some Yugoslav emigres were setting up a national separatist group targeted against Tito. He stated that the head of the new operation against Tito was the Yugoslav emigre Vladimir Vlado Dapsevic, who had been one of Tito's collaborators during and immediately after World War II. In 1948, he was condemned in Yugoslavia, but he was set free in 1956, whereupon he emigrated and settled in Brussels, becoming a Belgian citizen. Luca, would you like to have the chief of my protective security service come here? Tito said to Banovic, seeming to stress the man's official position. A few minutes later, a gray-haired officer came to the table. He was wearing a well-cut general's uniform with rows of ribbons displayed on the front of his jacket. At your service, Comrade President, he addressed Tito. Hi, tell Comrade Javenka to be ready for dinner at 9. After the general had left, Tito said, do you know his name? Seeing Sosisku's puzzled expression, he continued, Dapsevic is his name. He's the brother of Vlado Dapsevic. I've got to neutralize his brother. I need the brother here to make him spill out every single name he's been given by the other side. Tito went on to explain that Vlado Dapsevic would never try to set foot on Yugoslav soil again, and that to kidnap him from Belgium might be difficult because he always had bodyguards around him. It could also generate political heat directed at Tito personally. I'm asking you, Comrade Sosisku, to lure him to Romania, secretly arrest him, and then turn him over to us. That would put me in your debt for life. Banovic and Gorenc are ready and able to have any persons you indicate kidnapped from the West or even assassinated there. You wouldn't have to lift a finger. I saw Sosisku squirming in his chair. He always wants to have foreign hands do the job against his political opponents in the West. Helping you, Comrade Tito, is helping myself, Sosisku began. Your intelligence service should lure Dapsevic to Romania and then take him secretly to Belgrade. I won't see anything, but I don't want to touch Dapsevic myself. Toasts to a new friendship. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, Comrade Sosisku. I was sure you would understand me, Tito said, getting up and embracing Sosisku. We won't worry about the details now. Our men will have to iron them out, Tito finished, gesturing toward Banovic, Gorenc, and me. Then he ordered cognac for all and asked Sosisku to drink with him to our new friendship. Sosisku tossed the cognac down his throat and signaled to a waiter to refill everybody's glass. To our secret cooperation and work together, Sosisku toasted in turn, emptying his glass at one swallow and asking for a new one. Let's drink this glass to our intelligence services. Tito enjoyed this game, and one more glass for each of our boys, he toasted, pointing toward Banovic, Gorenc, and me. When the ritual was completed, Sosisku's eyes were glistening. He began in a very low voice after loudly filling his lungs with air. Didorgoi ti Tavarish Josip Braz. Russian is Sosisku's only foreign language, and he uses it only among intimates or as a sign of the greatest respect. After he had made this point, he snapped his fingers in the direction of the interpreter and continued in Romanian. I see that the Foreign Intelligence Service is as important for you as it is for me. Then Sosisku started to explain, in a lower voice, that in 1972 he took the DAI under his personal control and made changes not only in its personnel, but also in its mission. He described how the DAI that he took over in 1972 had fewer than 1,000 case officers and was organized along KGB lines. He did not change that, he explained, but he simply added 2,000 officers to carry out what he considered to be the main mission of a modern communist intelligence service in today's world, to build communism with capitalism's political help, money, and technology through influence operations. Influence is what we do best, Tito interrupted, looking pointedly at his two officials. I have to admit that you are better at it. I admire how your service has attracted Western political goodwill, money, and technology, how it portrays you in the West. It was obvious that Sosisku had hit one of Tito's soft spots. With slow gestures, Tito took a Cuban cigar from the box that was lying on the table and deliberately lighted it with a gold Dunhill lighter. Then he ceremoniously emptied his cognac, and while holding the glass with his pinky sticking straight out and his ring finger ostentatiously showing off its solitaire diamond, turned toward Sosisku. You are right, dear comrade. That's what we do best. You certainly do, said Sosisku, egging him on. We wouldn't be able to get anything from the West by riding on Moscow's coattails, Tito went on, and without Western money and technology there wouldn't be any communist society in our countries. That's why we should have our own way of dealing with capitalism. Letting the West believe that we're different, that we don't want its scalp, Sosisku added. They call it Tito's Triangle. I set up 3 basic guidelines: friendly smile toward the West, maximum take from it, and no contamination from capitalism. And these men, Tito pointed to his 2 fellow Yugoslavs, constructed a whole strategy and tactics based on that. Tito paused only to drain another glass. But that's not something we want to talk about out loud, not here on this yacht, and not even in our deepest sleep. Let our men work together. They know what we need, and they can keep their mouths shut. Then Tito ordered cognac for all and made a toast to our new cooperation. We got back to shore just in time for the official dinner, and Sosisku walked along with a swinging stride. Tito's Rolls Royces were waiting, one for him, one for Sosisku. Every president has a yacht, Soescu said after the dinner. Nixon has one, Tito has one, I want one too, and a Rolls-Royce. After that, a personal yacht and a Rolls-Royce limousine became matters of prestige for Soescu. The die got him the Rolls, too, in fact, one limousine and one convertible, but a kind of restraint unusual for Soescu made him drive both of them mostly inside the grounds of his residence. I recall only one time outside. A yacht, however, was more than even the die could bring off. In 1976, he ordered that a presidential yacht be built in Romania, based on blueprints obtained by the die. It had reached an advanced stage by the time I broke with Bucharest. In early 1985, the Greek media announced that the Romanians were in secret negotiations with the Greek government to buy the Christina as a personal yacht for President Ceausescu. The 325-foot vessel had been Aristotle Onassis's private yacht. After his death, it was donated to the Greek government by his daughter Christina and used for state entertainment. Probably the most publicized yacht in the world when Onassis was courting Jackie Kennedy on board, and with a rich history of guests from Winston Churchill to Maria Callas, the Christina evidently appealed to Ceausescu's vainglory and his sense of history. Her unique touches, such as a Lapis lazuli fireplace, a canary yellow amphibious airplane on the upper deck, and barstools covered in whale foreskin, undoubtedly appealed to Alina's taste. A kidnapping at Tito's request. On July 30, 1975, Drasko Jurišić, another Yugoslav deputy federal secretary for internal affairs, together with Gorenc and a small staff, arrived unannounced in Bucharest in 4 Mercedes sedans. They brought an oral message from Tito to Soescu stating that the Yugoslavs had lured Dapčević to Romania, where he and his bodyguard Stojanovic, also a Belgian citizen, would arrive on August 1 to visit Svetislav and George Markusev. The latter were Yugoslav émigrés, now Romanian citizens. They lived in Bucharest and were allegedly active in the anti-Tito movement. Tito's request that Dapčević be secretly arrested by the Romanian Securitate and handed over to the Yugoslavs at the border made Soescu furious, however. For him, Yugoslavia was too liberal to be able to keep a secret. I don't know and I don't want to know any Dapčević, he insisted. The Yugoslavs are welcome to take him, but they will have to do it with their own hands. The only thing I'll do is close my eyes. Informed of this decision by Drasko Jurišić via a special telephone hookup, Tito, who did not want to let Ceausescu have the goods on him, refused to authorize a Yugoslav operation on Romanian soil and personally appealed to Ceausescu. Finally, Ceausescu gave his approval, based on Tito's solemn promise that the Yugoslavs would keep silent concerning Romanian assistance. For greater secrecy, however, Ceausescu ordered that the kidnapping be organized by the DIE's anti-terrorist unit, not by the internal Securitate. Altogether, only 6 Romanians, including Ceausescu, were fully informed about this operation and knew Dapčević's identity. According to Ceausescu's order, the operational team was to act blind against 2 Serbian terrorists and was not to speak a single word out loud in Romanian, so as to allow for subsequent disinformation attributing the action to the Yugoslavs. The kidnapping was scheduled for August 7, the night before Dapčević and Stojanovic planned to leave Bucharest. It was to take place during their walk between the Markusev house, where they had been invited for dinner, and their hotel. At about 10 in the evening, Dapčević and Stojanovic, accompanied by Markusev, left the house, but because of a heavy rain they took a taxicab. This changed the plans and the kidnapping took place at the Hotel Dorobanti, in Dapčević's room, where some of the DIE's team were stationed. While trying to resist, Markusev received a fatal blow on the head, and Stojanovic was severely injured. Dapčević and Stojanovic, together with Markusev's body, were taken to KM 12, the DIE safe house in Băneasa, where the Yugoslav team was waiting. Soescu, who personally coordinated the operation throughout the night, ordered that the Yugoslavs could have Dapčević and Stojanovic only together with the body of Markusev, who had suffered a heart attack, and only if they would take them from Bucharest in their own cars. When Jurišić objected, Ceausescu called Tito. Shortly after that, the captives were taken to Belgrade in Jurišić's and Gorenc's cars, accompanied by only 2 Romanians, Colonel Marcel Popescu, the chief DIE doctor, and Ion Sablasai, an interpreter. On his return from Belgrade, Popescu reported that he had given Stojanovic blood transfusions during the trip, but that Stojanovic had then been put in a Yugoslav prison, where he had soon died from hemorrhaging and lack of medical attention. Late that same night, Ceausescu ordered that 2 DIE illegal officers leave Bucharest on a scheduled flight to Brussels the next morning, using the Dapčević and Stojanovic passports and tickets, and then return on 2 false West German passports under different names. When the first inquiries about Dapsevic were received from his family and the International Red Cross, Ceausescu ordered a full investigation. A few days later, the Ministry of Interior replied that, according to its border records, Dapsevic and Stojanovic had entered Romania on August 1 and left Bucharest on August 8 on a commercial passenger airplane, giving the flight number. Seizing upon the testimony of a Hotel Dorobanti doorman, who reported that, coincidentally, a Yugoslav canoeist group had left the hotel in a motorcade bound for Yugoslavia during the night of Dapsevic's kidnapping, Ceausescu ordered the DI to put out some protective disinformation, in case the Yugoslavs did not keep the secret. It spread the rumor that Dapsevic and Stojanovic might have been secretly kidnapped by the Yugoslav canoeists, while two other Yugoslavs had left Romania legally using the passports and flight tickets of Dapsevic and Stojanovic. The Western press devoted a good deal of attention to the mysterious disappearance of the Belgian citizens Dapsevic and Stojanovic, and various hypotheses were postulated, including a Yugoslav kidnapping, but no news media learned anything substantive. In Bucharest, Marcusev's wife reported her husband's disappearance to the Romanian Minister of Interior. The only response she got was a statement that Marcusev's disappearance had been looked into, with no result. The luggage belonging to Dapsevic and Stojanovic found in the Hotel Dorobanti rooms was minutely searched by the DI. Hidden inside a double wall of one suitcase was a notebook containing several hundred names. A few days later it was handed over to Gorenc. Ceausescu was subsequently informed by Tito that, based on that material and further interrogations, the Yugoslavs had arrested or secretly liquidated many enemies of Yugoslavia. In accordance with a joint agreement, on December 26, 1975, the Yugoslav press agency Tanjug officially acknowledged that Vlado Dapsevic had been arrested on Yugoslav territory while carrying out hostile activities. He was described as a Yugoslav citizen who would be tried in Belgrade once the investigation of his case was completed. No word was said about the two men killed in the operation. In July 1976, Dapsevic was convicted of high treason and commonformist activities and sentenced to 20 years in prison. In an oral message, Tito assured Ceausescu that Dapsevic would never leave jail alive. The joint Dapsevic operation, like the bilateral Influcommunism actions, has remained one of the best-kept secrets in Romania and Yugoslavia. In early 1978, Ceausescu asked to be paid back for the Dapsevic operation by having Faust Braidescu lured to Belgrade. Braidescu is a French citizen and political opponent of Bucharest who lives in Paris and who had begun smuggling hostile propaganda into Romania and distributing it. Ceausescu, who did not want to be caught red-handed by the French, planned to have the Yugoslavs kidnap Braidescu. A press communiqué prepared on Ceausescu's orders, stating that Braidescu had been arrested on Romanian territory while carrying out hostile activities, was ready to be publicized several months after his kidnapping. Also prepared were counterfeited declarations with Braidescu's forged signature, supposedly made during his interrogation in Bucharest, in which he accused the CIA and the French Foreign Intelligence Service, the SDECE, of secretly plotting against the Bucharest government and planning Ceausescu's assassination. These documents were ready and waiting for Braidescu's arrival. They could then be dated and put to use for publicity or political blackmail, as needed. So far, however, Braidescu has resisted all attempts to lure him to Yugoslavia. At Safe House KM12, when my car stopped at the front door of the safe house, I could hear Gorenc's hearty voice and laughter. At the sound of my car, he came to the door. "It's so nice to see old friends and familiar places," he said, embracing me and pounding my back with his hands, a Yugoslav custom. Of course he knew the house. It had been his headquarters during the kidnapping of Dapsevic. Tito's message for Ceausescu that Gorenc brought was an answer to Ceausescu's earlier request that the Yugoslavs help to free Aldo Moro. It said flatly that they were not able to influence the Red Brigade's leaders to release Moro, and that a decision for his exemplary execution had just been made. "You know," Gorenc elaborated, "we have excellent relations with the Red Brigade's leadership. I personally spoke with one of them on behalf of comrades Tito and Ceausescu, and I just got their final response last night. That's why I am here now, ready to answer any questions Comrade Ceausescu may have." Secret military and financial support for the Red Brigades was a significant part of the Yugoslav intelligence operations for undermining the political stability of Italy, Yugoslavia's NATO neighbor. According to Banovic and Gorenc, Yugoslav involvement in the Red Brigades started in the mid-1960s, when his service infiltrated a Marxist group at the University of Trento and secretly guided its political indoctrination. In 1970, the group took the name Brigate Ross and organized the firebombing of several plants and warehouses in northern Italy. Gorenc repeatedly and proudly emphasized the Yugoslav connection of the new terrorist wave in Italy. This could be seen in the Red Brigade's symbol, a five-pointed red star identical to the one in the Yugoslav flag, complemented by a machine gun, and in its self-proclaimed goal of undermining the Italian state and paving the way for the proletarian revolution. From the safe house I telephoned Sosescu, who decided to receive Gorenc immediately. "Too bad," said Sosescu, when Gorenc finished relaying his message. Helping to get Moro released would have been a masterstroke of influcommunism. He was, however, neither shocked nor impressed by what he heard. For Sosescu, as for Tito, Moro was merely a filthy capitalist leader who might have helped them and the Italian Communist Party make spectacular points in the West. "Comrade Tito suggests you send a telegram of condolences to the Italian Communist Party when Moro's death becomes public, for public consumption," added Gorenc. "Not bad," Sosescu mused. Then he immediately called Andre on the telephone. "Have condolence telegrams prepared in case Moro dies. Include one for Longo also." Inspired, I could hear Andre's admiring remark on the other end of the line. A few minutes later, Sosescu got up from his chair. "Stop mourning, start working," he smiled. "I'm going bowling in Snagov," he said to Mania as he left the office. I went back to the safe house with Gorenc, where Pop had prepared a formal luncheon for us, including black tie waiters. They were actually die officers specially trained as waiters and scheduled to be sent abroad in the near future. When he drinks, Gorenc is far from taciturn. He chattered away almost the whole time, and as always when two intelligence officers get together, the main subject was the intelligence business. "Do you remember the Dubrovnik restaurant my service opened in Vienna, the one where our officers are working as waiters, and where we have microphones on every table? Where we picked up the first tip-off to the plot to mine our beaches, and where we've been able to identify a whole slew of émigrés recruited by Western services." Without waiting for my reply, he went on. "INAT turned out to be a fantastic experiment. Now we've gotten control of several restaurant chains in Austria and West Germany. We're also working on France and Italy, and we have plans for the United States." Gorenc paused just long enough to finish his soup and let out a noisy belch. "The West is going to start sprouting lots of Dubrovniks and Balkan grills all over the place. You ought to try it with some Romanian restaurants. It's just fabulous." Gorenc rambled on and on about his work. By dessert he was telling about the training centers his service had set up in Yugoslavia for the PLO. According to Gorenc, these centers were also paying off. They provided not only insurance against Arab terrorism on Yugoslav territory, but also professional foreign hands to carry out the Yugoslavs' dirty jobs, as well as unexpectedly useful connections with the Red Army, the Bader Meinhof Group, and other similar organizations in the West. Although it had been almost 3 years since his kidnapping from Romania, Dapčević was still one of Gorenc's favorite topics. "I remember it like yesterday," he said. "There was Dapčević blindfolded, handcuffed and covered with blood, lying in this very room. He never did figure out what had happened to him, how he had been captured in his hotel room. It's still a mystery to him." Pointing to the room next to the one we were in, an office, he went on. "Stojanovic was lying in there, unconscious, with a big hole in his head. When we got to Belgrade, he was thrown into a cell and forgot. Keeping him alive would have brought us nothing but headaches. He was cremated that same day. Nobody knew and nobody will know anything about him." Gorenc went to the window. "Do you remember how Comrade Sosescu reacted that night when he learned that Markusev had been killed? He said, 'I don't know any Markusev or any Dapčević.' When we insisted that Markusev, as a Romanian citizen, was not under our authority, he exploded. 'The only thing I know,' he said, 'is that if you don't clean the place up this minute and take both the living and the dead with you to Belgrade, I'll get Comrade Tito on the line right now.' He meant it, and he did." Pointing toward the window, Gorenc added, "There was a terrible rain that night. After Comrade Tito called, I gave the order to put Markusev's body outside, to wash the blood off of his clothes, so I could put it in the trunk of my Mercedes. It was brand new." After Gorenc left, I went for a walk in the woods behind the house. Dapčević was the beginning of a new policy era for Sosescu. His influcommunism was now more often bloody than not. After Dapčević, political crime became an almost daily habit for Sosescu. It was as if he had just been waiting for a precedent to be set. Footsteps behind me suddenly cut short my musings. It was Ayasa, the manager of the safe house, who was running to catch up with me. "For a long time I've been trying to see you alone, Comrade General," he blurted out, catching his breath. "I have a delicate personal problem I'd like to ask you about." And he began to ramble on in his uneducated way, telling me how he had been with the Dai as a gardener and safe housekeeper since 1948, and how his wife was old and sick. She got terribly sick the winter of 56-57. Around the end of November that year, we got him Raneji here, God rest his soul, with a lot of Soviet officers. They interrogated him night and day for more than a year. "You were young then," he said, trying to find an excuse for me. "They ordered that the house be kept cold, and here in the middle of the woods it's like an icebox in winter. Whenever they liked Neji's answer, they would give him a jacket or blanket. They didn't, they would take it away again. And they did the same thing with the food," Ayasa went on. "That winter was a killer. The Soviets had thick fur coats, but we didn't. It was that winter that killed my wife and me. We both got terrible rheumatism from it, and now we can hardly move." His bottom line was that he and his wife had gotten sick in the line of duty, and now they were asking for early retirement with full pension and a little house with a garden where we can finish out our days. Helping the Soviets handle Imran Nagy. I had always been interested in the Imran Nagy story because of its connection with an entirely different Ceausescu than the one he pretends to be today. That Ceausescu was the one who studied in Moscow, who expressed Moscow's ideas better than the Kremlin itself, who made his political name in a period of indisputable and total Romanian subordination to Moscow, going all the way from apprentice during the war to secretary of the Central Committee of the Romanian Communist Party by 1955. In 1956, as a young captain in the Foreign Intelligence Service, I was chief of the German desk, covering West Germany and Austria, when Nikita Khrushchev and Georgy Malenkov secretly came to Bucharest for consultations about Hungarian insubordination and possible military intervention against Imre Nagy's government. The Romanian participants in these ultra-secret conversations were the late leader Gheorghe Gheorghiutage, the old Bolshevik Emil Bednaras, and the youngest member of the Politburo, Nicolae Ceausescu, who was in charge of the armed and security forces. Between Ceausescu and Bednaras there existed long-standing and very close ties. As one who had been given political asylum during World War II in the Soviet Union, where he became a member of the Soviet Communist Party, Bednaras was made General and Minister of Defense after the Communists took over Romania. One of his priority measures as new Minister of Defense was to dispatch a small team of fanatic Romanian communists to a special military school in Moscow to be hastily trained and to become his closest aides. Among them was the young Nicolae Ceausescu. When the team graduated, Moscow indicated that Ceausescu was the most dedicated and asked that he be made general and appointed to the most important job at that time, political commissar of the military forces. 1. Thus Ceausescu became Bednaras's closest collaborator and the most zealous general involved in transforming the traditional Romanian military forces into a Soviet-style Red Army. In April 1954, during the tense days following Stalin's death and the fight to wash away all public trace of his hideous personality cult, the Kremlin proposed that Bucharest abolish the position of General Secretary of the party and replace it with a four-man secretariat. At Bednaras's suggestion, the Kremlin insisted that the Moscow-educated General Ceausescu be one of the four, and that he supervised the military and security forces. The Romanian trio that participated in the secret 1956 discussions with Nikita Khrushchev and Georgy Malenkov were unanimously pushing for a swift and firm military intervention against Imre Nagy's government. From Gheorghiutage, I later learned that Ceausescu vehemently supported a military intervention, emphasizing that Romania had already secretly started to provide arms and information to the Hungarian security forces in some of the border regions in self-defense against the counter-revolutionary virus. Khrushchev and Malenkov insisted that there was no need to internationalize the Hungarian crisis by involving any troops other than the Soviet forces already stationed in Hungary, in accordance with the Potsdam Agreement. Khrushchev did, however, ask the Romanian government to use the Hungarian minority in Romania, then amounting to over 2 million people, the largest minority in Europe, for secret but intensive intelligence operations among intellectuals and students in Budapest, on Hungary's border with Austria, and of course on its border with Romania. Ceausescu became the political supervisor of this operation, helped by a KGB advisor who came to Bucharest to organize and coordinate the DI operations in Hungary. Several hundred Securitate agents of Hungarian origin were sent as visitors to Hungary to identify as many Hungarian counter-revolutionaries as possible. Around 100 DI legal and illegal officers were sent to the West, and from there to Hungary on false Western passports, most of them Austrian, West German, French, and Italian, and used as Trojan horses against the revolution. They collected valuable information about the heart of the Hungarian resistance, its leaders, illegal groups, contacts inside the Communist Party in the government and in the military. Ceausescu ordered that Wilhelm Einhorn, a deputy director of the DI, be hastily dispatched to Budapest under cover as a counselor of the Romanian embassy, becoming chief of the newly created DIE station in Budapest and liaison officer with Yuri Andropov, the Soviet ambassador, and with the KGB chief there. Einhorn was a native Hungarian who had been a volunteer in the Spanish Red Army during the Spanish Civil War, a Soviet citizen, undercover Soviet state security officer, and a member of the French Maquis during World War II. In 1948, he became an officer of the Romanian security forces, retaining his undercover rank in the Soviet service. The DIE's most important task at this time was to organize 24-hour radio contact with its forces in Hungary. Volumes of information came in daily and were immediately given to the special Soviet advisor, who also had around-the-clock radio contact with Moscow. The material especially contained names of the main organizers of the September Revolt, of the most rebellious students, including the ones who proposed the rejection of the Youth League as their organization and prepared the street demonstrations on October 23, of the anti-communist officers in the military forces, of the people around Joseph Cardinal Mindszenty, who had just been freed. On November 4, Soviet troops openly attacked Budapest, and on November 13, Imre Nagy sought refuge in the Yugoslav embassy. Gheorghiudic accepted Khrushchev's confidential demand for cooperation in luring Nagy out of the embassy and secretly keeping him under arrest in Romania until a new Hungarian government could be consolidated. He put Ceausescu in charge of the operation. After the Romanian embassy in Budapest officially pledged that no criminal charges would ever be brought against Nagy, he agreed to be taken to Romania. Nagy was put in the DIE safe house where Iasa was the keeper, located some 7 miles, 12 kilometers, whence its name, north of Bucharest on the highway to Ploiești, where he was soon informed that he was under arrest. Only Gheorghiudic and Ceausescu were kept informed about Moscow's intentions in Nagy's case. In March 1957, Kadar paid his visit to Moscow, and when he came back, denounced Nagy as an enemy. On May 27, an agreement signed in Budapest legalized the presence of the Soviet troops in Hungary. The DIE station and most of its illegal groups were still active there. Posing as Western citizens or Hungarians living in the West, they continued to provide long lists of people who were acting, speaking, or thinking against the Soviet invasion. According to the special Soviet advisor, quite a few of the people on these lists were secretly deported to the USSR later. I learned that Nagy was sent on a Hungarian airplane to Budapest, where he was tried and executed in June 1958. At that time, I was the chief of the DIE station in West Germany. After I came back, no Romanian leader, Ceausescu included, was willing to talk about the Romanian role in the Soviet invasion of Hungary or the Imre Nagy case. In recent years, Ceausescu began representing himself within his circle of intimates as the only one among the Romanian leaders of that time who opposed the Soviet invasion of Hungary, claiming that his position was definitive in keeping Romania out of the Soviet mess. We know that Comrade Einhorn and the others who participated in Nagy's case are no longer members of our service, Iasa went on. We also know that today nobody even wants to remember that Nagy was once in this house. But we are little fellows. All we did in those days was to ruin our health, lamented Iasa. I stared at this man, who was probably the only person alive in Romania to have witnessed Imre Nagy's ordeal. I promised to see what I could do, and a few weeks later, I signed the papers authorizing his retirement. I was driving toward Bucharest when the radio telephone came on. 62 is asked to call 58. Orders from 01, urgent matter. That was Pop telling me that Apriya wanted to see me on orders from Ceausescu. Let's stop there, I ordered Paraskiv, as we were approaching the headquarters of the party's central committee, where Apriya had his office. Apriya had Pungin, Andrei, and Lukian in his office. The comrade ordered me to call all of you together. We are to draft a message to Brezhnev about the comrade's visit to the United States. Lukian is the only outsider involved, because the comrade wants it to be a political document, and he considers Lukian's style the best suited for that. Everything? I asked. Oh yes, including verbatim reports of his private discussions with Carter and Andres with Vance. It was late in the evening by the time we left, but I stopped a moment to chat with Lukian outside. He was eager, as usual, to tell me what had happened in Bucharest during my absence. Lukian has a good sense of humor and can tell a good story. Everything and everybody in Bucharest had been relaxed while Ceausescu was abroad. The Minister of Defense and his deputies had played tennis every day. The mayor of Bucharest had gone fishing in the afternoons. He himself had been off on a 3-day hunt in the mountains with Mora. When we got back, I had another chance to glance at his manuscript. The comrade may not like it much, and Madame certainly won't. But it's true, Mike. I know Mora. He wouldn't put a single comma in there if it distorted the truth. Then Lukian began talking about the new favorite, Postelniku. Do you know what Marku told me yesterday? You won't believe it. While you were in America, Marku took your place, as he usually does. So he went to visit Postelniku and have a chat with him about espionage to make friends with him. When Marku finished, Postelniku was sublime. He said he wasn't sure he had really understood what a diadrop was, so he took Marku over to his bathroom, the one on the corridor. Inside, he pointed to the water tank of the toilet and asked if it could be used as a diadrop. Why not? Marku said, proud that he had gotten through to the idiot, when guess what Postelniku said? He said, why don't you load it with a bottle of scotch every other day? I don't want my executive officer to see you coming with packages to my office. Here's a key to the door. Marku says he just stood there with his mouth open. It was so incredible. Lukian stopped for a minute, looked cautiously around, and then continued in very low voice, telling me that his house had been surreptitiously entered a few days earlier. Could I have microphones, Mike? So what, are you a spy? You know I'm not, but I don't know why this time I'm afraid of Postelniku. Lukian left on foot for his car, which was parked on the other side of the Central Committee building, a few hundred yards away. Two shadows appeared out of the dark and started following him at a prudent distance. It was my turn to be afraid for Lukian. Chapter 24. It was well before 7 in the morning when I arrived at the headquarters of the Securitate troops, where the military exhibit was set up. This exhibit was conceived by Soescu as a major step toward development of Romania's military technological intelligence. The whole Soviet bloc arms industry was more and more based on espionage, as a result of the growing technological gap between East and West. The heart of each Soviet bloc modern arms system was now being developed in the KGB's technological cities, where intelligence stolen from the West by all 7 bloc countries was being transformed into communist might. Romania's role in this process had increased greatly, her trumpeted independence from Moscow having opened far more doors to Western secrets for her than for all the rest of the Warsaw Pact together. Soescu, however, wanted to raise Romania even higher, to an indisputable number 2 place in the Warsaw Pact. He also wanted to create a new arms industry, producing new types of equipment independently of Moscow and the Warsaw Pact, which could therefore be freely exported. The 2 parts of Romania's arms industry. In Soescu's view, Romania's military industry should have 2 main parts. First was the existing arms industry, which had to continue producing equipment for the Warsaw Pact and Romania's own military forces, according to her obligations within the Soviet bloc. The second part was to be an entirely new industry, producing Western military equipment for export to the Third World, seen by Soescu as the most important arms market of the future. A multifunctional military airplane, for bombing, transport, parachuting, reconnaissance, based on the Fokker 614, a tank based on the Leopard 2, and a Western-style jointly developed Romanian-Yugoslav fighter were its most important components. 7 years later, the Washington Post reported, figures prepared by the U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency on the world's leading arms exporters were published last October in Business Week. They listed Romania as the 5th largest exporter in 1982. 1. The military exhibit had been set up inside both the Securitate Troops Sports Hall and a number of military tents, and was divided into 2 parts. The first and largest contained weapons and equipment being designed, manufactured in prototype, or mass-produced in Romania on the basis of technological intelligence. The second part displayed recent technological intelligence and Western samples that had not yet been copied. In ordering the exhibit, Soescu not only wanted to stimulate cooperation from the DI and the DIA with the industrial ministries producing military equipment, but he also intended to issue orders and deadlines for the future. The ministers and other top officials concerned were already there to give out last-minute orders, because before 8 o'clock they had to attend the opening of the National Conference of Women. General Dumitru, the chief of the DIA, spotted me and rushed over. Standing 6 feet tall, he had the masculine charm of a Clark Gable and the affected elegance of an operetta general, dressed up for the occasion in a brand new uniform, and clutching a brown leather glove in his gloved left hand. Dumitru could be taken for anything but the chief of a military intelligence service, except that when he speaks he becomes mysterious, barely whispering his words. Elena had selected him for this position 2 years before, based on the fact that his hometown was close to hers and on his appearance. Dumitru stopped a few yards in front of me, saluted ceremoniously, looked around suspiciously, and then came up and started speaking in a very low voice. During the night the DI had received a complete engine for the Leopard 2 tank, which had just been set up in a separate tent. It was not a new one but a still functioning, used engine from a West German tank that had just gotten a replacement. Dumitru came even closer and started whispering in my ear. The DIA agent who had gotten the engine was one of Kirschfeld's representatives in Bucharest, and Kirschfeld was a West German trade organization with headquarters in Dusseldorf. A native Romanian, the representative had been recruited a couple of years earlier thanks to his involvement with a Romanian girl who was cooperating with the DIA. The price he had asked for the engine was an exit visa for his girlfriend, and Dumitru now wanted my help to get it. Shifting over to my other ear, perhaps considering it more secure, Dumitru murmured two names into it, those of the agent and his girlfriend. He gave me an envelope, stating that it contained the two names and nothing else, and then he went back over his story, to be sure I had understood. Because it was not easy to turn Dumitru off once he got going, I always preferred meeting him in his office, not in mine, so at least I would be able to walk out after I had made my points or grasped his. On this day Apriya came to my rescue. Wearing his dark gray raincoat, unbuttoned as usual, over a black pinstriped suit and ostentatiously waving a copy of Cynthia, he bore down on us at his rapid pace. Your recent visit to the United States, Comrade Supreme Commander, Apriya started reading the newspaper out loud as he approached, provides further evidence of the clear-sightedness and firmness with which you, Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu, the beloved leader of our socialist nation, eminent personality of contemporary political life. Too, isn't that sensitive? Apriya said, jamming the newspaper into his raincoat pocket. Cynthia was still running 2 full pages daily on Ceausescu's visit to the United States. I hope we can give the comrade a very good day. He's so fond of military equipment, said Apriya, proposing we take a quick turn around the exhibit together. At the National Conference of Women. A few minutes before 8, we all arrived at the radio-television concert hall, where the conference was taking place. The charming concert hall, paneled in light wood, had been filled since long before 7 with the 790 women delegates from around the country, who had been put up at student hostels and bussed over to the hall. Only the front rows were empty, waiting for the high-ranking party and government representatives. The stage had been fixed up like a presidium, with chairs for Ceausescu, Elena, and the most important members of the political executive committee. The backdrop behind it showed a huge portrait of Ceausescu, flanked on each side by the Romanian flag and the communist red banner with its hammer and sickle. Ceausescu had gradually changed the Soviet bloc custom of posting all 3 portraits of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin at major public demonstrations. A few years after he came to power, he dropped Engels, and then later Lenin went, leaving just Marx and Ceausescu. In the last 2 years, he had kept only his own portrait. When Ceausescu and Elena appeared at the door, everyone was lined up by position. The women delegates, dressed in folk costumes, gray proletarian overalls or print dresses, were standing and chanting Ceausescu and the people, while clapping frenetically. Photographers ringed the Ceausescus, their cameras flashing, while television crews did a live broadcast. Lina Sibanu opened the conference. With deep esteem and high value, with love and happiness, we welcome the presence in our midst of the party and government leadership, headed by the most beloved son of our people, Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu, fiery revolutionary and patriot, experienced nationalist, who has done and is doing everything for his people for the cause of peace and socialism. To you, brilliant personality of the modern world, indefatigable militant, we owe the full manifestation of our motherland's independence and sovereignty. 3. Sibanu ended in an explosion of Ceausescu and the people, answered by the rhythmic clapping of all the participants, now standing up. It lasted more than 10 minutes, until Ceausescu raised both arms, asking for silence. After sucking the air in between his teeth several times, Ceausescu started off his speech in a low voice, as usual, reeling off a batch of statistics and stressing the contribution to the Romanian economy made by women, 40% in the overall industrial labor force, with much more in some branches, such as 80% in light industry, 58% in the agricultural labor force, 64% in commerce and public services. No names, no personalities. Then he ventured into a number of we shoulds for the further flowering of our motherland, winding up with some ways to make women's lives easier. Our industry should develop a more diversified production of ready-cooked and semi-prepared foods to save women time and allow them to devote themselves to multifaceted activities. Then Ceausescu turned to issue orders for the artistic and literary fields. Of course, it is nice to hear a good love poem, but that is not enough. The working people demand that our literary and artworks promote the new, revolutionary concepts, the opposite of the concepts of the old society of capitalists and landowners, Ceausescu ordered. The participants, egged on by Prime Minister Mainscu, chanted Ceausescu and the Popol. For many minutes, until Ceausescu again raised his arms, he moved on to international matters, eulogizing Romania's relationship with the other communist countries, demanding that Israel withdraw from all the territories it occupied during the 1967 war, and claiming Romania's devotion to a Palestinian state. 4. When finished, Ceausescu modestly took his chair, while the participants stood and broke into wild applause, chanting Ceausescu and the people, intermittently interspersed with Ceausescu RCP, RCP being short for the Romanian Communist Party. After more than 10 minutes, during which Ceausescu pretended to be studying a file he had on the table in front of him, he waved both arms in a call for silence. Lina Ciobanu took the floor, embarking on another course of flattery. She was interrupted only by a loud blare of trumpets followed by an invasion of children dressed in their pioneer uniforms with red ties at the neck. After showering Ceausescu and Alina with flowers, they delivered an ode in chorus. Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu, all children are bringing you burning love from their souls, because you, leading the party and the people, are teaching us to move forward. When we say Ceausescu, we all know that we say liberty, truth, and steadfastness. That's why we love you with ardor, with all that is heart in us and in Romania. 5. Ceausescu and Alina took their departure amid a rousing, spontaneous demonstration and blare of trumpets, through a corridor formed by the children tossing more flowers. Apriya and I went back to the military exhibit in the same car with the Ceausescus. How was it? Ceausescu asked as usual, thirsting for the praise he always needs after giving a public speech. Planning arms sails to the third world. The car slowed down only slightly when entering the Securitate troops' headquarters, continuing past a string of soldiers presenting arms. Each of them gripped a submachine gun with a red flag sticking out of the end of its barrel. After General Luigi Martis, commander of the Securitate troops, had given his report to the commander-in-chief, Ceausescu, accompanied by Alina, reviewed the honor guard. She had fussed around a great deal until she had finally won this right also. Once they had finished, the soldiers cheered hurrah 3 times and then burst out into a loud and long Ceausescu and the people, Ceausescu RCP. Chanted simultaneously not only by those present, but also by several thousand more voices coming from the remote surrounding barracks. That was Marty's surprise part of the show. The cabinet ministers, lined up in military formation, were clapping to the same beat. Ceausescu and Alina, accompanied by Apriya and the Minister of National Defense, Ian Koman, started their visit with Avram's first tent. The centerpiece was a full-scale prototype of a Leopard 2. Although it did not yet have its engine, turbo transmission, or any kind of arms, Avram presented it as a huge Romanian success. Ceausescu walked around it, admired it, touched it. Clearly impressed, he started issuing orders. The tank assembly line should be not in Bucharest, but hidden in a mountainous area, even if it cost twice as much. Secrecy was what mattered in the arms business. Production should start immediately. The tanks for Libya should be called Sega, the ones for the Third World independence. Its entire production should be for export, half to Libya, the rest to the Third World. They should play an important role in reducing Romania's foreign debt and balancing its budget in hard currency. We have a surprise for you, Ian Koman said when Ceausescu had finished. Last night we snagged a complete engine for the Leopard 2, brand new, he added, capping his story with a lie. Where is it? Ceausescu turned toward him, quick as a flash. I hope it will be in our tent by the time you get there, replied Ian Koman, adding more spice to his story. Behind the tank was a Uram fighter plane co-produced with the Yugoslavs. Its sister plane had just crashed a couple of weeks earlier in an experimental flight. Ceausescu became excited again, christened the plane Liberty, and doubled the production of the Craiova airplane factory on the spot, although it had not even been finished yet. There are fewer than 10 countries on Earth with their own aeronautics industry. Within a 5-year plan, Romania should join their number. Nuclear power, microelectronics, and an aerospace industry should crown Romania's 20-50 years of existence, he declared dramatically. With his infectious enthusiasm, Florescu gave a presentation on the chemical contribution to the military industry. He presented new NATO-type gas masks being mass-produced in a just-completed factory in Buzău, and ended up by displaying an experimental solid propellant to be used in future rockets. Outside the tent, he showed off a spectacular incendiary rain and emphasized the role of Alina's institute in producing Ropalm, a powerful new Romanian super napalm. Ursu's tent climaxed with a high-powered carbon dioxide laser, which he said would eventually become a powerful weapon. At the Ministry of Defense booth, General Nicolescu culminated his show by simulating a laser-guided anti-aircraft attack on balloon targets anchored outside the exhibit area at a height of several hundred feet. Finally, it was my turn to be the guide. I described the second part of the show, containing recently received and as yet unused intelligence and samples, most of which were displayed inside the Securitate Troops sports hall under heavy security. Rows of tables held samples of military equipment. On display were dozens of handguns, rifles, submachine and machine guns, and self-guided anti-tank systems, each with ammunition that were being stolen from all over the Western Hemisphere. They were followed by samples of military radio communications equipment and a few portable enciphering machines. Farther along, other tables contained military computers and an automated computerized command center for the artillery. Indefatigable, Soescu went from table to table, listening, then issuing orders and setting deadlines. A booth containing American and West German military infrared and light-amplifying equipment for nighttime use caught his attention even more than the previous marvels. "Do you remember what I once asked you?" he said, suddenly turning on me. "Yes, comrade," I answered. I knew exactly what his vague question was about, so I handed him a precision rifle fitted out with night vision equipment. "Is that it?" he exclaimed, as he eagerly caught at the rifle. Bear hunting is his favorite pastime, and bearskin trophies are his greatest pride. Small armies of forest rangers all around the country do nothing but prepare Soescu's bear hunts. They tie down half a dead horse in places where bears are known to look for water at daybreak or after sundown, and then they watch the bait. When a large bear makes a habit of feeding there, Soescu is notified. He arrives by helicopter before 3 o'clock in the morning and leaves with the bearskin well before 5. Because of the dark at that hour, he had missed a few bears, and that was why he had ordered a special rifle to shoot with during the night. "How can I try it out?" Soescu asked. "Everything is ready," I promptly came back. The Securitate troops' headquarters had a firing range designed for practice in nighttime shooting. "Let's go," he cried, leaving the building at his fast clip, closely followed by the waddling Alina. The visit did not get back on track again until after he had gotten used to firing the new rifle and had ordered that a bear be prepared for him Sunday morning. I moved from the samples to the technical documents. Blueprints on various Fokker aircraft, including the VTOL, reawakened Soescu's appetite for issuing orders, instructions, and deadlines. When he had finished, he whispered into my ear, "You've got to take a whole bunch of them with you and go back to the Bedouin. No later than next week," he ordered, preparing me for another trip to Tripoli. After I had presented the last blueprints and technical documents, I conducted the Soescus over to a British Centurion tank that had just arrived in Bucharest. It had been sent by Yitzhak Yesahanu at Marcu's request, and in return Marcu had promised him that such a gesture would be followed by an increase in Jewish emigration from Romania. The Centurion tank had its engine running, and Soescu went for a ride. He came back ecstatic. "Isn't this better than the Leopard, Komen? The same class of tank, Comrade Soescu. The Centurion is more massive and built to last forever, typically British. The Leopard is faster and more maneuverable, typically German. Maybe we ought to produce both. I don't think we can manage to produce 2 heavy tanks just now. Have you forgotten Gaddafi's money?" Soescu scolded Komen, searching around with his badger eyes until he found Marcu. "Let's ask your friend for the blueprints and technical documentation. If we don't get them, KKKKKCH, he said, drawing his forefinger across his throat. Only Marcu and I understood that this meant the cutoff of Jewish emigration from Romania. After finishing with the Centurion, Soescu personally drove the light tank that had been captured by the PLO in Lebanon and sent to Romania by Annette. He considered it ideal for use against riots, rebellions, and other uprisings, and ordered that it be immediately copied and mass-produced both for export and for domestic use by the Securitate troops. Avram and the 2 Komens industriously took notes. The Soescus moved on to the DIA tent. There they found the Leopard tank engine indeed functioning, causing Avram and me to be showered with new orders and deadlines for hastening the joint venture with the West German firm that was to produce the basic tank engine in Romania. A holographic fire control system prompted a sermon on the advantages of producing microelectronics and optics instead of toilet paper, washing machines, and dryers. And finally, a live demonstration of a radar-absorbing camouflage coating gave new horizons to Florescu's research institutes. A gift from Chinese intelligence. A few more booths and the visit came to an end in a tent where the ground was covered with Persian rugs, the walls decorated with dozens of red flags bearing the hammer and sickle, and a table had been set for a military-style feast. 2 freestanding, life-size color photographs, one of Soescu and the other of Alina, taken during their visit to the exhibit, were in the center of the tent. The first color film and color paper ever produced in Romania, used for the first son and the first daughter of the Romanian people, said Florescu, presenting the photographs and chalking up another point for himself. Original Kodak, he added. I thought we hadn't yet bought the Kodak license, Florescu, Soescu joked with a wink. We haven't and we won't. Kodak is outrageous, twice as expensive as Fuji's offer, which was bad enough, more than $12 million. Now we have everything for nothing, we've spent only lei. Are you going to divulge the secret? a gift from comrade Hua Gofeng. Chinese intelligence got it from Kodak, and now it's becoming a Romanian industry, Floresu rattled off. Color pictures may give the idiots a taste for color TV, Alina snarled. It's only for export, dear, and for tourists, just for dollars. Soescu was trying to tone her down. He had already approved everything. We're not being consistent, Nick. Instead of spending for heavy industry, they're wasting money on luxury gadgets. We're being very consistent, Ian Komen intervened, opening a folder he had just gotten from General Nicolescu and holding up an intricate color photograph with both hands. What the hell is that? Asked Alina. An aerial photograph of the exhibit, taken during your visit here. It looks like the satellite picture Carter just gave me, Soescu exclaimed. Komen explained that the process for producing the film used in air reconnaissance had also come from Chinese intelligence and had been reproduced in the same plant built to make ordinary color film. The plant was only partially civilian. More sections for military applications would be created on top of the original base. Two birds with one stone, a smiling Soescu pointed out to Alina. And also consistent, Comrade Alina, Ian Komen added. Don't be a smartass. A row of soldier waiters dressed in perfectly tailored black tie, one for each guest in the tent, paraded in, bearing silver trays loaded with bacon rind, grilled over charcoal and glasses of tsuika, Soescu's favorite dishes during his years in the military, as had been carefully researched by General Martis. This gesture, intended to impress Soescu, passed unnoticed. In his paranoia, shortly after becoming Romanian leader, Soescu made it a rule never to eat anything that had not been prepared by his own chef, tasted by his own protective service, and served by his own waiter. Over the years, he had become adept at simulating eating at official dinners during visits abroad, and a master at dropping his food under the table, then kicking it with his foot as far as he could. From time to time, such as at the dinner President Carter had just given for him at the White House, Soescu would even praise the host for his delicious menu. Here, however, he was without diplomacy. Bajnaru simply replaced the plates and glasses with Soescu's favorite salad of tomato, onion, and feta cheese, and his own yellow wine. Bajnaru was always prepared. In an excellent mood, Soescu went on to his main topic of conversation, the country's bright future. In that overdecorated tent, Romania was not a place that perpetually had long lines outside the stores, where food was still rationed, and where people had to tighten their belts. That was a side of Romania that Soescu never wanted to hear about. What Soescu was describing now was a country with dozens of nuclear power plants, pulsating with electricity and servicing all of Europe, a country unable to meet the worldwide demand for its commercial airplanes, a country whose microelectronics were being exported to both hemispheres and whose medicines were being used in the farthest corners of the earth, a country whose independent tanks and Liberty airplanes were arming the tiniest third world nation, destroying the heart of Bucharest. Next, Soescu animatedly described the new administrative center he desperately wanted to build in Bucharest as a monument to his personal reign. He had decided to locate it in the very center of downtown, without caring a fig that it would be at the cost of razing part of the city's historic heart. To the contrary, he declared himself overjoyed at the prospect of getting rid of musty old churches and synagogues. Who needs bourgeois vestiges of the past? Agreed Minister of Interior Komen. Churches and synagogues are poison, declared Floresu, a confirmed atheist. All of them should be torn down. All in good time, comrades, said Soescu prophetically, lifting both arms. With the fervor of a visionary, he began describing the future headquarters of the Communist Party, with the hammer and sickle carved into its granite and red marble facade, making what Soescu termed communist lace. Building after building took shape before our very eyes, up to the last one, a red marble pantheon where his body would lie in state for all eternity, as Lenin's did in the Kremlin mausoleum. Soescu called his future administrative center, this acropolis of ours, a revolutionary urban achievement. Floresu, who had spent his youth in France, compared it with Baron Haussmann's redesign of the city of Paris in the last century. The symbol of our age of Pericles. Avram's tenor voice burst out enthusiastically. This most Romanian of men raising our motherland up to join the great family of the most civilized and most highly esteemed countries of the world, said Ian Komen, topping everybody. He had followed Soescu as military political commissar. When Soescu left, he took up Priya and me along with him in his car. The demolition of the center of Bucharest started on a large scale in 1984. The Brankovenesc Hospital, the Văcărești complex, the Cotroceni Monastery, and the old and new Spirea churches, invaluable architectural treasures, were only a few of the unique historical monuments to fall victim to Soescu's ambitions. By June 1986, some 15,000 old dwellings and public monuments had been smashed to make room for the new complex. dominated by a new presidential palace. Prominent architects and art historians have signed protest letters decrying the destruction. Few aspects of Romanian life have received so much recent commentary in the Western media as the razing of old Bucharest. The New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the Washington Times, the Los Angeles Times, and British, French, West German, and Swiss magazines and newspapers have termed the demolition not only an expression of the Romanian communists' disrespect for the country's cultural heritage, but an action unparalleled in 20th century Europe. The West's vehement reaction at first took Bucharest by surprise, but soon it launched a counterattack, accusing the Western press of outright lies. Didier Faucu, for example, the Agence France press correspondent in Vienna who covered Bucharest, was banned from Romania for 5 years. 6. When Ceausescu arrived at his office, Mania reported that the Soviet ambassador, V.I. Drozdenko, was waiting to be received. "Give me 10 minutes, and then show him in," Ceausescu dared. Then he ordered Apria and me immediately to form an innocuous-looking Western firm for dealing in military equipment. It should be owned by an illegal officer who is already a Western citizen and staffed with other illegal officers documented as Westerners. The new company was to specialize in selling Western weapons built in Romania to the Third World. After Apria had left and the waiter had brought in a cup of medicinal tea, Ceausescu ordered that General Marcu ask for an immediate meeting with his Israeli connection, Yitzhak Yesahanu. The Centurion tank is the incontrovertible proof that Yesahanu is willing to add NATO secrets to his dollars to get more Jews. Marcu should make it clear to Yesahanu that he won't be able to put out the welcome mat for any more Jews until we have the blueprints for the Centurion, and then Marcu should use the same tactic with Eduard in Bonn. When I left Ceausescu's office to go to Alina's, Drozdenko was chatting with Mania, waiting to be received. He was there as usual after one of Ceausescu's visits abroad, to receive a detailed report for Brezhnev about its results. Only in very rare cases does Ceausescu go around the Soviet ambassador and send a special messenger directly to Moscow. 7. A session with Alina. As I entered Alina's office, she was standing at the window. "Look who's here," she said in her nicest voice, eager for some exciting news. "Tell me, what did my dearest friends do while we were away in America? I suppose the Prime Minister spent all those days in Snagov." "Yes, comrade. Did Koman play tennis with his generals?" That was Ian Koman. "And Pana went fishing." "Exactly. The shits," Alina spat out with venom. "Let's take a look at these messieurs. Give me Mainscu." He started putting on airs. She read every transcript from the microphones Prime Minister Mainscu had in his office. "Pish tosh, give me the ones from his Snagov villa. I want to know what his barrel's been saying." The barrel had been Mainscu's secretary up until 10 years earlier when he married her. Since Mainscu had become Prime Minister 3 years ago, she had packed on a lot of extra pounds. Today Alina displayed unusual patience. She asked countless questions, read with glassy eyes the tale of Violeta's latest amorous adventure, cursed Pana's wife for her chastity, derided Ursus for her peasant behavior, and made all her usual remarks about the idiots. "When's our visit to London?" Alina finally asked, going over to her safe and locking up the whole bunch of cassettes she took from me. She would certainly while away her time in the coming days listening to sexual adventures, pornographic discussions, and political jokes in the room behind her office. "It starts on the 13th of June. "Are you such an idiot? The British picked the date," I said defensively. "What are you planning for me there, darling?" she asked coyly in her most honeyed tones. "Buckingham Palace, you'll be staying there. Forget about Queen Popinjay." "The Tate Art Gallery, who cares? Professor honoris causa of the Central London Polytechnical Institute." 8. What a fiddler you are. I won't leave London without becoming a member of the British Academy. "I tried, Comrade Alina. There's not a chance of changing their rules. Go ahead and tell me about how old and stodgy everything is there. I want to be made a member of their academy," Alina insisted, her eyes shooting daggers at me. "I'm trying to get an honorary member of the Royal Institute for Chemistry," I said, playing my last card. 9. The royal in the name apparently did the trick. "Is it prestigious enough?" she asked, already placated. Then Alina started thinking out loud about the presents she was hoping British companies would give her during the visit, and ticking off the various kinds of jewelry she wanted to take a look at in the privacy of Buckingham Palace. I left Alina's office on foot. It was probably the stillness of the April night and the perfume from the trees in blossom that dredged Shelley's verses up from the depths of my schoolboy memory. "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare the lone and level sands stretch far away. The Ramesseum funerary temple in Egypt, with its toppled, 50-some-foot-tall seated colossus of the pharaoh Shelley called Ozymandias, seemed to represent the perfect prediction for the future of this first communist dynasty in world history. Pharaoh Sosisku, with Elena the number 2, and her son Niku the third in line. 9. Ibid. Elena did receive this honorary title as well. Chapter 25. At 3 in the afternoon, I left my office and went to the National Center for Enciphered Communication, called CNTC from its Romanian name Central National de Transmisiuni Cifrate, for a last look around before the inaugural visit, there by Soescu and Elena, scheduled for 4 o'clock. The CNTC was the most terrifying secret of my life, a national cipher system I personally put together over many years, consciously knowing that sooner or later it would be deciphered by the United States, with West German help. The thought, though, that the least indiscretion on the part of either Washington or Bonn might lead to my execution in Romania, caused me many sleepless nights. It had all started in November 1962, soon after the withdrawal of the Soviet advisors from the DAI. As a new deputy chief of the DAI, I submitted to the then Romanian leader, Gheorghe Gheorghiutage, a personal report suggesting that the Romanian cipher system was being routinely deciphered by Moscow. This view was based on reporting from a number of valuable DAI agents in the West to the effect that they had recently been contacted by undercover KGB officers, attempting to lure them into cooperating with Moscow instead of Bucharest, and offering them substantially greater rewards than the DAI did. Gheorghiutage ordered me to conduct a full investigation. The results, which I submitted some months later, concluded that Moscow was indeed monitoring Romanian enciphered traffic. My final report to Gheorghiutage stated that the Soviet KGB had had its fingers in Romania's cipher systems since 1949, when Soviet communications experts had been sent to every Soviet bloc country to create Soviet-style cipher services. In Romania, the new organization, called Service H, was set up as a super-secret component responsible only to a Soviet advisor, who cloaked it in deepest secrecy and draconian rules. The mystery around Service H was so profound that only a chosen few were allowed to know that the heart of the system, the one-time pads containing random numbers for enciphering and deciphering, arrived periodically from Moscow. Even fewer knew that, in addition to the pairs of cipher booklets sent to Bucharest, a third copy remained in Moscow for emergency purposes. The rest of my report was full of Romanian military and civilian intelligence cases, amply demonstrating that the KGB was currently using the third copy of the cipher key to monitor Romanian traffic. Creating a cipher the Americans could break. When Gheorghiutage finished reading my report, he was in a quiet rage over being deceived by his Soviet friends. On the spot, he put me in charge of creating a new central cipher service, unconnected with Moscow, to produce random number pads in Romania, in place of the ones being received from the KGB. The scientists we consulted, however, claimed that Romania did not yet have the know-how to produce its own modern random generators. Nevertheless, they noted that, in the prehistoric age of cipher systems, rows of random numbers had been produced by the throw of dice. In the absence of anything better, Gheorghiutage ordered that a hastily assembled group of Securitate officers start rolling 10-sided dice in around-the-clock shifts to produce Romanian one-time pads. Later, he introduced lottery-type machines instead of dice, but the basic system remained essentially the same for years, until after the mid-1960s. In November 1964, I reported to Gheorghiutage that I had personally made contact with Reinert, the owner of a West German company called EMI, which reportedly produced cipher machines for NATO military forces, and that Reinert had agreed to supply the DAI. Gheorghiutage approved my proposal to buy an EMI random generator to produce the one-time pads for all Romanian institutions handling enciphered communications. He also signed off on my report proposing the purchase of a number of EMI electronic enciphering machines for the DAI to study, and then modify and secretly reproduce in Romania under the patriotic name, ROMCIF. In my proposal, the ROMCIF machines would become the heart of a future electronic cipher system, replacing the manual one used by the DAI and the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Trade, and National Defense in their enciphered communications abroad. Gheorghiutage evidently paid little attention to the fact that the future Romanian cipher might be vulnerable to the West, as in those days no Soviet bloc leader had ever been deposed from that quarter. Moscow's assassinations of communist leaders were what was primarily causing him concern. At that time, Gheorghiutage was in a public conflict with Moscow, and was afraid that the Kremlin would use some of the deciphered Romanian telegrams as criminal evidence against him, brand him an anti-Soviet, and serve a secret death sentence on him. That very day, Gheorghiutage officially put me in charge of creating a new central cipher service responsible for electronically producing random materials for all the cipher services of the various Romanian ministries and other institutions. On Monday, March 19, 1965, Gheorghe died of a galloping cancer. The new leader, Nicolae Soescu, reconfirmed my task of building a new central cipher service and in February 1972 expanded my assignment. Soescu wanted to gather into one single component, the CNTC, all the cipher services with contacts abroad, meaning primarily those of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Ministry of National Defense's Directorate for Military Intelligence, and the Central Committee of the Romanian Communist Party, and to subordinate them to his DAI. Soescu had recently increased by more than tenfold the DGIDA's capacity to monitor international mail, telephone, and telex communications. Now the DAI was his choice for monitoring the Romanian cipher traffic. In 1973, Soescu formally approved my project for the new National Romanian Cipher Center, based exclusively on the ROMCIF machines developed and produced in Romania, as well as its secret subordination to the DAI. In 1977, my newly created National Center for Enciphered Communications officially went into operation. By Romanian standards, it was a modern behemoth, employing over 1,000 engineers and technicians. There were only two hitches in my system. The first was Soescu's secret. On the sly, the CNTC was connected with an ultra-secret monitoring center, where batteries of telexes and electronic typewriters automatically banged out copies of every telegram sent to or received from abroad by any Romanian organization, including the Central Committee. There, monitors analyzed the traffic and prepared weekly reports for Soescu suspicious telegrams being sent to him immediately. He has never trusted his ministers and the rest of his nomenclatura. The second hitch was my secret. Although the ROMCIF machines looked entirely different, on the inside they were almost exact copies of the EMI, which the DAI had been unable to modify to any significant extent. To remove the last evidence of ROMCIF's Western origin, I arranged for Algeria to be provided with all the original EMI equipment as a fraternal gesture. In order to protect myself, I assembled an impressive collection of covering documents. The ROMCIF machines were certified as absolutely secure by the Romanian Central Institute of Mathematics and by the Central Institute of Physics, and their use was approved by the National Council for Science and Technology, under Alina's signature, and by a presidential decree signed by Soescu himself. I also obtained Soescu's approval for the DAI periodically to give samples of the one-time random tapes produced by the Romanian generators and samples of aniferd texts to one of its trusted agents in West Germany, to have them secretly analyzed by a NATO computer center specializing in cryptology with which the agent was professionally connected. The agent was instructed to represent the Romanian samples as West German military cipher materials. He always returned them to the DAI with accompanying written certifications from the NATO center stating that the tapes were indeed random and that the aniferd texts could not be deciphered. I showed Soescu most of these NATO documents, but I never reported to him that the DAI agent involved was the same Reinert who had given the DAI the EMI machines 10 years earlier. Now on this day in 1978, I took a last look around the CNTC before Soescu's visit. The building, anonymous on the outside, was gleaming on the inside. Although everything was brand new, the rooms scheduled to be visited by Soescu had been repainted overnight. The officers were resplendent in their new black suits and red neckties worn under their new dark gray lab coats, for the center was under cover as a civilian installation. Life-size portraits of Soescu and Alina had been installed in the marble lobby between two red flags with the hammer and sickle. Above them stretched a long red banner with the slogan "Architects of Our Grandiose Times," written in large gold capital letters. After I finished checking everything, I went to pick up Soescu and Alina, returning with them a few minutes after 4 in the afternoon. A group of communications officers, crowded into the lobby and onto the staircase, were chanting in unison, "Soescu and the people." Standing in front of them, aligned in military order, were Stefan Andrei, Colonel Berdica, Colonel General Ian Koman, the Minister of National Defense, and Minister of Interior Teodor Koman. Representing the ministries that were using the CNTC, they were rhythmically clapping their hands, performing the ritual that is the unwritten rule for welcoming the Soescus on visits anywhere from a kindergarten to the party congress. After General Vasil Goga, the DAI officer supervising the CNTC, had given his formal report to the Supreme Commander and the most esteemed and beloved daughter of the Romanian people, I took the Soescus on a tour of the center. Only the building was new for Soescu, as he was more than familiar with everything else concerning the Romanian cipher system. Before approving my proposals for the new installation, Soescu had asked for a scale model of the center. There is a general rule in the Soviet bloc that every major economic investment, from a remodeled residential district to a new nuclear power plant, can be approved only on the basis of a scale model. Scale models and facades are the most important communist criteria for economic projects, as the question of profits has always been considered a degrading capitalistic consideration. Along with the scale model for the new CNTC headquarters, I had given Soescu live demonstrations of the new cipher system. In 2 rooms next door to his office, I had set up one ROMSIF random generator, together with a headquarters cubicle and an embassy cipher room, both fitted out with real equipment and in communication with each other. Soescu had spent many mornings and evenings there learning the new system. "Let's take a look at a cubicle," Soescu commanded. "That'll make everything clear to everybody. Because you've just come from America, I invite you to visit the U.S. cubicle," said Goga, accompanying the Soescus upstairs. The U.S. cubicle was on the 4th floor and was run by Colonel Gelaru. After a formal greeting, he started explaining the job of maintaining enciphered communications with both the embassy in Washington and the mission to the United Nations in New York. "My cubicle is a little different from the others, because the U.S. government does not allow us to have a radio link with New York. That's why I have both radio with Washington and telex with New York," said the colonel in conclusion. "Is this something else you don't understand, monsieur? Or isn't it the foreign minister's job to make Romania respected by foreign governments?" Elena croaked in Andrei's direction. "I know about the problem, Comrade Elena. It is not the American government. It's the New York mayor who won't allow us to transmit by radio from New York, so as not to disturb their television reception around our mission." "The Jew, the spy," screeched Elena. "We don't pay any attention to that rule," Goga broke in to change the subject, "because international telex is very expensive. To save money, we transmit everything to New York by radio. There is no easy way for them to catch us at it, and especially to prove it. From New York we do use the telex, but only to Washington, which then forwards everything on by radio." "Inspired," said Andrei, grateful for the relief. "You'd better do your job, sir," Elena barked out acidly, not yet through with him, "and make the filthy Jew respect us." To address someone by anything other than comrade was always considered an insult by Elena. Sir and monsieur were her highest forms of insult. "Trial message to Washington." "I want to send a telegram to Washington," said Soescu, ignoring Elena's rantings, "and to see the whole process down to when it's deciphered. Let's suppose that Andrei is in America and I send him a telegram." "I'm ready to take it down," said Goga. "Comrade Stefan Andrei, ask the State Department to receive you and our ambassador immediately. There you should express on behalf of my wife, Elena, and on my own behalf, the warmest wishes for good health and personal happiness to President Carter and to the highly esteemed Mrs. Carter, together with our satisfaction over the successful outcome of our stay in Washington. Also express our thanks to the State Department, the Secret Service, and the FBI for their contribution to our historic visit to the United States. Inform them also that in June, I will be making an official visit to Great Britain. Signed by you, Comrade Soescu. Yes, I want to see the text as it appears on arrival in Washington. It will take only a few minutes. In the meantime, the Colonel would like to show you the system and the flow of traffic," said Goga, leaving to encipher the telegram elsewhere and to transmit it back to our cubicle for deciphering. Gelaru did not have time to finish his short, prepared presentation when a buzzer went off and a red light bulb started flashing. "I have the telegram," he said a few minutes later. "Give it to Andrei to read," Soescu ordered. "Comrade Professor, ask the department store to receive you and our dean immediately. There you should express, on behalf of my wife, Athena, and on my own behalf, the warmest wishes for good health and personal happiness to the crocodile and to the highly esteemed Mrs. Rabbit, together with our satisfaction over the successful outcome of our stay in Walnut. Also express our thanks to the department store, the brother-in-law, and the mother-in-law for their contribution to our historic visit to the Big Dipper. Inform them also that in Jaguar I will be making an official visit to the Little Dipper. Signed, Supreme Guide. Inspired," Andrei finished. "What's all this nonsense?" Elena exploded, disconcerted. "It's not nonsense, Elena. It's a farce. It's only a supplementary security measure, my dear comrades. You may tell them the trick, Goga. Tell them and then change it. Secrecy should be our watchword in matters of cipher," finished Soescu, pumping the air with his right hand. Goga explained that the new national cipher system was based on one-time materials produced by the ROMSIF generator. The key was used only once and then immediately destroyed, making it theoretically invulnerable. If contrary to all expectations, the enemy should be able to decipher one telegram, that would not help him to decipher a second one. Even in such an unthinkable situation, the enemy would still not be able to understand the full contents of the telegram he had deciphered. as the most important words would have been super protected according to a periodically changing memory code system. In our test case, we used professor for foreign minister, dean for ambassador, department store for the State Department, crocodile for President Carter, rabbit for Mrs. Carter, brother-in-law for the Secret Service, mother-in-law for the FBI, Big Dipper for the United States, Little Dipper for Great Britain, and Jaguar for June. Goga finished his explanation. The code name for the comrade is Inspired, Andre remarked. It should never be changed. Why am I Athens, darling? Elena turned on me. It wasn't Athens, it was Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Isn't that right, Pacepa? Said Boudica, coming to my help. I wonder what my code name might be. Gizzard at best, snapped Elena. The name Boudica means little belly in Romanian. She was evidently unhappy that her code name was not Supreme Goddess or something else much closer to her husband's. Soescu raised his hand, immediately making for silence. He began speaking in a low and slow voice, as he usually starts most of his speeches, and expressed his admiration for the new cipher system. Here we are, comrades, 6 members of the Political Executive Committee and at least one who may soon be elected to it. I consider that we are enough to make a decision. I consider that the Executive Committee should unanimously approve the new cipher system. Comrades, is there anyone against it? Everybody applauded. In that case, let's leave this temple of secrecy and lock its door again. This is the first and last time that anybody not employed by it is allowed to set foot in here. That should be the law, comrades, and you should consider it to have also been approved by the Executive Committee. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'll sign a decree establishing this and other rules. On leaving the cubicle, Soescu whispered into my ear, change Athena to academician. The foyer was full of communications officers. At Goga's discreet signal, they began chanting with all their lungpower, Soescu and the people, while beating time with their handclaps. Soescu stopped short in the middle of the foyer, as if surprised, for a few minutes bestowing a grateful look on the crowd, whose fervor and enthusiasm kept growing louder and louder. Certainly none of them had ever seen Soescu up close before. When he raised his hand, the crowd stopped in mid-breath. Dear comrades, he started, keeping his right hand up in the air, an unmistakable sign that he was demanding attention. Today we have visited one of the most important bastions of our independence and sovereignty. The officers again began frenetically shouting, Soescu and the people, and clapping in time to their chant. After a few minutes, Soescu again raised his hand. You comrades are a symbol of our new policy toward capitalism. You have been sent here by the Communist Party to be its soldiers, a special kind of soldiers without guns in your hands. Your main weapons should be a diplomatic passport, a perforated tape, and a broad smile on your face as you look toward the enemy. Let him believe that we like him. Smile with your mouth and hit him with your brains with your cleverness. That is your historical duty for the time being. The crowd of officers exploded again as Soescu was shaking hands. The 4 ministers, Goga and I, also all clapping rhythmically, accompanied Soescu and Elena to their car, while from the foyer resounded a final thunderclap of Soescu and the people. I left with the Soescus. Another useless showpiece. Let's give Goga the Star of the Republic, Pacepa. Why not a medal for me too, Nick? Elena piped up. I signed off on Romsif certification. Come on, Elena, we can't make that public knowledge. May I make a suggestion? I interposed. Go ahead, Pacepa. What about a marble plaque in the lobby of the CNTC stating that it had been conceived, designed, and inaugurated by comrades Elena and Nicolae Soescu? Who says Pacepa is nothing but a fiddler, Nick? For the rest of the drive, both Soescus could not stop admiring their own handiwork. Back at his office, Soescu ordered Mania to prepare a presidential decree authorizing the DAI to install the plaque and also to face the outside of the CNTC building's first story with marble. It's the 8th wonder of the world, isn't it? He exclaimed, signing off on the decree. With Soescu's blessing, the CNTC was to become another marble-fronted communist enterprise that was anything but useful, like the mammoth, ultra-elegant Romanian tractor factory in Brasov, which is shown off to every important foreign delegation, but cannot find free market buyers for its products. Or like the monstrous Sintea publishing house, which stretches out over acres and acres, and yet publishes nothing but newspapers and books written about or by Soescu that nobody wants to read. When I finally got home, it was past 10, and the telephone was ringing. General Pacepa speaking. Hi boss, this is your humble slave, Constantin Mania. Sorry for calling so late, I was busy with the comrade at his residence. His voice dropped to a low, conspiratorial tone as if he were afraid the telephone might be monitored. Do you know what he asked me tonight, when your birthday was and how old you would be? And when he heard that you'd be 50, do you know what he said? You'll never believe it, boss. His voice dropped even lower. The comrade said he wanted to make you a hero of the Republic and give you your third star as a general. When Mania hung up, I went over to Fedot Lily. His eyes reflected a fear I had never seen in them before. Yes, Fedot, I know the danger, I said, without moving my lips. Chapter 26. General Pacepa speaking. It was shortly after 1 in the afternoon when I answered the telephone. I was almost certain it would be Alina. Unlike Soescu, she never takes a midday nap. Why didn't you tell me that we were going to take up your TS in the Political Executive Committee today? Alina's sour voice spat out at me from the receiver. TS was a term inherited from the Soviets, standing for Technological and Scientific Intelligence. I won't be able to say anything in there, she complained. I can send General Serbu over right now. He can explain everything you need to know. Who the hell is this Serbu? The chief of TS? You met him at IPRS? Are you nuts? You get yourself over here right this minute. The awful noise coming out of the receiver reflected the violence with which she hung up on me. Jewels on the TA-78 account. I got over to Alina's office in nothing flat and went straight into her, without having her executive officer announce me. I knew that the longer she was alone, the more furious her rage would become, soon bringing on hysterics. When I opened her door, Alina was at her desk skimming through Cynthia. Why don't I have the report, you fiddler? She erupted again, with me standing at attention before her desk. Here it is, Comrade Alina. Handwritten in only one copy, as it was approved by the comrade. How many pages? Only 12. The comrade cut it. How am I supposed to read 12 pages in one day? Alina threw me a baleful look before starting to read the report. After a few minutes, I cast a discreet glance at her and saw that her eyes were focused on something behind me as her pinky finger bored around in her nose. I waited. I've taken another look at the sets we brought with us from New York, and I just can't make up my mind, darling. Alina suddenly burst out in her sweetest voice. The jewelry? I just can't bear to part with any of it. That was the real reason Alina had called me in. I could not recall any occasion when she had sent jewelry back, once she had gotten her hands on it. I already had the accounting for all of the jewelry in my briefcase, ready for Soescu. As usual, he would shred the accounting and the original receipts himself, asking me not to retain any copies, and would order the payments to be made out of the TA-78 account. I may need a few more days to look at the things, Alina continued. In the meantime, you should try to bring the price down. I knew this tactic too. After 2 or 3 more weeks, Alina would again murmur something about how she could not yet make up her mind, and then she would never, ever mention the jewelry again. I always suspected that in the depths of her mind she would become convinced that, by the time she had forgotten about the jewelry, the jewelers would also forget that they had yet to be paid. Alina kept me there until a few minutes after 2:30 when she left to wake Soescu up. By that time I had a good-sized list of clothes and other things she wanted me to get her, not only from New York but also from London and Paris. Take your report from my desk, Pacepa, Alina said as she went out. I think we're going in the right direction. We should concentrate more on your Texas Instruments, though. Aren't they the filthiest pigs you've ever heard of? Alina had soured on Texas Instruments during the visit there, when she understood that they would not be giving her the fur coats she had asked for. Brigade SD for Technological Espionage. In Romania and the other East European countries, technological espionage was created at the request of the Soviet Union in the early 1950s. In 1959, I became the chief of the Romanian Technological Intelligence Component and remained in that position until 1962, after which I was the deputy director of the DI responsible for coordinating that field, among others. In those years, Soviet bloc technological espionage became a piece of sophisticated machinery kept permanently charged up by the incapacity of communist regimes to produce their own technology by other means. Without private ownership, competition, and personal incentive, the Soviet bloc has been unable to make any genuine technological progress. It has, however, amply proved its ability to steal and reproduce Western technology. Romanian technological espionage was organized and functioned identically to that of the KGB, having its main emphasis on military technology. In 1972, when Soescu took over the DI, he reorganized it as an independent directorate called Brigade SD, the designation SD having no significance, and he more than doubled the number of its officers, almost 300 of whom would be assigned abroad, as many as the KGB had in the West for technological intelligence. Soescu left unchanged the mission established by Moscow military production, but added new ones intended to transform communist Romania into a strong nuclear and industrial power, and an important, independent exporter of arms. Brigade SD was organized geographically by target country, and inside each country by industrial area. The main SD services were those for the United States, Japan, West Germany, Great Britain, Canada, France, Italy, and the Benelux countries, but there were also individual or group services for all other NATO countries, as well as for some of the most representative non-aligned target areas. Several specialized services for the main types of military equipment were created on top of the geographical ones, coordinating the whole die intelligence potential that could be useful for the arms industry. Their activity was based on both Romanian and Soviet special requests. The Soviet ones, made by the Military Industrial Commission, known as the VPK, from the Russian Voyeno-Promyshlennaya Komissia, were sent to Bucharest by the KGB as in the Soviet Union. The Romanian requests for military technology were made not only by the Ministry of National Defense, but also by every civilian ministry involved in producing arms, among which the most important were the ministries for the machine-building industry, for the metallurgical industry, and for the chemical industry. The results of Romania's theft of Western technology were dramatic, by 1978 becoming the single most important component of the country's economy. On the Warsaw Pact scale, Romanian technological espionage rose from an obscure place in the 1960s to one of the top three in the 1970s. In 1978, the largest technological espionage effort was the East German, based on its record numbers of illegal officers and agents documented as West Germans working everywhere in the Western Hemisphere. According to Brezhnev and Andropov, the second place was now being disputed in Moscow between the Poles and the Romanians, considered the most efficient at obtaining high-tech military technology. These results were what Ceausescu wanted to present to the Political Executive Committee, together with his desire to transform Romanian technological espionage into a mass operation, and then to share Romania's experience with the rest of the Soviet bloc countries. Ceausescu's new pragmatic approach was to stress that technological espionage had been one of Romania's most important dollar producers and money savers in recent years, and that it should be developed to the point that foreign trade would become subordinated to it. That was in full accordance with the principle widely proclaimed throughout the Soviet bloc that it was not only morally admissible for a proletarian government to steal from its mortal enemy, but it was also a lot cheaper than to buy from capitalism. He considered the results of the Dai's TS operations nothing less than the crowning glory of this principle. Just before 3, Gheorghe Oprea and I were called in by Ceausescu, who was with Alina. After Pacepa presents his report, Ceausescu decreed, "We should have some questions, and you have to set the tone, Oprea. For instance, ask Berdica about the total number of commercial representatives he has in the West, and about how many of them have collected technological intelligence or helped the Dai to recruit Westerners. He'll make the point for us. Or ask the Minister for the Food Industry how much he paid for the license to produce the French camembert cheese the foreign tourists are so crazy about now. When he says it was TS intelligence, then you can turn around and ask the Minister of Domestic Trade why he is still importing French perfume for tourists, but make it very clear what you're driving at. He's an idiot bonehead. Understood, Oprea." "Yes, comrade, I've prepared the Prime Minister for the discussion. Whom have you talked with?" said Ceausescu. "I have Avram and Agachi as main speakers," Oprea answered. "I've talked with Floresu and Lina Sibanu," Alina added. "That should be enough," Ceausescu decided. "The rest will have to catch up by themselves." A meeting of the Political Executive Committee. The Political Executive Committee room, adorned only with the Communist Party seal and a photograph of Ceausescu, was located just a few steps away from his office. Although the meeting had been set for 3 o'clock, everyone was in place long before 2, trying to pick up hints about the drift of the meeting. The full and candidate members were seated around a long rectangular table. The deputy prime ministers and the ministers who were not members of the Political Executive Committee lined the walls. As always, everyone was anxious and uneasy before the meeting started. Many a time a miscalculated word uttered at such a meeting had aroused Ceausescu's fury or Alina's hysterics and brought about the author's dismissal from his position. Ceausescu came to the meeting with Alina at 3:01, and everyone jumped to his feet. In opening it, he said that we are here to analyze the excellent and impressive results of our technological intelligence and to establish new ways of expanding its secret but very important role in our society. No sooner had he finished saying this than a palpable feeling of relief spread over the crowded meeting room. Excellent, impressive results and very important role were clear signs that those present should not criticize but rather praise and imitate. The substantive part of the meeting started with my report on the past 5 years of technological intelligence, which I presented precisely as it had been modified and approved by Ceausescu. It began by stating that, since the comrade had taken over the Dai, technological intelligence had entered a new era, expanding broadly to include almost anything that could replace imports and save hard currency. The most favored area had been the chemical industry, because of Comrade Alina's personal, boundless assistance, and their whole factories had been built on technological intelligence, without buying foreign licenses or paying Western royalties. Among the examples I gave were a large, automated installation for producing polystyrene inside the huge petrochemical complex in Borzesti, a factory for polyurethane and synthetic leather in Iasi, one for melamine in Brasov, one for films and photographic paper in Targol Mures, one for plastic explosives in Victoria, one for radial tires in Bucharest, and new sections for coloring agents in Kodlia. The medical pharmaceutical industry, also blessed with Alina's personal interest, had been completely modernized, using stolen American, West German, French, and Italian technologies. New antibiotics enterprises had been built in Iasi and Bucharest, including production plants for cephalosporin and a wide variety of aureomycines. The metallurgical industry came next, with quite an impressive number of Western technologies for high-alloy steel, metal carbides, and non-metal alloys, as well as for modernized steel mills and rolling mills, together with a new aluminum industry. American integrated circuits and specialized chips were now being produced by the electronics industry, based only on technological intelligence and embargoed equipment secretly smuggled into Romania. New digital machine tools, diesel engines, and a large variety of Bosch injection pumps were also exclusively based on intelligence. My list was much longer, based on the production figures of the Romanian industrial ministries for this 5-year period, with the exception of agriculture and the military industry. It was estimated that a net annual savings of $600 to $800 million had been realized by replacing legal but expensive imports with illegal but inexpensive intelligence. The figures had been exaggerated both by the ministries and in Sosescu's final retouching. Have you ever estimated, Pacepa, Sosescu interrupted my report, how much hard currency each TS officer sent to the West brings in and saves us on an average? Yes, comrade. $3 million per year for each TS officer abroad has been the average over the past 2 years. That is explained in detail over there, I replied, pointing toward a chart. Sosescu himself had made the estimate a few days earlier, grossly exaggerating the true figures, and had ordered me to present it in a special graphics display. If we take the official exchange rate of 15-1, we get the amazing net sum of 45 million lei produced annually by every TS officer. If you consider that their average salary is 45,000 lei a year per head, you have a ratio of salary to benefit of 1:1,000, which is by far the highest in the world. For a few minutes, Sosescu looked at us one by one, as if to be sure that we understood. Now run through the same calculation taking the real exchange rate we use in our internal books, which is, let's keep this just among ourselves, 40 lei to the dollar. Aren't the results astonishing? Can you imagine, comrades, what it'll be like on the day when our motherland has 3,000 TS officers abroad, instead of only 300? The room suddenly buzzed with murmured approval, some of those present even going over to read the charts and statistics displayed on several freestanding panels. And that's only the beginning of this new era, comrades, Sosescu added. The second part of my report stated that these results were minimal, however. Only 35% of the inventory and development of the Romanian civilian industry, no more than 50% of the military industry, and just about 60% of the agricultural production was due, totally or in part, to intelligence operations, leaving a huge margin for further improvement. The third part of the report treated measures for substantially broadening the use of technological intelligence. Special attention was given to the secret new government decision, HCM 272, initiated by Sosescu, that required all economic ministries to obtain detailed reports from each of their employees traveling in the West, describing all companies, institutions and factories they visited, and every Western specialist or technician they met, and to send these reports to the DI. I wound up promising solemnly that the intelligence officers all around the world will work harder and better to fulfill the important tasks given to them by the most esteemed son of the Romanian people, its brilliant, shining leader, Comrade Nicolae Sosescu. Questions, comrades? Sosescu asked. Only Oprea raised his hand. There was an old, unwritten rule within the political executive committee that nobody would ask the first question, unless specifically instructed by Sosescu to do so. Every member knew that before opening his mouth he should first see which way the wind was blowing. With your permission, Comrade Sosescu, I'd like to ask a few questions. Go ahead, Oprea asked. That's why we're all here. We won't leave this room until everything is clear to everyone. I'd like to ask our Minister of Foreign Trade if he knows how many of his representatives in the West are now something more than simple buyers from capitalism. I don't know if I make myself clear enough for you, Comrade Bertica. You're brand new at your job. The Minister of Foreign Trade, Colonel Bertica, answered as Ceausescu had expected. He castigated himself and his ministry for having many representatives in the West that were not paying enough attention to technological espionage and begged the other ministers not to repeat his mistakes. After Apriya had launched his pointed questions about camembert cheese and French perfume, the Minister of Domestic Trade, Janos Fazekas, beat his breast over his political short-sightedness and committed himself to collaborating with the DAI for the production not only of French perfume in Romania, but also of everything else aimed at Western tourists, from Scotch whiskey to American cigarettes. Another 3 ministers voluntarily followed, flagellating themselves and promising to do away with all imports from the West. Before opening the discussion, Ceausescu emphasized that the meeting was not intended to analyze military technical intelligence, and he asked the participants strictly to avoid any reference to such secrets. The first to speak was the Prime Minister, Mania Mainscu. His speech was a lesson about class struggle. Based on the principle of Marx and Lenin that everything is ethical if it is for the benefit of the proletarian dictatorship, technological intelligence, as an institution, should not have to have any scruples. We should reap everything we can from capitalism. The practical methods of accomplishing this transfer should be limited only by the imagination. Mainscu went on to transport his listeners to a very secret, invisible world, the world of technical intelligence, producing science and technology at an incredibly faster rate than even the most efficient research organizations anywhere. With great pathos, he presented the struggles of anonymous DAI heroes to smuggle not only prohibited technology out of the best defended American fortresses, but also American-built, strictly embargoed equipment and machinery. Mainscu's speech ended with an ardent appeal for a drastic change in mentality. We should stop paying capitalism for technology and equipment developed by Western proletarians. That belongs to us, to the proletarian world revolution. Then he asked the participants to express once again their gratitude to the most brilliant son of the Romanian people, who today is opening new horizons for his beloved motherland. In his loud tenor, Ian Avram delivered a lesson on how the joint ventures with Western companies should be used for harvesting the bounties of capitalism. He started by describing a joint venture with a West German firm for producing turbotransmissions in Romania, under which a relatively large number of West German specialists came to the city of Craiova. With them, they brought quantities of various technical documents for unforeseen circumstances. Avram evoked with compassion the long nights spent there by the DAI and local security officers to photograph them. Do you know what we found there? An incalculable treasure trove. Buried among the hundreds of thousands of documents we photographed, we found ones on turbotransmissions for Western tanks, for example. For Western tanks, comrades, can you imagine our surprise? That alone made up for all that we had invested in this joint venture. A murmur of appreciation swept through the room. Ceausescu waved both arms to call for silence. Need I say, comrades, that what we are discussing here involves state secrets, which should not only be kept but should also be defended with your lives. Avram continued, now describing the cooperative venture with the French Renault company for producing their Renault 12 in Romania as a Romanian car called Dacia. In the past, Romania had not been able to export the Dacia to the West, even at prices as low as $1,000 a car, because, to save hard currency, the French license had been purchased only for the stripped-down car, with almost no optional equipment. Avram then related that everything Romania had not bought from Renault had later been obtained through intelligence channels. Avram said that the Ministry of the Machine-Building Industry wanted to express its gratitude to the DAI for the clandestine procurement of all those French documents, which made it possible to avoid importing from France more than 13,000 options and improvements on the basic car that were not included in the cooperative contract, representing a savings of more than $3 million. He also emphasized that some of the Renault documents containing improvements that could be applied to any similar make of car should be sent to the Soviet Union and to other socialist countries producing their own cars. This operation will enable us able to export our Dacia to Western Europe, comrades. Someday we may even be able to export it to America. On the CBS Evening News of May 7, 1986, Dan Rather had a special report called Dacia, as in Gotcha. It was an evaluation of the Romanian Dacia car, which had just gone on the market in the United States. Although the Dacia seemed to be a bargain, its performance was found to be so poor that Rather chose to do a humorous skit on it, showing how everything went wrong when someone tried to drive it. The final straw was when the demonstrator could not turn the Dacia's motor off, even after taking the key out, until he had turned the headlights on. Furthermore, Avram continued, we now have a brand new joint venture with Citroën to produce one of their newest compact cars in Romania. I have just sent over 100 engineers and technicians to France to learn about the Citroën car. Only a few of them are my men, though. The rest are from the die, armed with new mini cameras and photographic contact paper. It's not that I've made a sacrifice. To the contrary, comrades, it was a calculated move. When they get back, we'll have 10 times more information than if I'd sent only my men to Citroën. Transforming American blueprints into Romanian products. Let's hear from someone else, Ceausescu addressed the meeting. The Minister of the Metallurgical Industry, Nicolae Agaci, is a good storyteller and uses a picturesque Romanian spiced with a strong Moldavian accent. He began by noting that in the early 1970s, on Ceausescu's orders, Romania had started to exploit its large bauxite deposits to become an aluminum producer. Because of political restrictions, and especially because of the prohibitive prices set at that time by the aluminum monopoly, his ministry had not been able to import rolling mills from the West for processing the aluminum. Romania had therefore been exporting the aluminum ingots to both Eastern and Western countries. One day, however, a confidential report drew his attention to a West German firm that was negotiating for the purchase of 3 aluminum rolling mill projects from the United States, ones for sheet, textured, and foil aluminum. That same day, he reported it to Ceausescu and sent the report over to the die. I don't want to go into any details. I only want to say that today I have a very special, unique, and unmentionably secret design institute, set up in several die safe houses, that is working to transform American blueprints and projects into Romanian products. By 1983 or 1984, Romania should have the 3 ultramodern aluminum rolling mills in operation. Don't spend the people's money to fatten up capitalism, is what our country's foremost son keeps telling us day after day. We should write this in gold letters and hang it up in each of our offices, comrades, Agaci wound up. The atmosphere was much more relaxed when the Minister of the Chemical Industry, Mihai Floresu, took the floor, focusing more on Alina than on Ceausescu. A volunteer in the Red Brigades during the Spanish Civil War and a member of the Romanian government for more than 25 years, Floresu had long ago forgotten his training as a chemical engineer. To make up for it, he had the gift of gab. Now his subject concerned the art of luring Western companies to Bucharest with as much technological documentation as possible. He told how Ceausescu had ordered him to eliminate Romania's first polystyrene plant from the 5-year plan for imports from the West, and instead to build it with his own resources, based on Romanian research and design. It was like reinventing the radio again, after Popov had already done it, if I may say so, Floresu lamented, looking guiltily over toward Ceausescu. In the Soviet bloc, the policy is to replace Western inventors with Soviet ones. All the history books there have wiped out Marconi's name and now proclaim that the radio was invented by a Russian named A. Popov. Merely designing a large polystyrene plant to be built in Romania would mean at least 4 or 5 years of intensive and expensive efforts, said Floresu. But the comrade in his wisdom found an incredible solution for us. He instructed me to write phony letters to the most important chemical firms in West Germany, Great Britain, France, and Italy, expressing Romania's firm interest in purchasing the production license and a very large automated polystyrene plant. Floresu explained that 6 Western companies came to Bucharest to make bids, and that the negotiations dragged on over more than 1 year, during which time each of them went back and forth bringing more and more blueprints and technological documentation asked for by the Romanian negotiators. Everything was secretly and punctiliously photographed by the die, but the results were still considered insufficient to allow the plant to be completely designed in Romania. That was until a French company, ultimately wanting to demonstrate its superiority, brought a whole polystyrene project to Bucharest that it had just sold to another Western country. Understandably cautious, the French asked that their key documents be locked up every night in the safes of the Atheny Palace Hotel, where they were staying. These documents were more than enough for a Romanian solution to the problem. Without purchasing any foreign project, license, or know-how, Floresu trumpeted, our country was able to build a huge polystyrene plant within the Borzesti Petrochemical Combinat, and he too added a final flourish. I cannot finish here without expressing my boundless gratitude to the most brilliant son of our people, to Comrade Ceausescu, and to our greatest scholar and academician, Comrade Alina. They are opening up new, and as always, original ways for leading their Romania on to glory and communism. In the 1960s, Ceausescu addressed the meeting, Bucharest was full of Western businessmen signing contracts to export industrial equipment to Romania. Nowadays, Western companies still travel here with bids, supported by impressive technical documentation, but fewer and fewer contracts are actually being signed. Florescu's example should be taken by everyone as a real-life model for the future. You're getting old, Alina said sweetly, looking over affectionately at Florescu, who was her principal favorite. Didn't I tell you to tell that story here? You told me about that big Nazi company that had forgotten all about the fact that we had nationalized their factory here in Romania. The IG Farben industry, Comrade Alina. You're right, I am getting old, admitted a servile Florescu. He then told about how the Colorum Codlia factory producing coloring agents had formerly been a subsidiary of IG Farben, which became Hocht after World War II. During a visit I made to Hocht some years ago, I met a German who had been born in Romania and who addressed me as Herr Genos or Mr. Comrade. He was very interested in Colorum, where he had worked before emigrating. Watch your tongue, Florescu, Ceausescu broke in. I won't say anything more about that man. Only that for a good number of years now, we have been getting data every month on what Hocht is doing in its production of coloring agents. The other day I tried to make a joke about it for Comrade Alina. I said it looked as though Hocht hadn't yet heard that Colorum had been nationalized. They still send Colorum every new formula they develop, just as if it were still one of their affiliates. The Minister of Light Industry, Lina Ciobanu, was up next. Alina had personally selected Ciobanu from a group of party activists to be the only other woman member of the Political Executive Committee. In choosing her, Alina's main concern was not only that the other woman not try to compete with her, but especially that she should make Alina look good by comparison. Ciobanu looked like an old-time Soviet political activist, with her hair tightly drawn back into a bun, her enormous, jutting chest fairly bursting the buttons off of her military-style, high-button jacket closed right up to her chin, her calf-length straight skirt, and her sturdy boots. Furthermore, she even read her speeches like a commissar. In the early 1970s, Ciobanu began, an American citizen who was the chairman of an American company in California, and a dye agent reported that the chief engineer of a Ford glass factory was prepared to sell a complete technical project for a new Pittsburgh plate glass process under the table for the sum of $200,000. Let's skip over such details, Ciobanu, Ceausescu admonished the speaker. Names and positions do more harm than good when given here, he calmly counseled. He is courteous when talking to a woman. Ciobanu, however, kept rattling on like a machine gun, reading the speech one of her advisors had prepared for the meeting. Romania, traditionally a glass producer and exporter, was very interested. A meeting was set up at a hotel in America to exchange $200,000 for the project, but before it could be concluded the participants were all arrested and, Comrade Ciobanu, we are not interested in American propaganda stories. We are here to decide what we should do for the future. Is that clear? Yes, Comrade Ceausescu. The engineer was fired from his job. 2 years later, an American came to Bucharest, asked to see me, and proposed designing a Pittsburgh glass factory in Romania for $300,000. It was the same engineer, only his price was higher. I immediately reported the case to the DI, and the engineer was contacted by his former case officer, the one who had been declared persona non grata by the Americans. Shush, put your idiotic papers down on the floor right now. On the floor, on the floor. Alina screamed hysterically, until Ciobanu did finally put her speech down on the floor. Now tell us the story, darling, in your own words. You can do that, can't you? Ciobanu shifted nervously from one foot to the other, then started up her machine gun again. It was John Akfrat, Comrade Alina, the Turk who was an American citizen and was the chief engineer of the Ford glass factory, and you know him, because I told you about him so many times. You'd better read us your paper, Comrade Ciobanu. Just do that. Ceausescu cut in, to the satisfaction of Ciobanu, who immediately grabbed up her speech and tried to find where she had left off when she had been interrupted by Alina. A large team of engineers, translators, and draftsmen moved into several die-safe houses and, under the American engineers' direction, designed a huge Pittsburgh glass factory. A few days ago, it was put into experimental production within an existing plant, Skeeny Glass Factory. The American engineer received his $300,000 tax-free dollars. That is all the hard currency we had to spend for this factory. If it had been imported legally, it would have cost $14 million, plus 15 years of royalties. The American has begun another consultation project for us concerning a new type of American glass called float, which will start to produce at 3 large factories in no more than 2 years. Soon you'll find Romanian glass items in every department store in Western Europe and the United States, putting some of the old European and American corporations out of business. That's Comrade Ceausescu's communist way of creating our glass industry without capitalist licenses or royalties. That's why I want to add my voice to those of 10 million other Romanian women. We thank you, Comrade Nicolae Ceausescu. We thank you who are for us more than father, brother, husband, and son put together. Total economic espionage. It was around 6 o'clock when Ceausescu started to present his new economic order and his firm directives for the future of Romania's technological and economic relations with the West. As he usually does when beginning an important speech, he started out in a very low voice, almost a whisper. What we have discussed here today may be new to some of you comrades, but not to all of us. As in many other domains where Romania leads the way, our Communist Party developed its own original concept of technological intelligence a few years earlier. It proved to be substantially superior to the one that we inherited from Moscow. Ceausescu then put forth his principle of total technical and scientific espionage against the West. Imports from the capitalist world should become the exception now, not the rule. During my 1975 visit to Tokyo, I was told a very interesting story. It was about how a Japanese company started to build a photo industry. I won't tell you if it was Canon or Nikon or Minolta or something else, because I promised to keep it a secret. Let's just call it Taken. When it started, it didn't even have the couple of lathes in an abandoned garage that Sony began with. Taken went out and hired 160 optical and mechanical engineers and gave each of them a sealed envelope. Inside was the name of the Western company, where the engineer was to manage to get hired for 3 years, and the name of the photographic equipment part he was to learn how to produce. Some, for example, went to Leica or Rolleiflex to learn how to produce the body, or the mechanical, electronic, or photoelectrical component of a camera. Others went to Zeiss to learn about lenses. During this period, they were paid by Taken in addition to receiving their salaries from Leica or Rolleiflex or Zeiss. When they came back to Japan, they designed several camera models based on what they had stolen from Western Europe, built a modern factory, and bang. All of a sudden, Taken started to flood the world market with very good cameras that were far less expensive than the European ones. No time had been wasted on research, no license or know-how had been bought, no royalties paid. That's the way we should go in the future. With only one difference, we are not going to have our engineers paid twice. We are communists, not capitalists. We are called to enrich our motherland, not our own pockets, comrades. He brought his story to a close. Afterwards, Ceausescu started giving out orders with the agility of a lifelong intelligence professional. Foreign trade should be reorganized so that imports would be completely subordinated to the principle of total economic espionage. Every trade representative in the West should have a dual role. Every contact with Western firms should be analyzed for intelligence purposes. Every Western specialist met in trade negotiations should be reported to the DI. Every cooperative and joint venture with Western companies should be subordinated to the purpose of obtaining new technology by intelligence means. Romanian industrial ministries should lure a greater number of Westerners to Bucharest and get them to bring sensitive documents. The internal Securitate and the DI should see that virtually every Western technical, commercial, and financial visitor had his luggage examined and any valuable documents secretly photographed. Florescu told us an interesting story about a Romanian émigré who became a very useful agent. Ceausescu said, "I want to tell you another story. Not long ago, I sent Patton to Peking to propose to Comrade Hua Gofeng that our foreign intelligence services work together. Ian Patton was a deputy prime minister who until March 1978 had also been Minister of Foreign Trade. Do you know what Comrade Hua said? We do not have spies in the West." Can you believe that? When Patton insisted, Comrade Hua replied, "Tell my friend Ceausescu that we don't have spies in the West, but we do have a lot of patriots there. That's what we should be doing too, comrades. We have over 600,000 Romanians living in the West, most of them in America. Detroit and Cleveland are the next largest Romanian cities after Bucharest. And we have lots more Germans living in West Germany who are either Romanian-born or of Romanian descent. I'm not counting the Romanian Jews living all over the world. We should make every one of them into a patriot working for the motherland abroad, a soldier in the service of our Communist Party." Ceausescu climaxed in a very loud voice, pounding the table. For another half hour or so he continued in the same vein, describing his vision of the future communist Romania, which should become one of the first 10 industrial powers on Earth, based on technological espionage. Ceausescu then summed up his message. In his unmatched genius, Lenin phrased the future of his proletarian revolution in a simple mathematical formula: communism equals political power plus electrification. Today, 60 years later, I would add a new building block to Marxism-Leninism. Modern communism equals national communism plus technological intelligence and money from capitalism. That, comrades, is the Romanian contribution to Marxism. Ceausescu ended. His face had turned bright red, and his forehead was dripping with perspiration. The participants had stood and were clapping with a rhythmic beat. Ceausescu waved his arms, and the participants froze. I have heard voices raised in some other Warsaw Pact countries calling for certain liberalizations, for a greater degree of industrial autonomy. That's anarcho-socialism, Mainscu shouted, trying to anticipate Ceausescu. That's correct, comrades. We should today call once more for greater party discipline on all levels. Here we have reported, questioned, criticized, discussed. Now we have to make a decision, comrades. A unanimous decision, as always, which should become the letter of the law for every single Romanian living inside and outside of our borders. Who is for approving the new concept of technological intelligence, comrades? Everyone broke into applause, which soon turned into the ritual clapping. For quite some time Soescu busied himself with the papers he had in front of him on the table, searching for some, rearranging their order, organizing his folder. Then he waved his arms again and continued, without looking at us, speaking rapidly, like an American tobacco auctioneer. Is there anyone against? Any abstentions? In full unanimity, the Political Executive Committee of the Romanian Communist Party approves the new concept of technological intelligence, as it was described in the report presented here, and in the conclusions to our meeting. A few minutes after leaving the meeting, Soescu called me into his office. He was standing in the middle of the room with Alina. How many of the directors of foreign trade enterprises are officers? 11 DI and 1 DIA out of 41. 26 are co-optees. By the end of the year, all of them should be deep cover officers. Bring them back here one by one. I'll give them their military rank. Understood? Yes, comrade. The same with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Soescu added. We should keep it a secret from Andrei and Burdica. The ministers are rotated every couple of years or so anyway, aren't they? He said with a wink. Chapter 27. General Pacepa speaking. Hi boss, you'd have been better off eating shit than answering the phone. The comrade wants you here immediately. You've no idea what terrible weather we've got, boss. I'll be there in nothing flat, professor. Another Soviet spy. It was a few minutes after 10 in the morning when I left my office for Soescu's. Waiting at the top of the stairs as usual, Mania gave me his report in that flat, emotionless monotone of his that has never betrayed either anxiety or satisfaction. Postelniku was already here waiting for him when the comrade arrived this morning. Comrade Alina was with him. She never comes so early, and went right in with them, as if she knew what was coming. Postelniku said it was urgent. The comrade was a shriveled heap, almost the way he was that day, when he tore up the decree making Militaru chief of the general staff. When I entered Soescu's office, he was still yelling violently and pounding the desk with his fist. His face was purple with rage. Alina and Postelniku were seated at a table in front of his desk. A cassette recorder sat in the middle of the table. WHYH haven't you reported that L. Lukian was a KKGB officer, Soescu screamed at me. After that evening at the Atheny Palace, when Lukian had picked Niku up by the nape of the neck and deposited him outside the door, I had been waiting for something to happen. This, however, was more than I had bargained for. Tell him, P. Postelniku. Sh show him WH what you've learned, Soescu thundered. I caught General Lukian speaking fluent Russian, Postelniku said, dropping his bombshell into my lap. W with H his wife. B. Both are KGB illegals plotting against me. Soescu smashed his fist down on the table. Turn on the recorder, Alina barked out. Postelniku, who never waited to be asked twice by Alina, obediently reached over to the cassette player. A man and a woman could be heard discussing some guests that had just left. Although the cassette had a lot of background noise, I could recognize Lukian and his wife, Sylvia. Then they faded out completely. It made no sense to me that the quality should be so poor, because Lukian had concealed microphones in all of his rooms. There it is, Alina screamed. I could make out a few words in Russian, but since my knowledge of that language was next to nothing, as was Alina's, I could not understand anything. Nor could I identify the two very low voices as being those of the Lukians. T2 KKGB illegal O officers, and one of them right here in this V very B building, just above my office. Soescu's fury raged for a long time, Alina all the while adding fuel to the fire and turning the recorder off and on several times. Lukian and his wife are a Soviet illegal couple, infiltrated into Romania during the turmoil of the 1944-45 period, Soescu declared an hour or so later, the disappearance of his stutter being a sure sign that he had got hold of himself. He said both were Soviets of Romanian descent, and that was where their faultless Romanian language came from. The KGB had documented them as Romanian citizens born in Tighina, had armed them with false birth certificates that could not be verified, because Tighina was now in the Soviet Union, and had even created false graves for their parents here in Bucharest. No doubt about it. The conversation in Russian was proof positive. The Lukians should not be arrested, they should be neutralized in a different way. Until a final decision was reached, they should be kept under rigorous coverage. As I left with Postelniku, Alina was still sitting there in the same chair, both hands gripping the tape recorder. At his desk, Mania was busy shuffling his papers, indifferent to everything around him. He merely remarked in his flat monotone, Is the comrade going to tear up another decree to neutralize Radio Free Europe? I was on the way back to my office when my car's radio telephone spoke up. 62 should immediately report to 01. Repeat, 62 should report to 01. 62 is on his way to 01, I answered. When I arrived at Soescu's office, Mania was outside waiting for me. There's a new cyclone raging in there, with Komen, Postelniku, and Placida in the eye of the storm, and Comrade Alina pumping the bellows. It's over something about Radio Free Europe from your bulletin. I hope it won't go on too long. I've got opera tickets for tonight. Massenet's Manon Boss. I don't want to ruin my evening the way Manon Lescaut ruined his life. Manon was Mania's favorite opera. He thought of himself as a kind of Manon, throwing away his life on a courtesan named Soescu. I had been expecting an outburst over that day's bulletin giving Radio Free Europe's report on new and exceptionally violent attacks on Soescu's personality cult. When I went in, a scowling Soescu was seated at his desk, with Alina standing behind him. He was in the midst of dictating orders, a sign that he was already in the process of cooling down. Komen, Postelniku, and Placida were assiduously scratching away in their notebooks. Soescu went on talking, without even deigning to look at me. He said he never wanted the name of Radio Free Europe pronounced in his office again. It should be replaced with a code name, something like Yakety Yak, or even better, Chatterbox. A special Securitate unit should be created and put in charge of nothing but Chatterbox. The unit's main task was to identify every one of Chatterbox's listeners. The militia and Securitate confidential informants from all around the country were to be involved in this operation. Total censorship of the mails to the west, with seizure of everything addressed to or connected with Chatterbox. The DGTO should immediately report everyone identified by its microphones, telephone intercepts, and mail censorship as listening to Chatterbox broadcasts. Today, Chatterbox burned like poison ivy. But the day when its broadcasts no longer simply attacked the party and government activists but actually appealed to them, trying to twist them around its little finger and lure them over to the other side, that was when it would become a deadly poison. And we had to be prepared for that day. We must rebuild our jamming center, said Soescu, finally addressing me. The Romanian jamming center had been dismantled years earlier, and its buildings turned over to the die school. The dismantled jamming equipment, mostly provided by the Soviet Union in the 1950s, had been preserved, ready to be used again anytime. It was being kept with newer and more powerful Soviet jamming transmitters received from Moscow over the years. Soescu ordered that the jamming center be operational within 6 months. Bucharest and the areas with ethnic German and Hungarian populations should be jammed with maximum intensity. If more equipment was needed, it should be imported right away. A few minutes and a couple of orders later, Soescu raised his hands, signaling that he had finished. You stay here, Pacepa, he added. Soescu got up from his chair, came from behind his desk and started pacing around his office, eyes lowered and following his feet, long arms swinging rigidly and close to his body, hands cupped and facing backwards. Alina fell in behind him, waddling to keep up. Soescu beckoned for me to follow. We traipsed around in quiet procession, making me think of the march to the gallows in Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique. Soescu finally broke the silence, his voice exceedingly soft. I would rather neutralize Chatterbox from inside than jam it on this end. Jamming would only stir up more interest in it. I want to get rid of Bernard, he went on, his voice dropping even lower. Noel Bernard was the director of Radio Free Europe's Romanian department. Soescu was afraid that Bernard would change the Radio Free Europe policy of discrediting only Romania's top leadership and replace it with one aimed more at turning the heads of some important functionaries and getting them to defect to the West. Soescu dreads the thought of any kind of defectors, but the idea of high-level ones is a nightmare for him. And Georgescu, Nick, Alina added loudly. Bernard was Soescu's Bête Noire, Georgescu was Alina's. I reminded Soescu that he had personally charged Lukian with handling the Georgescu matter, and that Lukian had seemed optimistic about soon having some results. L. Lukian is D. dead, th, the D.sh should take over G. Georgescu and F. finish with him, said Soescu even more softly. When I left, Soescu's mood was still black, but he had calmed down to the point of knowing just what he wanted. Preparing the trip to London. Back at my office, I tried to catch up with the normal routine of managing a foreign intelligence service that had been constantly growing, becoming involved in almost everything from espionage, influence, disinformation, and trafficking in arms, drugs, and people, down to the daily monitoring of the microphones concealed in the offices and homes of every Romanian leader. The traditional civilian institutions of government had proved incapable of rescuing the country from economic disaster, and in his own mind, Soescu believed the whole country ought really to be run like a Horizon operation, fueled by deception. It was already dark when the telephone rang. In Bucharest, the days of April are still short. General Pacepa speaking. This is your slave, boss. How's the weather there? The calm after the storm, professor. Here too. Comrade Alina just left, and when she opened the door you could feel how stifling it was in there. She had a cassette player under her arm, but she didn't look as if she were going to dance. Now the comrade is about to leave. Do you know what's next? Konstantin Mania is going to see Manon. He has opera tickets for tonight. And you, boss, are going to see the comrade. At his residence. Oh no. Oh yes, Mania's forecast is for hazy and sultry weather, but no more thunderstorms. Soiscu was walking at a fast clip in his enormous garden, lighted only by the dwarfs. What's new? He asked conventionally when I had fallen into step with him. He went on, however, without waiting for me to reply. Have we got any answer from Rolls-Royce? Yes, comrade. There's an affirmative one in directly from Keith, I reported. Sir Kenneth Keith was the president of Rolls-Royce. He had just agreed to Soiscu's visiting the Rolls-Royce aircraft engine plant on his official trip to England in June, which I was preparing. That's excellent, excellent. Our Urom crashed because of its engine. And from BAC, he went on, here referring to British Aerospace, a corporation created in 1976 after the nationalization and merger of British Aircraft Corporation, Hawker Siddeley, and Scottish Aviation. Yes, comrade, very good. During the visit I want to sign the contract for the production of both the airplane and its engines. Soiscu had decided to import the license and the equipment for producing the commercial passenger airplane BAC-111 from British Aerospace and for manufacturing its turbine engines from Rolls-Royce in order to open intelligence doors into them. It won't be easy. I want to have both joint ventures signed while I'm in England. And I want our officers to be inside their right after we get back, Soiscu ordered, marching along at his steady, rapid pace. From Rolls-Royce I want to get complete intelligence on their military jet engines. From BAC I want blueprints on their fighters. He now turned to walk along the unilluminated paths. And I want the Harrier. I'm sure that Brezhnev would pay a very good price for it. The British Royal Air Force Harrier was the first operational military aircraft ever with vertical takeoff and landing. Try to arrange a live demonstration with it during my visit there. Soiscu proceeded to snow me under with an avalanche of other orders in preparation for the trip to London. The last one was to arrange, apart from the visit's official schedule, a meeting with Gordon McLennan, the Secretary-General of the British Communist Party, at the Romanian embassy, out of earshot of British microphones. After 1 week of my being at Buckingham Palace, he may believe I've caved in to capitalist influences. Soiscu abruptly switched subjects. Any news from Dobrinu? Mihail Dobrinu was the son-in-law of Ion Marcu, a deep-cover colonel working as the chief of the Romanian commercial agency in Tehran. Marcu had played the most important role in the recruitment of the Shah of Iran's brother and had become his case officer in Tehran, responsible for everything connected with him, including the 10% payments made to him in cash. A year earlier Marcu had defected with his wife, daughter, and son-in-law, the latter couple having been given permission to spend a short vacation in Tehran, and this defection had provoked the most terrible burst of rage from Soiscu that I ever witnessed. A few months later the Dai located the whole family in Canada, where Marcu had been given political asylum. According to Popovicai, the Dai agent who had tracked him down, Marcu's son-in-law had become homesick for his parents in Romania. Immediately, Soiscu ordered that he be lured away from Canada and brought to Bucharest, which the Dai had just recently accomplished. Yes, comrade, Dobrinu is now in Bucharest. Has he said anything? He's being interrogated about Marcu. The dirty crook. Ask the Shah's brother to have Savak get him out of the way. Say it's a personal request from me. Understood. Savak was the Shah's infamous intelligence service. When is my visit to Peking? The beginning of May. If so, I can ask him. Arrange a stopover in Tehran on my way to Peking. Have the Shah and his brother meet me at the airport. I'll get Marcu's scalp. Understood. Yes, comrade, you twist Dobrinu's arm to lure his wife and child here. All of them should croak in jail. When we passed the bench in front of the 2-story house he had built for his mother, Soiscu automatically said, "Good evening." He still could not believe that the octogenarian woman wearing a black shawl tightly wrapped around her shoulders and a black kerchief tied under her chin would never again be there on that bench waiting for him. After a few more steps, Soiscu paused, reached for one of my buttons and started twisting it. Very, very softly he said, "I want to put Radu in Bernard's office. We have never had a portable Radu, comrade. Let's make one." When we passed the entrance, Alina was on the marble steps looking out for Soiscu. Shuffling along in her slippers, she tried to catch up with us. "We've got to get rid of Georgescu, Nick," she puffed. "I beg you, enough is enough." "Gomer and Tanis too, they hate our guts, Nick. Let's have dinner now and afterwards a kajak. 10 o'clock, he tossed back at me, as he and Alina went off hand in hand. The cycle begins anew. Sosisku, wearing his favorite white turtleneck sweater, arrived at the movie theater on the dot of 10 and started pacing around the room, waiting for Alina. When she came, she was draped in a long gray velvet dressing gown, buttoned only halfway up. The waiter rushed in with the Moldavian yellow wine kept at room temperature, and then opened a cold bottle of Cordon Rouge champagne for Alina. At the end of the movie, the cruel lights came on to spotlight Alina sleeping soundly, her head nestled softly on the gray velvet back of her chair, and her mouth drooping open to let out a slight, regular wheeze. Sosisku drained his glass of wine, threw a glance at the sleeping Alina, and then set off at a rapid pace, making a sign for me to follow him. Once in his private study, he went over and put on the stereo, turning it up loud. "You'll have to go to Germany and twist Bates's arm to get the Fokker for us. Our bears aren't to be had for free." Berthold Bates, the general manager of the famous Krupp concern and on Fokker's board of directors, was an avid hunter and a close acquaintance of former Prime Minister Mora and of Lukian. After his numerous hunting trips to Romania, Bates took marvelous bearskin trophies home to West Germany with him, but he also left behind several very fine, custom-made Krupp hunting rifles for both Sosisku and Mora. "You'll have to twist Wisniewski's arm, too." Hans-Joachim Wisniewski had the title of Minister of the Chancellery and was the number 2 man in Helmut Schmidt's cabinet. In the past few years, I had met him several times to hand him personal messages from Sosisku to Schmidt, asking for prohibited technology to help Romania preserve her independent stance toward Moscow. Of an open mind and unflinching character, Wisniewski had stubbornly fought giving Sosisku access to West German military aeronautical technology. So it was also with Bates, who, despite the vague promises made to Lukian and me over friendly lunches and dinners in Krupp's executive villas, was not about to put his own prestige on the line for Sosisku. And don't forget the windbag himself. That meant Willy Brandt. Push him to come here before my visit to London. I'll twist his arm. As Sosisku was speaking, the heavy door to his study flew open and slammed against the wall. Alina stumbled in with eyes puffy, hair tousled, dressing gown askew, obviously having just come from the movie theater. "Try to leave for Bonn tomorrow, Pacepa. That's what we have to do first," Sosisku called back to me as he was being dragged off by Alina. "One more parties." When I finally got away, it was just past midnight. To the party's guest house, I ordered the driver. I had promised Tika that I would not miss his dinner. The occasion was to celebrate his appointment as Minister of Foreign Trade. When I got there, everyone was already feeling no pain. "Can anybody tell me how many different dishes we've had this evening?" I heard Colonel Berdika's voice asking, as I took the seat that had been saved for me. "At least 10, blubbered Stefan Andre through a full mouth. "It's a big mess," Berdika went on. "Why, I saw at least 10 more waiting in the kitchen. I'm talking about something else. Can you believe it, comrades? We still have first-class restaurants for tourists that have only 4 or 5 main dishes on the menu. That's what's such a mess. What a disaster for our foreign relations," Andre contributed. "I had some of my men collect menus from the tourist restaurants we have in Bucharest, and when the comrade got back from the United States, I reported the whole mess to him." Documented, and do you know what he did? Had the restaurant managers arrested. Guessed the Minister of National Defense, Ian Komen. "Why have them arrested? They're all either political appointees or our own officers," said the Minister of Interior, Teodor Komen, defending them. The comrade again proved he's without equal. Right there on the spot, he ordered that a presidential decree be drawn up obligating every tourist restaurant to have a minimum number of main entrees on its menu. I proposed 35 for a luxury class restaurant, 25 for the rest. "Marvelous, how can they manage that?" asked Ian Komen. "It's the comrade's idea, canned food. Every restaurant should have several thousand cans in stock with the dishes listed on its menu. If somebody wants goulash, you just open up a can of goulash and serve it to him. If somebody wants sausages and beans, you open up another can, pork and sauerkraut, there it is. And the quality's always the same. The comrade could easily make $1 million in the West with the ideas he has." "Isn't it expensive for a restaurant to serve canned food?" Teodor Komen dared to ask. "It's a matter of national prestige, not money," Andre put in. "All our restaurants run on a deficit, comrades. All we have to do is double the subsidy, and we can have 35 entrees on the menu. Money isn't the problem, the tourists are. There's nothing that makes better propaganda for our communist Romania than a happy tourist." The discussion continued desultorily. People at this level are not used to listening to others. They only want to make their own contributions to the adulation of Sosisku. There is always somebody around who will tell the comrade tomorrow what you said today, and that's without even counting the microphones. The poor comrade, as if Washington and the White House weren't enough. Now he has to go to London and sleep in a royal palace, and have the Queen looking down her nose at him, as if he were a country cousin, commiserated Ian Coman, uninspired. Boudicca stiffened. What do you think we are, Coman troglodytes? The Romanian people have been able to give the comrade more in 20 years than the British Empire has given its royal dynasty in a whole millennium. How many offices does the Queen have? One, Coman. Our comrade has 3, and one is the former royal palace. How many official residences does the Queen have? 3, Coman. That's all she has. The comrade has 5. 5, Coman. 5. And that's without counting the 39 special guest houses we built for him in each of our districts, and keep just for when he goes there on a visit, or with a hunting party. And 21 presidential apartments in our embassies, Andre chimed in, chomping noisily. Nobody else ever sets foot in them. They're only for the comrade. How many personal airplanes do you think the Queen has? Boudicca went on. 2, Coman. That's all she has. The comrade has 9 and 3 helicopters. And don't forget, one is a Boeing 707 and 2 are those giants, the Ilyushin 62, all fitted out with presidential apartments, salons, and offices. How many personal trains does the Queen have? 1, Coman. Only one, and a very old one at that. The comrade has 3, not 3 coaches, 3 whole trains, and all ultramodern. How many ambulances does the Queen have? 2, Coman. Just 2, I know that. The comrade has 4, all custom ordered in America and West Germany. How many of her own hospitals does the Queen have? Coman. None. That's how many. The comrade has 1 for himself alone, and doctors who treat only him and his family. And that's without counting the new administrative center, the Minister of Interior added proudly, as he filled a tumbler with scotch and emptied it in one gulp. You're right, Coman, Boudicca agreed. Do you suppose the Queen can demolish the center of London to build palaces for herself and her government? But we can, comrades, and we will, and we'll call it the Nicolae Ceausescu Administrative Center. I'm going to London with the comrade, said Andre. He just told me. He said we'd all be staying at Buckingham Palace. Is that true, Pacepa? True. I'm dying to see myself there, where Queen Victoria reigned for almost 65 years. As foreign minister, I ought to have one of the best apartments in the palace. I can't wait to pee on its imperial walls and on King George IV's furniture. It should be a lot more fun than Blair House. Andre dazzled us with his eclectic knowledge of history. The animation of the conversation grew in direct proportion to the number of bottles emptied, skipping around to touch on the most unexpected subjects. The party finally came to its usual end, with the 2 Comans well sloshed, Andre unsteady on his feet, and Boudicca tipsy but in full control. As usual, my apartment was dark. Only Fedot Lily, with his wrinkled peasant face softly illuminated, was up waiting for me. His large, warm, friendly, and always inquisitive eyes stared me full in the face. Lying on the large cocktail table next to Fedot, I found a printed invitation to the closing day of Dana's show. My beloved dad had again been entered on the line for the name, penned in Dana's firm yet feminine hand. Epilogue. On Sunday, July 23, Dana came to the airport with me. Ceausescu had ordered me back to West Germany to try once more to obtain Bond's approval for the joint venture with Fokker, so that he could start building the Fokker planes and would have an entree for stealing VTOL technology. I had his personal messages for Chancellor Helmut Schmidt and for Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, the most prominent member of the Fokker board of directors, firmly assuring them that any Western technological secrets deriving from the venture would not be shared with Moscow. Ceausescu ordered me to be back in a couple of days to start working on the plans he and his wife had for assassinating 3 dissident émigrés in Western Europe. As I held Dana and kissed her goodbye, I knew that I would not be back, not in a few days, not ever. Suddenly I had had enough. Enough duplicity, enough plotting, enough of life at the top of a society that I detested more every day, enough postponing my hopes of escape to freedom. Forgive me, Dana, I said after kissing her. Forgive me for all the wrong I may have done you, and for all the things I may have left undone. Come on, Dad, Dana replied, her eyes searching mine and seemingly trying to penetrate my mind. With my father on board, there's no airplane in the whole world that could go down. When the plane was far out on the runway, she was still standing in front of the terminal waving to me. Dana could not know, and to protect her I could not tell her then, that the night before I had said goodbye to my life in Romania. It had been shortly after midnight when I had returned home that last evening. Everything was the same as usual. The militiaman at the Polish embassy came out of his booth for a formal salute, and Mrs. Groza was peeking out from behind her window curtain. The only light burning in my apartment was Fedot Lily's, and I pulled up a chair to talk with him. To this day I have no idea whether I sat there 1 minute or 1 hour, but I know that his black eyes asked me harder questions than they ever had before. Having made up my mind, I quietly went to my study, pulled up a certain piece of the parquet floor, and removed a small envelope. It contained the membership card I had been given in 1945 when I joined the Association of Young Friends of the United States, an organization sponsored by the United States Embassy in Bucharest that the communists had later declared treasonous. I slowly burned the envelope with my lighter, then left the house and took the wheel of the service car that was always parked at the door for emergency purposes. A full moon was shining brightly when I reached the cemetery and knelt down beside my father's grave. It was he who had sown the first seeds of love for America in me. Most of his life was spent working at the General Motors affiliate in Bucharest, where he developed a great enthusiasm for America. Firmly determined to emigrate with his family to Detroit, as one of his uncles had done, he had had the bad fortune to become trapped in Romania, first by World War II and afterwards by the Soviet occupation. The best he could do was to pass his love for America on to me and to keep reinforcing it in me as long as he had a spark of life left in him. When I returned home, I got out my violin and stood in front of my mother's portrait. The strains of Dvorak's Humoresque, her favorite piece, seemed to beat down with the force of a spring rain. When I finished playing, I kissed her forehead and hair. It took her a moment to understand, and then her wide black eyes became frightened. "You are going to leave me," I seemed to read her lips whispering. I quickly spun around. There was no one there but the microphones concealed in the walls. I spent the rest of the night silently bidding farewell to Dana's paintings, touching some, caressing others with my eyes. When I got to my books, it was almost dawn. Deeply buried in their pages were other years of dashed hopes and unfulfilled dreams. On the airplane the next day, it was only after we had broken through the cumulus clouds that a tear rolled down my cheek. I loved Dana far more than my own life. For many years I had done everything I could to have her with me in the West. Only there, far from communist microphones and the ever-present Romanian Securitate, would I have been able calmly to explain to her what I wanted to do, where I wanted to go. I know Dana as well as I know myself, and I did not have the slightest doubt that she would also have chosen freedom. Not only is she my daughter, but she is also an artist who has always wanted to express what she herself feels, not what she is told to feel. I was certain that, once together in the West for even a single day, we would never have returned to Romania. Soescu consistently refused. To protect Dana's future days and nights, her life and freedom, even now I had told her nothing of my plans. That was why I also could not tell her that my whole new life over there in our America, as my father used to call it, would be devoted to getting her and her fiancé released from their bondage and helping them to become Americans, too. The airplane was high in the skies, crossing over the Romanian border, when I closed my eyes. As the image of Christ crucified came slowly into focus, I asked for forgiveness for my past, freedom for my daughter, and strength for the lives ahead of us. When I arrived at the Frankfurt main airport, I was met by Ambassador Ian Morga and the Die Chief of Station, General Stefan Konstantin. They reported that a meeting had been set for the following afternoon with West German Chancellery Minister Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski, so I could give him Soescu's message to Chancellor Schmidt. My welcoming committee took me to an old castle on the outskirts of Frankfurt for lunch, and we passed the remainder of the day at the ambassador's residence in Bad Godesberg near Bonn. When Konstantin finally drove me to the Intercontinental Hotel in Cologne, I told him that I wanted to spend the next morning loafing around its health club. I was notorious for being a fanatic lover of tennis, swimming, and the sauna. Early the next morning I left my hotel alone, caught a train to Bonn, and then took a taxi to the United States Embassy, where I requested political asylum. A couple of days later, it was magnanimously granted to me. Despite the 27 years I had served communism from increasingly high positions, the United States of America generously accorded me the privilege of becoming a part of this wonderful nation. For my part, I was determined to do whatever I could to repay this generosity. On the night of Thursday, July 27, I secretly left West Germany on board a United States Air Force Hercules aircraft sent from Washington to get me. For this special trip, a wooden cabin containing a dining and a sleeping area was hastily set up inside the empty belly of the huge airplane. We had just reached the Atlantic Ocean when its commander came back to my wooden cabin. "Welcome to freedom, sir." It was the first time in many years that I had been called sir, instead of comrade. As I gave him a hug, I had a sudden urge to burst into tears, but I had not yet learned how to cry for joy. When the commander left me, my thoughts automatically turned back to Bucharest. It would take Soescu a few weeks to pull together the hard evidence, showing that I had been recruited by the CIA when I was a gullible teenager, unable to comprehend the advantages of communism over capitalism. Then Soescu would sentence me to death as a CIA agent, and do whatever he could to erase all evidence that General Ian Mihai Pacepa had ever existed. The Soviet bloc has its own rules for writing and rewriting history, and indeed, the general has ceased to exist, except in the memories of a few people. He remains forever on that huge airplane, isolated inside the wooden cabin built for him in its belly. He was exactly 3 months short of attaining the round age of 50. The man who got off the Hercules airplane at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington, D.C., on July 28, 1978, had a brand new identity, attested to by his new American documents. The firm said of his jaw betrayed his fierce determination to begin a new, free life, as so many other immigrants had done before him. A few days after General Pacepa's disappearance, the United States Embassy and other Western diplomats in Romania described Bucharest as a city under siege. The headquarters of the Romanian Communist Party's Central Committee and the residence of its leader were under heavy guard, while security troops patrolled Bucharest day and night. Nicolae Soescu, reportedly ill and confined to his residence, canceled all activities and disappeared from public view. In September 1978, Western press and diplomatic sources in Bucharest reported that General Pacepa's disappearance was followed by the greatest political purge in post-war Romania. A third of the ruling council of ministers was demoted, 22 ambassadors were replaced, and more than a dozen high-ranking security officers were arrested, while several dozen more simply vanished from sight in the turmoil. General Eugen Lukian was among the latter. In October 1978, with DI officers and agents throughout the West under investigation by counterintelligence services, Bucharest was fully engaged in a furious operation aimed at withdrawing most of the DI legal and illegal officers, evidently to avoid further international embarrassment. Some of them chose freedom then and there, others later, and all reported that only hours after General Pacepa's disappearance, the DI entered a state of desperate confusion and soon began to disintegrate. Numerous investigating commissions, all directed by Alina, started dissecting the DI and its personnel. By the end of the year, Alina had reportedly disbanded the DI and started to build her own new organization on its ashes. The Western intelligence community was later in agreement that the DI had become the first espionage service in history to have been entirely destroyed by the defection of a single man. Pacepa's daughter Dana married her fiancé, sculptor Radu Demeșanu, on July 14, 1979. Completely isolated by the Romanian Securitate, they have not been able to receive any direct news from the United States. It was not until early 1985 that Dana and Radu first learned from an open letter to them her father published in France that he had not been found dead in a New York subway station, as Bucharest's rumor had it, but that he was still very much alive and fighting for their freedom. In defiance of orders given them by the security forces, on July 5, 1985, Dana and Radu courageously filed an official request to leave Romania, registered as number 2668. Many members of the United States Congress have written to President Soescu asking for their release, but the letters have all remained unanswered. Periodically, Romanian attempts to locate Pacepa surface in the most unexpected ways. Over the years, a steady parade of odd characters have come to notice: Westerners, Palestinians, and Romanian émigrés, who have let it be known that they could make a fortune for Pacepa by going into commercial deals with him, or by employing him as an economic advisor, or by writing a book together with him. There have also been attempts by people representing various international groups to recruit retired CIA officers with tempting offers of financial reward for the least scrap of information about Pacepa's new identity or his whereabouts. A closer look at all these efforts has always betrayed either the gloved fist of Soescu himself or of his best friends, the PLO's Yasser Arafat or Libya's Muammar Gaddafi. Since General Mihai Pacepa's defection in 1978, Nicolae Soescu has not received any more invitations to set foot in the United States. Romania's most favored nation trading status, however, continued to be renewed by the United States government, giving Bucharest significant political and financial benefits. Thanks to Horizon and other similar influence operations, Soescu is steadily transforming Romania into an outstanding monument to Marxism and to himself, as symbolized by the triumphal arch he erected in 1986 at the entrance to Bucharest's International Fairgrounds, inscribed, "The Golden Epoch, the Epoch of Nicolae Soescu." Appendix: Where are they now? Given below are the publicly reported positions of the principal Romanian figures in this book as of 1986. The current positions of DI officers are, of course, not available. Akachi Agaki, Nicolae, member of Central Committee of the Romanian Communist Party. Andrei, Stefan, Central Committee Secretary for Economic Affairs. Apostol, Georg, Ambassador to Brazil. Aslan, Anna, Vice Chairman of Romanian French Friendship Association. Avram, Ian, Minister of Electric Power. Burdica, Cornel Unknown Soisku Chaushaku, Elena Member of Permanent Bureau of Political Executive Committee, Chief of Party and State Cadre Commission. First Deputy Prime Minister, Chairman of National Council for Science and Technology, Chairman of Classification, Standardization, Norm Setting and Quality Control Council Soisku Chaushaku, Ili Deputy Minister of National Defense Soisku Chaushaku Ian, Minister State Secretary of State Planning Committee Soisku Chaushaku, Nicolae Secretary General of Romanian Communist Party, President of Romania Soisku Chaushaku, Nicu, Candidate Member of Political Executive Committee. First Secretary of Union for Communist Youth, Minister for Youth Problems Soisku Chaushaku, Zoya Chief of Mathematics Department of Scientific and Technical Creation, National Institute Siabanu Chobanu, Lena Chairman of General Union of Trade Unions Komen Common, Ian Central Committee Secretary for Armed Forces and Security Komen Common, Teodor, Ambassador to Jordan. Index. ABC Broadcasting Network, 253 Abel Rudolph, 292 Abraham Lincoln Brigade, 267 Abu Aman, codename, 37 Abu Dayad, 93-96 Abu Lutf, codename, 94 Abu Niddle, codename, 25-32 Academician, codename, 387 Accidents to Dissidents, 163 Achille Lauro, 94 Acropolis of Hours, Soisku. 374 Administrative Center, 374-75 Administrative Regions of Romania, 131 Afram Constantin, 290 Agachi, Neculi 400-1 Agents of Influence, attempted or secured, 15, 16, 12, 314, 344, Arsene 219, Assad 188, Austria 117. Carter Billy 187, 273, Carter Jimmy 151, Dillinger 243, Disinformation Service 124, Merdinger 280, Orthodox Church 284, Publishing 327, Religious Representatives 282-286, Romanians in U.S. 227, Shah's Brother 188. Trifa 286, U.S. 226, 246, 272, 285, World Jewish Congress 334. Yugoslavia 349 Agri, Rudolph, 11 Agricultural Assistance, 103 Agriculture, 257 Air Conditioning, 248, 312 Air Force 186, 299 Air Travel, 237 Air-to-Surface Weapons, 67 Aircraft Engines, 414 Aircraft Industry, 340, 346-47, 364. 369 414 Aircraft, Flotilla 50, 83, Joint Venture with Libya, 109. Joint venture with Yugoslavia, 346-47, 369 airports, 120 ACFRAT, John 404 alcoholism, 38, 39, 52, 130, 157, 158, 159, 160, 172, 234, 235, 244, 255. 420 Algeria, 382 aluminum, 298, 400-1 Alia, Queen of Jordan, 1854 American Library in Bucharest, 325 American passports, 90 101 Aman Abu codename, 37 Anna codename, 127 Anania Bartolomeu, 284 Anarchosocialism, 407 Andrea codename, 67 68. 69 Andreescu, Radu, 301 Andrei, Stefan, 10, 30, 31, 37-39, 55, 212-22, 236, 237, 238, 240, 244, 268, 317, 341, 384, 386, 420 Andrei, Violetta, 178. 179 Andropov, Yuri, 41, 46, 133, 172, 196, 359 Androsh, Vice Chancellor of Austria, 118 Angelescu, Georg, 64 Annette, code name, 15, 20, 29, 36, 58 Anonymous Letters, 198 Architecture, 375 Archives, 122 Armenia, 84 Blecha, Karl. 34 Block and Street Committees, 128 BND, Bundesnachrichtendienst. 124 Bobkov, F. 223 Bicasa, Gabriela 70 Bolano, Georg 286, 287 Bomb Threats, 304 Bonn, Germany 423 Book Exhibit, 229 246, 253 Books and Reading, 100 325. 326 388 Border and Customs Controls, 120 236 Bowling Sport, 225 boycotts, 8 Braidsku, Faust, 353 Brant, Willie, 167, 177, 229, 237, 240, 242, 243, 244, 417 Brainsty School. 170 BRC, Romanian Bank of Foreign Trade. 79 Brezhnev, Leonid, 13, 23, 26, 27, 42, 47, 83, 133, 144, 172, 197, 214, 216, 225, 226, 376, 414 Bribes, personal gifts, 37. 53, 54, 55, 188, 303 Brioni, Yugoslavia, 344 British Academy, 377 British Aerospace Corporation, 414 Brucellosis, 111 Brutus, code name, 111 Brzezinski, Zbigniew, 271 Bubble, acoustical bubble, 139, 243, 323 Bucharest, 3, 10, 12. 13, 21, 65, 88, 96, 99, 116, 155, 298, 320, 342 to 43, 374 to 75, 418, 420, 424, 426 Bucharest International Airport, 236 Buenos Aires, Argentina, 130 Bulgaria, 20, 90. 91, 113 Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz, 41 Burdica, Cornell, 38, 233, 386, 397, 418, 419 Buzău, Romania, 165 CIA Cairo, 84 Kalamfirescu, General, 83 to 87, 100 cameras, photographic equipment. 405 Camp David negotiations, 26, 27 Canada, 291, 293, 294, 295, 297, 299, 415 Candu reactor, 291 to 96 canned food, 418 capitalism. See communism and capitalism, capitalism as number one enemy, 17 carcinogens, 146 Carlos, code name, 111 Carol, code name, 91 Carrillo, Santiago, 120, 240, 254 Carter family, 187 Carter, Billy, 187, 273, 314, 314 to 15 Carter, Jimmy, 13. 24 to 27, 53, 93, 95, 110, 149, 151, 153, 180, 223 to 24, 258, 264, 266, 267, 273, 276, 282, 324, 336, 341. 373, Carter, Rosalind, 276, 341 Castro, Fidel, 249, 254 Sosescu, Elena. Abusive terms of address, 384, Ambitions, 49, American Minx, 52, as author, 182, 279, Buying Jewels, 53, 334, 335, 338, 391, Clothing, 178, 250, Code Names, 386, 387, Control of Appointments to Office, 191, 217. Disbanding Die, 425, Division of Labor with NC, 261, Drinking Habits, 14, Educational Honors, 50, 181, 184, Honor Guard for Elena, 368, In Charge of Internal Security, 151, Malik Case, 40, 41. Monitoring the Nomenclatura, 63, 172, 179, 238, 377, Next in Succession, 265. Nicolae Soescu's 60th birthday, 71 Office Rooms, 178 on Blair House, 248 on Henry Kissinger, 15 on Jimmy Carter, 258, 266 on Loyal Americans, 303 on Museums, 276, 336 on Population Growth, 138, 312 on Romanian Science, 326 on Space Program, 311 on Texas Instruments, 391 to 92 on U.S. Families, 314 to 15 on U.S. Standard of Living, 78, Philippines Visit, 187. Presence at Carter Soescu Signing, 278, 276, Protecting the Comrade, 209, Reaction to Demonstrations, 324, Shopping List for Beirut, 81, 121, Survivor of Nicolae. 238 Soescu, Ili, 326, 358 Soescu Nicolae 16, 17, 3. Adulation of Soescu's 159, 260, 342 to 43. Air conditioning intolerance 248, 312. Alliance with Gaddafi 103. Applause and chanting 366 to 67, 383. As chess player, 308. As royalty, 63, 419. Brezhnev and Soescu, 26. Kirillov's sketch, 255. Soescu's mother, 150, 415 to 16. Clothing, 249, 250, 320. Confabulation, 5, 255, 256. Defines communism, 407. Division of labor with EC, 261. Drinking habits, 225, 345. Eating habits, 24, 251, 321, 373. Family problems, 560 to 65. Fear for his life, 304, 306, 319 to 28, 347. Fear of being monitored, 139. Horizon operation, 8, 9, 12. Hungary, 143, 357, 359. Killing opponents, 163. Meeting Arafat, 23, 24, 28, 85. Memory, 5. Middle East Mediator, 13, 110. Movie Fan, 14. Nationalism and Hitler Style, 281. Office Rooms, 58, 115. On Anonymous Letters, 199. On Demonstrations in NYC, 330, 331, 332. On Dialectical Materialism and Cocaine, 25. On Disarmament, 207. On Nadia Komensai, 206. On Revolution, 17. On Technological Espionage, 47. On the Romanian Constitution, 200. On Zionism, 181. Owning the Country, 191. Personality Cult, 365. Press Relations, 277. Prudishness, 10. Residences, 1130. RFE Attacks, 411. Russian Language, 348. Salary, 77. Secret Fund, 77. Securitate Troops, 211. 60th Birthday, 71, 72. Sports, 212. Stature, height, 49. Swiss bank accounts, 79. Telephone communications, 4. View of Hitler, 281 to 82. Visit to oil rig, 316. Visits to Washington, 250 to 62, 426. Visit with Tito, 352. Wines, 225. Soescu, Niku, 13, 37 to 39, 48, 49, 56, 63, 63, 157, 232 to 34, 239, 239. Soescu, Valentin, 61. Soescu, Zoya, 54, 60, 61, 149. Central Cipher Service, 381. Centurion Tank, 371. 376. Cheese, 394, 397. Chicken Farms, 73. Chief of Staff, 159. Chidak, Mihai, 67. Christina Onassis Yacht, 350. Cigarettes, 158. Clandestine Transport, 90. Class Struggle, 398. Cleveland, Ohio, 406. Enciphered Communication CNC. Cocaine, 25, 72, 243. Code Clerks, 242. Abu Nidal, 32. Agent, 235, 300. Annette, 15, 29. Avram, 285. Balthazar, 221. Bertha, 64. Carlos, 113. Sega Tank, 120. Chatterbox, Daniel, 118. Dillinger, 243. Dobrin, 185. Edward, 76. Fede, 36. Felix, 190. Goldfuss, 292. Helmuth, 31. Jarnia, 103. Lemon, 279. Leopold, 107. Malik, 41. Monique, 35. Nastasia, 195. Olga, 170. Orlando, 117. Ovidiu, 127. Podanu, 91. Radu Radiation, 143. Reinert, 380. Richard, 11. Riyadh, 102. Rodica, 309. Rolf, 120. Romero, 5. Ruddy, 120. Scholar, 40, 67. Solomon, 31. Spataru, 290. Stumpf, 117. Teodorescu, 63. Titus, 127. Vissen, 295. W12, 11. Code System, 386. Colleges and Universities, 51, 63, 65, 377 to 78. Cologne, Germany, 323. Color Film and Color Paper, 372. Color Television Systems, 269. Coloring Agents, 402 to 3. Colorom, 402. Coleman Ion, 152, 159, 369, 371, 373, 375, 376, 418, 419. Coleman, Teodor, 5, 7, 142, 152, 177, 374, 418. Komensai, Nadia, 206, 215. Combat Alert, 212. Combustion Engineering Works, 293, 297. Commissiona, Sergiu, 203. Communications, Communications Center, 174. Communications Channels, 3. Cryptography, 384. National Cipher System, 381, 381. PLO and DI, 17. protection of communications, 211. Sample message to Washington, 385 communism and capitalism, 45, 47, 48, 119, 139, 159, 188, 216, 226, 227, 346, 349, 367, 387, 398, 401, 406. 407. Communism is expensive, Tito, 346. Communist lace, facade, 374. Communist Party of Great Britain, 415. Communist Party of Romania, see Romanian Communist Party. Computers, 43, 44, 47, 71, 100, 109, 122, 125, 285, 337, 370, 382. Comrade, see Ceausescu Nicolae. Concentration camps, 282. Constantin, Stefan, 242, 423. Constitution of Romania, 184, 200, 201, 209. Construction industry, 71. Consumer goods, 45, 78, 270, 372, 372 to 73, 418. Control Data Corporation, 336. Cooperative ventures, see Joint ventures. Cooptes intelligence officers, 408. Counterespionage Directorate, 10, 125, 231. Counterfeited photographs, 289. Counterintelligence, 145, 161, 169. Counter-revolutionaries in Hungary, 359. Countertrade merchandise items, 296 to 8. Couriers for illegals, 293. Credenta, Faith newspaper, 284. Criminal law, 145. Cryptography, 11, 126, 185, 242, 370, 381, 382, 385. Cult of personality, 49. Cultural genocide, 149. Currency controls, 205. Czechoslovakia, 216. D. Service D. 307. Dacia automobiles, 171, 337, 399. Dacia, Victor, 185. Dallas, Texas, 304, 306, 310. De Maisano, Radu, 425. Danescu, Alexandru, 74. Daniel, code name, 118. Daud, Abu, 95, 97, 98. Dapsevic, W. Vladimir, Vlado, 347 to 48, 350 to 52. 356. Darmstadt Technical Institute, 182. Database records, 285. Datku, Ian, 230, 324. De Gaulle, Charles, 101. Dead drops, 293. Death penalty, 200 to 1. Deep cover intelligence officers, 408, 415. Defectors, Dumitrichescu, 190, Iacobescu, 190, Marcu and Dobrinu, 415. Pacepa, 421 to 26, Rada, 190, 276, RFE and defections, 413. Degrees, academic degrees, 51, 377 to 78. Degussa centrifugal system for uranium enrichment, 301. Democracy, communism the only real democracy, 139. Demonstrations against Ceausescu, 197, 262 to 67, 281. Demonstrations for Ceausescu, Roman 15, 283, 342 to 43. 368. Denaturalization suit against Trifa, 290. Denmark, 74. Departamental de Informata Externe die, 3, 8 to 9, 12, 16 to 17, 20, 27, 31, 36, 44 to 46, 49, 51, 55, 63, 65, 69 to 75, 76, 79, 81, 84, 90, 96, 99, 102. 117 to 21, 122, 140, 143, 148, 159, 162 to 63, 167, 174, 175, 181 to 83, 184 to 90, 190, 196, 230 to 35, 240. 242 to 47, 245, 252, 259, 263, 272, 278, 283, 284, 287, 292 to 93, 307, 318, 323, 327, 330, 349, 358. 351, 355, 359, 360, 371 to 72, 381, 392 to 95, 400, 404, 413, 415, 425. Department of State Security, 165. Department stores, 78. Detroit, Michigan, 286. 406. DGTO, Direccja Generala de Technika Operativa, 128, 134, 136, 183, 184, 208, 231, 381, 412 DIA, 45, 365 Diakonsku, Ovidiu, 133, 134, 135, 138. 184 Dialectical Materialism, 25 Diamonds, Gemstones, 70, 71, 72, 121, 302 Dynamo Sports Club, 6 Dice Throw for Random Numbers, 380 Dickey, Christopher, 34 Die, C. Departamental de Informate Externe. Dillinger Code Name, 242 Diplomatic Pouch, 74, 75, 90, 240, 257 Diplomats and Diplomacy, 5, 6, 23, 37, 226, 242, 252, 384 Directorate 4, 196, 197 Directorate V, 189, 249 Disarmament, 47. 207, 305 to 6 Disinformation, 9, 122, 196, 351, Andrea 69, Arafat's Moderation 118, Bicassa 70, Broken Ciphers 185, 379, Dissidents 163, Framing of War Criminals 293, Human Rights in Romania 220, Monitored Conversations 140. Pacepa's Death 433, Pallid Recruitment Efforts 272, RFE 307, Trifa Case 289, 290. Disinformation Service, 7, 123, 126, 168 Dissidents in Romania, 63, 64, 143, 145, 154, 163, 164, 421 Dobrinu Mihail 415 Dobrin, Victor Codename, 185 Documents, Classified Documents, 123. 224, see also Technological Documentation. Doakaru Nikoli, 16, 35, 103, 290 Doina, Radio Station, 327 Doublewall Purses, 65 Dove, Grant, 303 Draghisai Alexandru, 74 Dreptadia Newspaper, 338 Drilling Technology, 312, 316 Drizdenko VI 13, 27, 376 Drug Smuggling, 72, 163. 263, 278 Druzes, 86 Dubsek, Alexander, 216 Dumitricescu, Constantin, 190 Dumitru, 364, 365, Dwarf Lights in Garden, 11 East Germany. See Germany DDR Ekobsku, Nikoli, 246 Economic Conditions, Roman 16, 61, 374, 413 Edward, Code Name, 76, 376 Egypt, 82 to 83, 97, 111 Egypt Airlines 737 Jetliner, 34 Einhorn, Wilhelm, 359 El Al Flights, 34 Electronic Cipher System. 381 Electronic Monitoring, Audio, 131, 133, 137, 235, 249, 299 Electronic Monitoring of Typewriters, 261 Electronics, 43, 140, 305, 395 Elizabeth II, Queen of England, 247, 377, 419 Embassies, 137, 140, 242, 384 Embezzlers, 145 EMI Cryptographic Machines, 380 to 90 Immigration, 64, 73, 74, 183, 189, 276, 423, 425 Emigre Churches, 282 Emigre Demonstrations, Roman 15. 229 Enciphering Machines, 380 to 82 English Language, 125 Entrapment, see Sexual Entrapment. Espionage, Roman 16, 7, 174. Balthazar's Contract, 222. Classified Documents, 221. Industrial Espionage, 405. Military Intelligence, 226, 363. RFE 228, Paraphernalia 140, Soviet 197, Technological Espionage 293, 392, 407. Western Technolo 393 Ethnic Abusives, 148 Ethnic Germans in Romania, 73, 76, 183, 406 Ethnic Romanians, 143 Exit Visas, 189 Export Development Corporation, Canada, 293 Export-Import Firms, 68, 69, 187 Exports, 23, 296, 363. 364, 372 Fairchild Corporation, 44 False Flag Recruitment, 187 Family Life in U.S., 314 family problems, 5 family size, 312 Farben, IG, 402 farmers and farming, 53, 257, 266, 314 to 15 fascism, 164 to 65, 308, 332. 338 Fatah Revolutionary Committee, 32, 34 Fatherland Romania, 268 Fokyu, Didier, 375 Fezkas, Janos, 397 Fed Codename, 36 Female Political Leaders, 175 Fifth Column, 281 to 82 Figures, Jose, 14 First Strike Weapons, 43 Float Glass, 404 Floria, Oral, 259. 279, 283, 317, 330 Floresu, Mihai, 369, 372, 374, 401, 402, Flotilla 50, 83 Fokker Aircraft, 109, 120, 364, 371, 417, 421 Folk Costumes, Roman 15 Folk Dancing. 160 Folsom, Robert, 304 Foods, Ready Cooked and Semi-Prepared, 367 Ford, Gerald, 101 Ford Glass Factory, 403, 404 Foreign Assignment for Romanians, 37 Foreign Currency Operations, 79 Foreign Flag Recruitment of Agents, 187 Foreigners Studying at Romanian Universities, 65 Forgery of Documents, 103. 123 to 25 France, 35, 70, 124, 125, 154, 190, 263, 295, 353, 394, 397, 399, 400, 402 Frankfurt, Germany, 120, 423 Freedom, 424 Freedom of Immigration. 276, 278 Freedom of Worship, 220 French Horns, Musical Instrument, 207 Friendship Yacht, 55 Fujifilm, 372 Furs, 53, 55 Gaddafi Momer 80, 100 to 13, 119, 120, 371, 426 Gandhi Indira, 180 Gas Masks, 369 Girdu Istichi. 133, 134, 137 General Motors, 422 General Political Directorate, 358 Genetic Materials, 257 Geneva, 13, 27, 110 Genscher, Hans Dietrich, 76 Georgescu, Emil, 162, 164, 413, 416 Georgia, USA. 273 German language, 29, 65 Germans in Romania, 73, 76, 183, 406 Germany BRD, 29, 41, 67, 73, 77, 89, 90, 106, 107, 119, 120, 124, 162, 164, 215, 221. 237, 241, 243, 253, 282, 365, 371, 382, 400, 417, 423 Germany DDR, 393 Geravital, 204 Georg, Oral, 318, 324, 325, 327, 328. 333 Georg, Emilia, 325 Georg Udage, Georg, 30, 73, 74, 75, 173, 203, 248, 255, 256, 310, 358 to 59, 380, 381 Ghost Writing of Books, 182 Jirek, Edward, 306 Gifts, Personal Gifts, 71. 99, 392 Glasnost, 132 Glass Industry, 403, 404 GNTC Gorodnoki I Techniki. Goga Vassal 383, 384, 385, 388, Goldfuss Emil, code name, 292 Goldman Nahum 177, 334 Goma Paul 6, 154, 191 Gorbachev Mikhail 132, 223 Gorenk, Silvo 344 to 45, 347, 350. 354 to 56 Gorodnoki I Techniki GNT, 42 Government in Exile PLO, 87, 89, 93, 94, 111, 117 Grand National Assembly, 147 Great Britain, 371, 415, 419, 420 Greece, 6, 350 Green Revolution in Libya, 101, 104 Gromyko. Andre 132, Group V, 163 Groza Petru, 21 Guinea, 55, 60 Gutta Cavat Lapidum, non-Roman 6 Sedsip Cadendo, 152 Gymnastics, 215 Heijuku Made Pavel, 155, 295 Hamos, Laszlo, 281, 328 Handguns, Small Arms, 84, 120, 175. 370 Handwriting Analysis, 199 handwritten reports, 261 hard alloy technology, 309 Harrier aircraft, 414 Hassan Hani, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 24, 25, 29, 31, 32, 35, 36, 89, 90, 91, 96, 99, 166, 167. 176, 177, 372 Heihanen, Riino, 292 Heavy Water, 294, 299 Helios Hospital, Bucharest, 172 Helsinki Accords, 154, 264, 268 Herbert, code name, 315 High-Tech Intelligence, 23 Higher Political Council, 358 Highways, 155 Hijacking of airplanes, 237 Historic buildings, 374 to 75 Historical monuments, 375 Historiography, 173 424 Hitler, Adolf, 143 281 to 82 Hochst, German firm, 402 403 Holographic fire control system, 372 Homosexuality, 36 honorary degrees, diplomas etc., 180 to 85, 280 Hora dance, 160 Horizon operation, 8 to 9, 23, 24, 28, 63, 111, 132, 151, 220, 336, 349, 363, 413, 426 hospitals, 172 hotels, 65, 113, 230, 231 housing for nomenclatura, 171 Houston, Texas, 310, 311 Huagofeng, 372, 406 Human Rights, Roman 16, 149, 154, 220, 246, 276, 280. 332 Hungarian Revolution, 1956, 359, 360 Hungarians in Romania, 142, 143, 146, 147, 206, 230, 281 Hungarians in U.S., 317, 318, 328 Hungary, 144, 148. 358 Hunting, 144, 370, 417 Hussein, King of Jordan, 17 to 19, 53, 99, 126 Hybrid Corn, 256 to 57 IG Farben, 402 Iakobsku Ion, 126, 190 IBM typewriters, 260 Ischum. See Central Institute for Chemical Research. Ili Mihai 118, 125 illegal agents, 231, 292, 295, 376 Illinois Academy of Science, 180 Illinois, University of Illinois, 180 Import of Technology, 46 imports from the West, 23, 396, 398, 405 Incendiary substances, 67. 369 Independence of Romania, 8, 9, 28, 64, 106, 123, 127, 181, 314, 363, 417, 421, Independence, Tank, 369 India, 293 Industrial Development, 395, 396, 402. 405 Industrial Espionage, 309, 316, 317, Influcommunism, 354 Influence Operations, Roman 16, 8 to 9. See also Agents of Influence. Infrared and Light Amplifying Equipment, 370 Innovation in Soviet Bloc, 392, 401 Inspection of Nuclear Reactors, 293 Institute for Chemical Research. See Central Institute etc. Institute of World Economics, 75 Integrated Circuits, 43, 45, 48, 395 Intelligence Officers, 9, 113, 226, 242, 276, 408 Intelligence Cooperation 19, 102 Intercontinental Hotel, Bucharest, 231 International Relations, Soescu as Mediator 80, 110. Soescu's Offense to USSR, 215, Deceiving the West 25, Middle East Mediator 13, Peace Movement 47, 207, Terrorism and PLO 87, Tito's Triangle 349, Washington Visit 1978, 264, Yugoslavia and Romania, 346 International Trade 46, 48, 402, 406. Agents of Influence 188, Armaments 120, Disinformation Service 124, Jackson-Vanik Amendment 276, Nuclear Reactors 293, 294, 296, Oil Boycotts 105, Technological Espionage 393. TIR Smuggling 88 Interpol 120 Inventors 401 Ionesco, Eugene 164 Ionescu. RFE employee, 307, 308 Iorga, Nicoli, 21 Iosif, Colonel, 162, 170, 172, 192, 194 Iasa, Manager of Safe House, 360 to 61 IPRS 2, 41 to 48. 188, 415, 416 Iraq, 32 Iron Guard, 163, 287, 288 Israel, 17, 28, 31, 73, 75, 87, 92, 94, 95, 97, 99, 110, 111, 117, 120, 175, 185, 189. 190, 215, 289, 290, 267 Issues and Answers TV show, 253 Italy 7, 354 to 55 Jackson Vanek Amendment, 276 Jackson Henry, 275, 276 Jacober Henry, 73 to 75 Jamming of radio broadcasts, 174, 412 Japan 21. 53, 405 Jarnia, code name. 103 Jelaru, Colonel, 384 Jatenjans, 414 Jewelry, 55, 338, 378, 391 Jewish organizations in U.S., 289 Jews in Judaism, 25, 52, 93, 96, 177, 288, 308, 334, 338. 406 Jews in Romania, 73, 75, 76, 77, 177, 181, 184, 183, 275, 276, 371, 376 Joint intelligence operations with Yugoslavia, 346 Joint Libyan-Romanian ventures, 109 joint ventures with Western countries. 337 to 39, 406 Germany, 372, Great Britain, 414, Intercontinental Hotel, 231. West Germany, 398 Jordan, 17 to 19, 126 Judicial Systems, Roman 16 Jumblat, Camel 86, 166 Jurizik, Drasko, 350 to 51 Marku Ion, 415 Marinsku, Colonel 6 Markusev, Svetislav and George, 358 to 63 Martin Luther King Library, Washington, D.C., 253 Martys, Luigi, 211. 213. 368 Marxism, Roman 16, 25, 61, 267, 354 Mask and Earphones Muzzle, 141 Massacre of Demonstrators, Bucharest, November 8, 1945, 320 Mora, Ian Georg, 75, 99, 131, 163, 170 to 71, 173, 218. 417 Mora, Mrs. Ian Georg, 179 Mausoleums, 374 May 9th, Romania Art Colony, 59 McGuire, Robert, 328, 331 McIlroy, Thad, 296 to 97 McLennan, Gordon, 415 Meat Production, 73 Metals, 22 Medical Care, 171 Medicinal Drugs, 395 Mayor, Golda. 95 to 97, 175, 180 Mercedes Cars, 89 Merdinger, Emanuel, 180, 279, 280 Metallurgical Industry, 298, 395, 400 Metropolitan Museum, 335 to 36 Mexico, 204 Michael I, King of Romania, 164, 320 Microelectronics, 45, 46. 48, 100, 109 Microphones, 52, 65, 67, 115, 128, 129, 131, 133, 136, 138, 140, 146, 169, 179, 238 Microtransmitters, 136. 137 Midlife Crisis, 67 Middle East, 13, 27, 80, 84, 110, 215 Mihai Zoya Soescu's boyfriend, 54, 60, 149 Mihai von Hohenzollern, former King of Romania, 164, 320 Mihilesia Cornell, 232 Military Equipment, 176, 370. 393 Military Espionage, 68. Index. Military Intelligence, 7, 363, 392, 393 Mini Microphone, 136 Minority Languages in Romania, 148 Mitterrand, Francois, 155 Mobilization Files, 213 Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Shah of Iran, 415, 416 Moldavia, 26, 27, 144 Moldavian Soviet Socialist Republic. 0.144 Monique, code name, 35 Monitoring, Devices in Cars 241, Electronic Monitoring 132, Equipment 137, Monitoring Romanian Cipher Traffic 381, Monitoring Romanian population, 133 to 37, 138. Monitoring the nomenclatura, 170 to 74, 178, 382, 410, 419 Maro. Aldo 354 to 55 Most Favored Nation status, Roman 16 147, 268, 276, 280, 307, 308, 426 Movies, Roman 15, 14 Mubarak, Hosni. 94 Multifunctional military airplane, 364 Munich Olympic Games, 1972, 16, 17, 96 Munteanu, Constantin, 20, 31, 33, 36, 37, 58, 81 to 94, 99, 166, 167 Musatov, FA, 195 to 96 Museum, 176, 276. 335 Nagy, Imre, 357 to 59 Napalm, 369 Napoleon I Emperor of France, 49 NASA Space Center, Houston, 311 Nasser, Jamal Abdul 17, 22, 85 Nastasia, code name, 199 National Anthem of Romania, 264, 266, 318 National Center for Enciphered Communications, CNTC. 174, 242, 381, 382, 383, 384, 388 National Commission for Visas and Passports, 183 National Conference of Women, 366 NATO, 107, 108, 125, 175, 190, 376 Nazism, 67. 281 to 82, 288, 289 Negru, illegal officer, 189 New Economic Order, 413 New Orleans, Law 312 New York City, 77, 230, 262, 318, 323, 327, 328, 329, 338, 340. 384 New York State, 318 Nicolae 12, 64, 227, 252, 308 Nikolsku Marin 160, 370 Niddle Abu Niddle 25, 32, 33, 34 Night Vision Equipment, 175, 370 to 71 Nimitz, Matthew, 324 Non-political reasons for arrest. 145 Norris, William, 336 North Atlantic Treaty Organization, C. Nate. Nuclear City, 43 Nuclear Cooperation Treaty with Canada, 294 Nuclear Freeze, 47 Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty, 293 Nuclear Power Plants, 291 to 99 Nuclear Security Systems, 301 O'Neill Thomas P. Tip, 150 Odobsti Yellow Wine, 229 Offshore Drilling, 316 Oil, Jews and Germans are best export commodities. 73 Alsascu, Constantin, 4, 29, 32, 33, 86, 87, 89, 94, 97, 121, 166, 175 Onassis, Aristotle, 350 Operate Univalutaire, Ovi, 79, 243 Apria, Georg, 48, 158, 164, 202, 203, 205, 207. 230, 232, 234, 269, 296, 298, 340, 341, 361, 365, 394, 397 Orchestral Music, 204 to 211 Orlando, code name, 117 Otopni International Airport, Bucharest, 86. 113 Overt Agents of Influence, 314 Ozymandias, 378 Pacepa, Dana, 58, 59, 114, 202, 207, 236, 237, 420, 421, 423, 425 Pacepa, Ian Mihai, 5, 6, Childhood, 1659, Christianity, 113. Contacts with Famous, 21, Defection, 422, Fedot Lillian Pacepa, 60, Offices, Building, 68, Prayer, 154. Purged from Book 339 Painting, 59 Pakistan, 100, 300, 301 PAL Television System, 270 PAL-Aid George, 267, 272 Palestinian National Covenant or Charter, 17, 22 Palestinian State, 367 Palestinian Tradition, 28 Pana Georg, 48 to 49, 52, 53 Paramilitary Training Center. 254 passports, 29, 33, 80, 84, 90, 93, 96, 101, 103, 111, 113, 120, 121 passwords at border crossings, 91 patent iron, 406 pats, 182 patriotism, 406 pavilion TI, 43 pearls, 53 peasantry, 314 to 15 perfume. 394, 397 Pires, Romania, 73, 74 Permanent Bureau, 4, 51 Peron, Juan Domingo, 78 Peron, Isabel, 51, 175 Persistence, 152 Personality Cult, 63, 162, 173, 223, 255, 411 Personnel Administration, 12, 51. 74 Pescaris, Restaurant, 191 Petroleum Industry, 105, 108, 312, 316 Faro Soescu, 385 Philippines, 80, 184, 185, 186 Photography, Color Film, 372 to 73, Deception, 288, Industrial Espionage, 405. Photomontage, 290 Pig Farms, 73, 74 Pittsburgh Plate Glass, 403 Plainclothes Security Officers, 10 Plastics Industry, 395 Placida, Nicoli 5-6, 154 PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, 13, 15 to 17, 19 to 20, 22, 25, 27, 29, 32 to 35, 85, 89, 92 to 96. 98 to 99, 110, 117, 118, 126, 167, 244, 355, 371 Podano, code name, 91, 184 Poison Pen Weapon, 155 Poison Pen Letters, 130 Poland, 271, 306, 393 Police State, 139. 149 Politburo, 4, 22, 51, 130, 131 Political Asylum, Roman 16 Political Executive Committee, 4, 22, 144, 217, 387, 394, 397, 403, 407 Political Prisoners, 145 Polystyrene, 395, 401. 402 Pop, Vasil, 81, 114, 185 Popa, Nicoli, 249, 250, 251, 321 Popescu Dumitru 38, 147, 230 Popescu Marcel, 352 Popescu Romeo, 103. Index. Popov A 401 Popovicai, code name, 415 Population Growth, 138, 313 Porcelain, 257 Portable Enciphering Machines, 370 Portraits of Communist Founders, 366, 383 Portugal, 67 Postal Service, 199 Postal Niku, Tutor, 152, 158, 165. 183, 184, 208, 209, 362, 409, 410 Prager, Julius, 21 Prayer, 154 Pro Tasa, Grigor, 255 Press in Romania, 147, 277, 375 Prisons, Lethal Radiation in Jail Cells, 145 to 49 Privacy of Correspondence and Telephone Conversations. 168 Private Property, 216 Professor. Mania Constanti-Proletarian Dictatorship, 139 Prostitutes, 6, 65, 231 Protest, Right of Protest, 331 Public Monuments, 375 Public Opinion Surveys, 139 Publishing Industry, 388 Pungan, Vassal, 70, 154, 215, 267, 317 to 18. 341 Qudwa, Rahman al-Arafat, 36 Radiation as Weapon of Assassination, 145 to 49, 248, 416 Radiation Detection System, 115 Radio Broadcasting, 174, 223, 412 Radio Communications, 360, 370, 384 Radio Free Europe, 60, 147. 162, 163, 164, 189, 190, 199, 221, 222, 223, 224, 228, 306, 307, 308, 412, 412, 416 Radio Liberty, 222, 223. 228 Radio Yerevan, 81 to 82 Radio Television Concert Hall, Bucharest, 366 Radioactive Substances, 145 to 49 Radu Code Name, 143 Science, 50, 184, 279, 326 Securitate, 4, 67, 125, 128, 145, 168. 169, 210, 249, 278, 358 Securitate Troops, 211, 363, 364, 368, 371 Serb Ion 195, 197 Serbinsku Georg 18, 24, 54 Sexual Entrapment, 6, 10, 12, 41, 52, 63, 64. 65, 130, 186, 192, 271, 277, spies. No spies but only patriots. 414 Sporus, Nicolae, 290 Stalin, Joseph, 42, 255, 358 State Committee for Nuclear Energy, Romania, 294, 298 Stojanovic Depsevic Bodyguard, 350 to 52 Surveillance, 63, 65, 128, 144, 146. 231 Sweeps for Electronic Monitoring Devices, 249 Switzerland, 79 Synagogues, 374 Synthetic Diamonds, 71, 72 Syria, 89, 188 TA 78 Secret Account, 72, 79, 391 Tanais, Virgil, 155 Tanks, Armored Vehicles, 106, 107, 108, 119. 166, 176, 177, 364, 371, 399 Taxicabs, 231 Technical Directorate LM, 140 Technological Cities, 42, 43, 363 Technological Documentation, 401, 402, 406 Technological Espionage, 45 to 49. 393, 397 Technological Intelligence, Roman 16, 68, 69, 106, 269, 285, 292, 364, 390, 392, 395, 398, 405, 407 Telephone Directories. 194 telephones, 320, 115, 134, 135, 136, 154 telephones tapped, 65, 169, 184, 231 television broadcasting, 137, 270 television interview, 229 to 30, 253 television sets, 136. 269 to 74 television surveillance, 231 telex, 384 Tennessee Valley Authority, 297 Teodorescu, code name 6364 terrorism 25. El Al Bus Munich 1970, 31, 34 Hani Hassan 96, in Romania 149, Manoliu case 263, passports needed 102. PLO 27, 28, 86, service Z 19. Yugoslav connection, 355 Texas, 310 Texas Instruments, 41, 43, 48, 49, 53, 55, 150, 303, 304, 391 to 92 Third World, 120, 364, 369 Thought Control, 138 Tikhonov, Nicolae, 132 TIR Trucks, 74, 88. 166 Tito, Josip Broz, 20, 118, 215, 344 to 57 Tito's Triangle, 357 Titus, code name, 127 to or telephone operator phone line, 4 toilet paper, 280 total economic espionage, 406 tourist hotels, 231 tourists, 172, 191, 231. 372, 418 tractors, 388 translation into English, 279 transportation international routier, TIR, 90 Transylvania, 144, 148, 281 Travel and Transportation, 133, 236 Trento University, Italy, 354 Trifa, Valerian, 286, 289. 290, 328, 339 Trucking Industry, 74 Truffles, 53 TS Intelligence, 390, 394, 396 Tunari Club, 153, 155 to 57 Tunisia, 60, 102 Turbotransmissions, 398 to 99 Turkey, 91 Turkey Poultry Farms. 73, 235, 235, code name, 300 typewriter registration, 199, 200 typewriters, 93, 123, 260 to 61 Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, CUSSR. United Nations 15, 29, 99, 118 United States Roman 16, 23, 27. Soescu's visit 361, citizenship 424, Jewish money taking over 177, loyalty of citizens 302, 303, nation of immigrants 267, Pacepa defection 422, politics and United States. Continued government 150, relations with Philippines 186, space program 311, technology 44, 403. U.S. Agriculture Department, 12, 257 U.S. Capitol, Roman 15 U.S. Congress, 147, 150, 275, 278, 307, 308, 425 U.S. Justice Department, 290 U.S. Presidency, 154 U.S. Romanian Economic Council, 336, 340 U.S. Secret Service. 262, 263, 265, 304, 318 U.S. Senate, 275 U.S. State Department, 11, 12, 265 Unproletarian Residences, 30 Uranium, 291, 302 Urban Renewal, 375 Ursu Ion, 233, 369 USSR, 8, 17, 27, 28, 42. 43, 132, 137, 145, 193, 196, 197, 215, 223, 248, 256, 296, 309, 310, 311, 346, 358, 360, 381, 380. 392, 393, 410, 412, 421 Ustinov, Dmitry, 172 Uzi submachine guns, 120 vacation homes, 171 valves for nuclear industry, 295 Vance, Cyrus, 247, 265, 324 Vanya, Soviet agent, 193, 195. 196 vases as listening devices, 137 Vas, Gizella, 239 to 40 Vatican, 123 Ver, Fabian, 184, 185, 186 Verdit, Illy, 146, 148 Vers, Nicoli, 102 Vienna, 31, 34, 35, 67, 69, 355 Vienna airport attack. 35 Vienna airport attack, December 27, 1985, 102 Vint, Ion, 146 Vintilla, director of Atheny Palace Hotel, 234 violin musical instrument, 21, 203, 253 Vincent, code name, 295 visit to Great Britain, 377, 414, 419 visit to Peking. 216 visit to Philippines, 186 visits to the United States, 99, 109, 116, 139, 141, 148, 154, 180, 225, 229, 230, 246 to 58, 259, 261, 279. 426, Vitamin H3 204 voice-activated recording devices, 135 Voaku, Ion, 164, 203 to 4, 207, 252 to 53 Volleyball, 212 Vostok I, 41 VPK Soviet Industrial Commission, 393 VTOL, 109, 371, 414, 421 Vuya, Trayan. 302, 303 VVER 1000 reactors, 296 W12, code name. 11 waiters die officers, 245, 355 Waldorf Astoria Hotel, NYC, 281, 318, 319, 320, 322, 339, 340 Wallach, John, 147 Walters, Barbara. 257 to 58, 265, 266, 268 War Criminals, 288, 290 Warsaw Pact, 3, 42, 47, 207, 210 to 11, 215, 407 Washington, D.C. Roman 15, 11, 57, 246 to 58, 265, 313, 314. 384, 385 Washington, George, 265 Washington, Walter, 265 Watergate Scandals, 275 Wazir, Kahlo, 34 Western Communist Parties, 240 Western Mentality, Roman 16, 8, 220 White House, Roman 15, 263, White Noise Machine, 243 Wilray, Mary Edith, 251 Wine Captain Drinking Game. 158, 160 were Musin, Hitler Phrase, 281 Wisniewski, Hans Juogen, 417 women agents, 65 women in the labor force, 367 women political leaders, 175 women scientists, 326 women, National Conference of Women, 366 Woodlawn Plantation, VA, 269 World Jewish Congress, 334 World War I, 324 World War II, 308, 320, 338 yachts, 54, 350 Yerevan, Radio Yerevan, 81 to 82 Yesahano, Yitzhak, 75, 76, 77, 289, 371, 376 Young John, 310 Youth in Political Power, 98. 132 Yur fighter plane, 347, 369, 414 Yugoslav connection to Italian terrorism, 354 Yugoslav exiles, 347, 351 Yugoslavia, 20, 344-58. Zapartin Georg 163-0, signification of secrecy, 210-11 Zionism, 90, 91, 100.